Allow me to introduce myself. Who knows what dastardly crime might perpetrate next?
He's a very clever arch criminal who must be put away. Another innocent victim of the suicidal maniac.
Allow me to introduce myself. Who knows what dastardly crime might perpetrate next?
He's a very clever arch criminal who must be put away. Another innocent victim of the suicidal maniac.
To understand this.
Straight shot, no, I can't miss.
Are you just talking?
Never, I do this here often.
One of the biggest mistakes you
ever can make is
disrespecting the
greatness.
You mean I've never heard this before?
One more for the playlist, tell them what to do.
This is what we're gonna do.
Speak the truth, speak the truth.
People need to understand this.
Straight shot, no, I can't miss.
Are you just talking?
Never, I do this here often.
One of the biggest mistakes you
ever can make is
disrespecting the
greatness.
You mean I've never heard this before?
One more for the playlist, tell them what to do. Cool, thanks, kudos, real talk, not for the pseudos. Trust the kid, real talk, I debunked the myth. Sit still, don't run from this. That's a wise man told me. Watch for the fakes and the phonies. You gotta be cautious, listen and open your conscience. People be talking that nonsense, chattering, that's when the daggers are stopping. Okay,
this is what we gonna do.
Speak the truth, speak the truth.
People need to understand this.
Straight shot, no, I can't miss.
Are you just talking?
Never, I do this here often.
One of the biggest mistakes you
ever can make is
disrespecting the
greatness.
You mean I've never heard this before?
One more for the playlist, tell them what to do.
This is what we gonna do.
Speak the truth, speak the truth.
People need to understand this.
Straight shot, no, I can't miss.
Are you just talking?
Never, I do this here often.
One of the biggest mistakes you
ever can make is
disrespecting the
greatness.
You mean I've never heard this before?
One more for the playlist, tell them what to do.
Greetings, glory to God in the highest, and on earth peace to people of goodwill. So about 4.5 years ago, I put out a video titled Bernell Trammell and the Complexity of Each Man's Journey, which covered a Hebrew Israelite gentleman who was also a vocal supporter of Donald Trump, and which also got into the incredible ideological and doctrinal diversity that exists within the complex Hebrew Israelite spectrum. And a few months later, Vocab Malone put out a video titled Hebrew Israelites for Trump, which touched on Mr. Trammell and also covered another gentleman called Michael the Blackman, who's a disciple of Yahweh ben Yahweh and also a Trump supporter. And during the lead up to the most recent presidential election, that gentleman, who goes by the name Michael the Blackman, was making the case for Trump on a radio show in Miami. And I'll link to all these videos in the description for anyone who's interested. But in this video, I want to briefly discuss Kimberly Brown, the daughter of the great American football player Jim Brown. She's a Trump supporter, and she's even spoken at Trump rallies while wearing her father's jersey. And just yesterday, the Patriot Takes account on X, the erstwhile Twitter, put up a video clip of Miss Brown at a Black History Month function at the Trump White House, in which she declared Trump to be a Hebrew. Now, a lot of Israelites might flippantly say, yeah, Trump's a Hebrew, he's an Edomite. But Miss Brown proposes that Trump is more specifically an Israelite, and more specifically from the tribe of Judah. More specifically still, she says Trump is from the bloodline of King David. And she notes that such would entail a change in outward appearance or skin tone in Trump's lineage over millennia. So here, let's listen to this short excerpt.
Hey everyone. We are currently at the White House. Celebrating Black History Month.
Yes.
And
Who cares if people hate him, right?
He's killing it right now.
Because his soul is black. He comes from the Hebrew tribe. He's from the bloodline of King David.
Amen. Amen. There you go. That's it right there.
That is. He's Hebrew from the bloodline of King David. He's from the Judah tribe. He might have white skin, but people have to realize that 3,000 years have passed since Jesus Christ. So skin color can always change.
Okay, now, full disclosure, I do not know anything about Miss Brown or her beliefs. So when I first saw that, I was open to the possibility that she might have been joking. It might have been a bit of satire. But then she put up a tweet in which she shared that clip and in which she said, quote, "Hebrew is not a color, it's a bloodline. King David was chosen by God, and so is President Trump," end quote. Now, me personally, I think Miss Brown is serious. I think she actually means what she's typing there and what she said in the video. Now, having said that, while I'm certainly not endorsing her claim about Trump's lineage, I also am not going to say that it's false. I don't know anything about Trump's paternal lineage. Maybe he descends patrilineally from the biblical Jacob, and maybe he doesn't. Now, a lot of Hebrew Israelites would wave Miss Brown's claim off as just obviously ridiculous or obviously false, but whatever the accuracy of her claim about Trump's lineage, she's definitely right about one thing, and that's that color can change within a paternal line over time, especially over the course of millennia. And that's a simple concept that a bizarrely large percentage of Hebrew Israelites struggle to understand. And with that in mind, it's probably worth pointing out that her claim that Trump is an Israelite is no more absurd than the GMS leadership claiming that John Travolta and Leonardo DiCaprio are Israelites, right? If they can say that, she can say what she said. And these positions seem to have relatively equal truth values, right, in terms of what we know about their respective lineages. But like I said, I don't know Kimberly Brown's beliefs. I don't even know if she herself identifies as an Israelite. But for the sake of argument, if she does identify as an Israelite, this would be another example of that incredibly diverse range of beliefs which exists within the complex Israelite spectrum. And that spectrum is going to continue to diversify as it grows. You see, simply taking on an Israelite identity does not lock one into a specific set of beliefs, whether they be religious or political. Food for thought. But with that, I want to close this video with a clip from a quasi-satirical tweet I posted last summer depicting Vocab Malone as crashing a de facto Trump rally of sorts, which was being held by members of GMS. Enjoy the clip, share your thoughts, and God bless.
But we hoping for Trump to get in office. Yeah. You know, because through the spirit, you know what I'm saying, that's Nero, man. Let's go. And what happened in the time of Nero? You know, he persecuted the Israelites, right?
And he tried to blame. Oh my God, man. What's going on, fellas?
Oh, that is.
What's up, man? How you doing? What's up?
Oh,
my name's Vocab. You okay to see you, bro?
Hey, what's up?
Born and raised?
No,
I live in Phoenix, Arizona. This is the family.
Second time, bro. Like, we good, Vocab, man.
Yeah,
You can't do that?
Yeah, we good.
Hey, let's agree with our adversaries quickly.
That's what we do.
All right, peace and love, peace and love, peace and love. Today is going to be a very, 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 very interesting show. We're going to talk about Wesley Muhammad, and I'm going to fact check him through ChatGPT and AI to see what he's saying, if it's true as far as the UFOs. So we're going to get to that first. Then we're going to talk about Tazaryach versus Genesis ISUPK, traditional One West so-called traditions versus what Genesis is trying to do. What I'm going to say is going to shock a lot of people, but we're also going to do a rundown of Hebrew Israelism is Dead Part 2, which I'm going to concentrate on today. the Assyrian, what is it? Should I do the Assyrian exile or should I do Tazaryach? I think I'm going to do the Assyrian exile. But we're going to talk about 50 different, I'm going to verbally tell 50 reasons why African Americans or black people in general in the West are not connected to the Israelites. But I think I've evolved, my argument has evolved over the years. And I think Hebrew Israelites are more of a faith-based group than an actual bloodline. All right. So I'm gonna play Tazaryach. Tazaryach's position, by the way, is based off of that. We shouldn't try to change the teaching of One West. Gentiles who are non-Israelites, bloodline-wise, cannot be saved. He only came to the lost sheep, which is Israel, and that's it. So now, Genesis now comes out and say that salvation is also for some Gentiles. This is going to be a very interesting conversation. I'm going to start the show off with this. There's a video I'm looking for. What's the name of that guy's YouTube about chart? What he talked about? Useful charts. Useful Charts did a video on British Israelism. And I'm going to play a piece of this video just to start off. British Israelism, to me, this is where I first heard about Tazaryach and all that stuff first, right? And this is why I said that Hebrew Israelism borrows a lot from white folks. Let's take a look at this video before I do anything. Before I do anything, I think Sabio is texting me. What is he texting me? How many are there? PDF. Okay, hold on. As a matter of fact, let me bring this up. Good job, Sabio. Yeah, this is a yeah, that's just, I didn't like the article. The article was kind of superficial. All right. So let's take a look at this video of British Israelism. And by the way, too, let's agree to disagree. All right. My premise is that black folks were taken as kidnapped victims on the transatlantic slave trade. We did not ask to be here. And in our search for an identity, we started to develop, using whatever we had to develop certain things, like the black church, which separated itself from the quote-unquote white church or the European church. Then you had Ethiopianism, where everybody was saying they're from Ethiopia or Egypt. Did y'all know that? In the 1800s, there was a lot of that going on. People reading the Menjanetta, oh, we the Egyptians, or we the Ethiopians. And then you had black Hebrew Israelism with the church, because they weren't like the guys from 1969 One West. They weren't claiming that. These people were basically Christians who were claiming that, yeah, we the Israelites, and the Israelites are black. Ford, black Judaism started up, Ford and Wentworth. And then you had the Moorish Science Temple, you had Garvey movement, you had the Nation of Islam. So you have all these groups where people are searching for an identity. I'm not here to say that you're wrong or not. So from a Western ex-slave perspective, I would say that we can be, if you want to claim you're a black Hebrew Israelite, you can claim that based off of it was made in America. I could be a Nation of Islam member based on it made in America. I could be Moorish Science Temple member based on it that it was made in America. Nubian, you could claim to be a Nubian, which was made in America. So I look at all of them in the same category as being made in America. But check this video out, and there's a reason why I'm playing this before I play Captain Tazaryach. Check it out.
Hi, my name is Matt, and I grew up in a cult. If you're a regular follower of this channel, you'll know that two things that interest me are, number one, royal family trees, and number two, the Bible. The main reason for this is that the cult I grew up in connected these two things in a very strange way, based on an idea called British Israelism. And even though I left the cult as an adult, rejected its ideas, and have since converted to a mainstream branch of progressive Judaism, it was this particular theory that sparked my lifelong interest in charting history. So in this video, I'm going to tell you a little bit about what British Israelism is, and because this theory unfortunately still comes up from time to time in discussions about royal genealogy, I'm also going to tell you why British Israelism is wrong. The cult I grew up in was called the Worldwide Church of God. It actually no longer exists, but several offshoots from it do. Collectively, the ideology of these groups is called Armstrongism, named after the founder of the Worldwide Church of God, Herbert W. Armstrong. In this video, I'm not going to go into great detail about the differences between a cult and a religion, but generally speaking, cults have the following 4 characteristics. 1. A single charismatic leader who is the ultimate authority on all things, and whom the cult members follow unquestionably.
I'm going to stop right there. I was a member of a cult. The Nation of Islam is a cult. I had one charismatic leader, the most honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. I was a member of a cult group. Now, look at Priest Daniela. He is the leader, charismatic, got the Brooklyn Magic leader. Look at Christian Corey. Look at Joel. Look at even Gorilla Hebrew. No, I'm not trying to offend anybody. Look at Hakah. Charismatic leader who is the ultimate authority. The most honorable General Commanding General Yahana. Yeah. Charismatic leader who is the ultimate authority. You also have to have what coined the phrase by a truth historian. You got to have the Brooklyn Magic. Artie Buckley, long time, bro. Peace and love to you, bro. So this is what the main part of a cult, based on what he's saying, and I agree with him. You have to have Jim Jones, Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Malcolm X. All right, let's look at number 2.
2. Almost.
And by the way, too, if you disagree with me, you have come on for 2 minutes and you tell me why you disagree with me and why I'm wrong. Then I talk for 2 minutes and we go back and forth for 2 minutes for 5 rounds. Because I don't like the long drawn out conversations. And respectfully, even if you're in the chat and you're not on stage, you're going to have to respect the fact that you are on my YouTube channel. Let's be respectful. Let's agree to disagree. Let's be human beings for a change. Even if you disagree with Hakah, at least be respectful. The brother, whether he doesn't agree with you, that's not the issue. The issue is be respectful, because at the end of the day, we're still black folks. We still brothers. All right, let's get back to this right here. The cult I grew in. So number 2, watch this.
Perfect uniformity when it comes to beliefs and behaviors. Critical thinking skills and differences of opinion, even on minor issues, are actively discouraged, usually by means of strict rules, a rigid hierarchy, and subtle brainwashing techniques. 3.
Now ask yourself this question. Why is Tazaryach? Why is everybody mad with Hakah or Hassad? Because you are removing the uniformity of beliefs. Bruh, they used to teach that one of the guys from the 7 Heads was David reincarnated. Allegedly, Abba Bivens was John the Baptist reincarnated. Nonsense, Garfield. You will kill the chat. Yeah, let's try to be respectful. Of course, we could troll. Of course, you could troll Viper Viper fans. Yeah, you're right. But listen to it now. All of them, if you look at their teachings, they have to believe in 70 AD. They have to believe in the Assyrian exile. They have to believe in the 12-tribe chart. They have to believe that 70 AD, 3 tribes, the Levi, Benjamin, and Judah left and came into West Africa and came over on the transatlantic slave trade. You have to believe in 2nd Esdras was written by Ezra, and that Arzareth is the Americas. Now, ladies and gentlemen, this is signs of a cult. You can't go outside the cult. You can't say, oh, I don't believe that, but I'm still One West. I can't believe Elijah Muhammad is not the Elijah to come that Malachi spoke of. I can't say that he's not the messenger when I was in the Nation of Islam. I have to be in perfect uniformity of beliefs. Shout out to Rawbon, because Rawbon understands what it is to be a quote-unquote 5% or the gods on earth. He had to be in uniformity of what the beliefs is of the 5% Nation of Islam. So when he used to go on YouTube and speak, and people like, yo, that's non-cipher. That's non-cipher God. Because he wasn't in uniformity. Garfield, you saying Master Farad Muhammad is not God in person? You're not in uniformity of the beliefs. Listen, family, you got to recognize that you're a part of a cult. It's not hard. Let me rewind and play this again, what he said for number 2. Let's go back a little bit.
Leader who is the ultimate authority on all things and whom the cult members follow unquestionably. 2. Almost perfect uniformity when it comes to beliefs and behaviors. Critical thinking skills and differences of opinion, even on minor issues, are actively discouraged, usually by means of strict rules, a rigid hierarchy, and subtle brainwashing techniques. 3. An elitist attitude combined with separation from the larger society. In other words, there's the belief that the cult is right and everybody else is wrong. Even in cases where the cult members don't actually live together, they are usually encouraged to spend most of their time doing cult-related activities and to limit time spent with outsiders.
Whoa, I didn't even remember this part. So now, hold on a second. Remember, whenever you hear Captain Tazaryach talk or Hakah, we know we are the Israelites of the Bible. We know. And guess what? Oh, you celebrate Halloween? You celebrate Christmas? You celebrate birthdays? Oh, you a weirdo. And they're like, oh, we the people of the book. That's us. So we are elitists in our attitude towards the larger society. Are you a part of a cult? Let's rewind a little bit and listen to it again.
Actually live together. They are elitist attitude combined and differences of opinion. 1. A single charismatic leader who is the ultimate authority on all things and whom the cult members follow unquestionably. 2. Almost perfect uniformity when it comes to beliefs and behaviors. Critical thinking skills and differences of opinion, even on minor issues, are actively discouraged, usually by means of strict rules, a rigid hierarchy, and subtle brainwashing techniques. 3. An elitist attitude combined with separation from the larger society. In other words, there's the belief that the cult is right and everybody else is wrong. Even in cases where the cult members don't actually live together, they are usually encouraged to spend most of their time doing cult-related activities and to limit time spent with outsiders. Finally, 4. Weird or...
Before we get to 4, number 3, I have to add on to it. Delusional. You now say, them white folks in Israel today is not the true Jews. I really don't care either way, yes or no. But you have an elitist attitude and walk around and teach the Bible like it's you. That is delusional. Delusional. And later in the show, I'm putting together a list of 50 reasons why black people in America, African Americans, are black people in Jamaica. Because the Jamaicans, they're worse. The Rastafarians are worse than the Hebrew Israelites. You hear me talk about Hebrew Israelites? The Rastafarians are crazy. They will come and look for you and kill you over their beliefs. Hebrew Israelites are not doing that. So the Rastafarians they're a different type of cult. I'm just being honest. Now look at number 4 now. Weird or wacky beliefs that fall outside. Let's rewind a little bit and let's get to the
activities and to limit time spent with outsiders. Finally, 4. Weird or wacky beliefs that fall outside of generally acceptable societal norms. Now, for some people, any kind of belief in God is considered to be...
What's a wacky belief that Hebrew Israelites believe? King James is black. African Americans are by and large the people of the Bible. Weird. And what happened is when you're on Clubhouse is perfect for a cult. Because now you create rooms where the majority, 99%, is believers in what you believe. So you think you're automatically right. And what happened is, this goes back to number 3. Even if you're wrong, you will come out being right because I don't believe you because you don't believe the same way I believe. So Garfield would say something like 2nd Esdras. I went on there like 2 years ago and I started saying 2nd Esdras is a fake book. It's pretty much a fake book. You know what I'm saying? Because somebody came in to be Ezra. It's a pseudepigraphia. Captain Tazaryach, argue me down. Yawasap, argue me down. Different Joel, argue me down. Now they're shifting and saying that other camps are teaching that 2nd Esdras is written after Jesus' time period, but the majority still hold to the old teachings of 2nd Esdras written by Ezra. Bruh, even if I bring it in front of you, the actual proof, they're still not going to believe it. They're not going to believe it because, and guess what happened now? This is how you know number 3 fits into the number 2 and number 3. This fits into number 2 and number 3. If the leadership says this is wrong, their minds now change. This is a cult. So if 2nd Esdras, because what I'm going to do is I'm going to write an email and put all the sources linguistically, historically, what we can find manuscripts wise, everything. And I'm going to present it to all of them and see who will now say, you know what? This is make complete sense. 2nd Esdras could not have been written by Ezra. It's crazy. But you know what's even crazier? Inside the book of Ezra, it tells you 2 different people write it. It tells you a guy named Salathiel, who is also called Ezra. And in the first couple of chapters, it says Ezra the prophet. So obviously there's a problem already in the actual writing. So what the Christians did now, the Christians changed it and presented to the world in the King James Bible. They moved the Salathiel part out of chapter 3, the beginning, and just put I, Ezra, instead of I, Salathiel, who is also known as Ezra. Brothers and sisters, listen, man. When you're in a cult, it is sad. Weird or wacky beliefs, America is Arzareth. Arzareth is actually a mistranslation of a noun that the writers now created it to make it a proper noun. It's now a proper noun when it's called Arzareth. It's the same word from Deuteronomy 29, which means another land. Aretz, Teretz. But the person is translating from the Hebrew to Greek to Latin. So that's how you end up with Arzareth. And now people have a whole cult based off of Arzareth. The British Israelites do. And what happened is the Hebrew Israelite leadership studied this and created their own thing, because that's where they got Arzareth from, because they were the only people that were pushing Arzareth. This is why King James has to be black and they have to go by the King James version. Garfield. Hey, Nile Valley Hebrew, peace and love to you, bro. Long time. So now, weird or wacky beliefs. Remember, there's nothing wrong with being an Israelite. by faith
that fall outside of generally acceptable societal norms. Now, for some people, any kind of belief in God is considered to be a weird or wacky belief. But regardless of your position on that, believing in God is in fact a generally acceptable societal norm, as is going to a place of worship, praying, and singing religious songs. But cults tend to go beyond this sort of stuff. For example, my cult believed that God was going to destroy the world very soon, that a European superpower called the Beast was going to appear, and that we, the chosen few, were going to hide out in Petra. But one of the other weird and wacky beliefs that the Worldwide Church of God promoted is something called British Israelism. The idea first became popular in the 1800s.
I want you to listen to what he just said, right? They were expecting something to happen, right? Remember this that I played last week? Hold on one second. Let me find it real quick. Hold on one second. He said there was something weird and wacky that was coming, right? Where is this at? Hold on, I gotta find it. This would make perfect sense right now. Hold on. Why am I can't Ross Cloud find this? Hold on there. This is I'm just showing an example how similar this group is, but it's just they have on blackface. So when you have on blackface now, what makes us different? What makes us different? Hold on, here you go right here. Let me click this off. If you looked at what he said, right? Look at what he said. He said his weird and wacky belief, they thought that the world was going to end and it was going to end up in Petra. Now look at this right here. Look at this right here. Hold on, let's share screen.
God is going to send his decree in these last days, and that is to totally annihilate America. America will be blown off the face of the earth by the year 2000. It's talking about Judgment Day.
Christ is coming back on the white horse. And he's coming back, and he's going to take down the white man, the Edomites. That's why your Pope is down in the ground. It's going to happen by the year 2000.
You really?
That's it, yeah.
These places that's going to be hit in this thermonuclear war is America. America's going to be wiped off the face of the planet Earth. That's going to take place before the year 2000. That's right. That's going to take place before the year 2000. That's right. That's going to take place before the year 2000. That's right. America has less than 628 days. America has less than 628 days. America has less than 628 days before this country is taken out in thermonuclear destruction.
This kingdom, America, is going to be destroyed before the year 2000.
Evil kingdom that God spoke of in the Bible. And all you so-called white people, your condemnation, you are condemned to what? Hell. And you're going to be in hell, you're going to be oppressed before the year 2000. Christ is going to come back.
Museum America is going to be destroyed before the year 2000 by thermonuclear destruction.
If you notice, look at what Homeboy said about the cult. Look at what he said. He said they prophesied.
A European superpower. Cults tend to go beyond this sort of stuff. For example, my cult believed that God was going to destroy the world very soon, that a European superpower called the Beast was going to appear, and that we, the chosen few, were going to hide out in Petra. But one of the other weird and wacky beliefs that the Worldwide Church of God promoted is something called British Israelism. The idea first became popular in the 1800s, and today it is still being promoted by...
Now, my theory, and I'm going to put out some information on this in the next couple of weeks, is that the leaders of One West studied British Israelism. This is where they got Tazaryach from, and Columbus and a lot of stuff. This is where I think, I can't prove it because I wasn't there. I'm alleging this based off of the information that they teach. And goes back to the whole cult argument.
Groups such as those that follow a white supremacist ideology called Christian identity. But during the second half of the 20th century, which is when I was born, it was primarily associated with the Worldwide Church of God, due to a short book written by Herbert Armstrong called The United States and Britain in Prophecy. So now let me give you a brief overview of the theory. In my biblical genealogy series, I talked about how Jacob had 12 sons, and how the descendants of those sons eventually became the 12 tribes of Israel. Well, around the time that the biblical story moves from legend to real history, the ancient Israelites lived in two separate kingdoms. The southern one was called the Kingdom of Judah, and was comprised of two tribes, Judah and Benjamin, whereas the northern one was called the Kingdom of Israel, and was comprised of the remaining 10 tribes. The northern kingdom was conquered first by Assyria, and a portion of the population was carried off and settled elsewhere, whereas the southern kingdom was conquered a bit later by Babylon. Some of the Judahites were carried off too, but they were later allowed to return under the Persians, who called their land Judea. Eventually, the people living there became known as the Jews, and history is pretty clear about what happened from this point on. There was the Maccabean revolt, the wars with Rome, and then eventually the Jews became...
I don't think you guys are paying attention to see how this is important. If you notice, look right here on the map. You see Northern Kingdom of Israel, right? It was conquered by Assyria. The lost tribes end up in northwestern Europe. What is the difference between them and the African Americans who made up the One West doctrine? You ended up where? You're now the Native Americans, the indigenous people of the land of the Americas. You're now connected to them and the so-called Latinos, Spanish folks, instead of northwestern Europe. So you went to the Americas. So this is how the 12 tribe chart is important. If you notice the 12 tribe chart, you see, you guys, listen. I'm the worst nightmare for a Hebrew Israelite, because I know what you believe, and I know based off of history why you're right and why you're wrong. You see, now look at where the people are who they talk about the 12 tribe chart. The difference is, instead of going to Europe, you said they came to the Americas. And now you started encouraging Spanish people and Native American Indians, Indian people. They are the people of the 12 tribes. So now they start teaching this. It's very encouraging for you as a person in the Caribbean. Oh, this answers a lot of questions. So I am connected to Israel. And then you're learning Christianity at the same time. So now you could come out of Christianity and join a movement and say, hey, I'm the true chosen, because to be chosen is what everybody wants to be. Chosen. You want to be chosen. So now you want to be connected to the people in the book that you believe in. And this brings you even closer. So you're going to see my brother in the chat, Chris Isaac. He's going to be like, Golfy, you're hated. You're hated. Hey, listen, family. Look at Hugh Dixon. My brother here got an attitude to me for days. Bring it out. We are chosen. Look at them. Look at them. Look at them. Look at them. Look at them crying. Look at them crying. Look at them crying. Look at them crying. Well, listen to what he's saying, though. And we got to go back a little bit in the video.
Judea. Eventually, the people living there became known as the Jews, and history is pretty clear about what happened from this point on. There was the Maccabean revolt, the wars with Rome, and then eventually the Jews became scattered throughout Europe and the rest of the world. But British Israelism is mostly concerned with what happened to the other 10 tribes, those that comprised the northern kingdom of Israel, and who supposedly became lost to history after being conquered by Assyria. There have been numerous theories about these so-called lost 10 tribes, with British Israelism being only one of them. Other theories include one in which the Japanese are the descendants of the lost 10 tribes, and another, mostly associated with Mormonism, in which certain Native Americans are the descendants. But
now, Mormon, the Book of Mormon, is where the actual leaders, I believe, in my heart, that they got the concept of Native Americans being Israelites. They got it from the Mormons. Nobody else teaches this nonsense except the Mormons. The Mormons teach it faithfully and start naming different tribes and different people from different tribes and all that stuff. So now, when you look at yourself, right, as an African American or whatever you claim to be, you got to ask yourself, why am I holding on to this? Why? Where did this come from? Why am I going around teaching this and not lying, but why are we going around teaching our people these different things when it's not based on actual facts and the actual history? We got to ask ourselves, why do we teach King James is black? Why is it important? Why? Well, it don't make salvation. No, because the reason why King James has to be black, because we used to say it's the white man's religion. And the fact of the matter is, you saying King James is black because they were saying that King James was also claiming he's Solomon reincarnated. He's connected to Israelites. How did they get? And by the way, too, they got that through the mother side. They didn't get it through the male side that he's an Israelite. Craziness. But what we're doing is we're taking British Israelism, switching the skin tone, mixing it with Mormonism, and giving it to African Americans and black people and say we the chosen. That is cult wrong information. But the key now is not that they're teaching this. The teaching is how they got to the Americans. Listen to this right here. Hold on. Let me let this play a little bit more, because this is going to get very interesting. After this, I'm going to play a video with Tazaryach. Then I'm going to get to our car.
According to British Israelism, the lost 10 tribes migrated north and then west around the Black Sea. Eventually.
Now, look at where they're migrated from, if you can see carefully. Right here is where. This is the Zagros region of Persia. Steppe region. All right, let me bring it back.
These are the descendants of the lost 10 tribes, and another, mostly associated with Mormonism, in which certain Native Americans are the descendants. But according to British Israelism, the lost 10 tribes migrated north and then west around the Black Sea, eventually ending up in northwestern Europe, where, for example, the tribe of Reuben became the nation of France, and the tribe of Dan became Denmark. But British Israelism is primarily concerned with 2 out of the 10 lost tribes, Ephraim and
Hold on, rewind one little bit. Look a bit.
Western Europe, where, for example, the tribe of Reuben became the nation of France.
Now, these people, right? This is how I know they stole this from British Israelism. This is the key right here on the chart, right? Who are the people in the Black Sea region that they're talking about? Can somebody put in the audience? The Scythians. Yes. This is what British Israelism teaches. Now, bear in mind, the Scythians have been described as being light-skinned complexion. They can't stay in the sun. They'll get burned by these ancient writers. So we know these are actually European men who come from right beside where Siberia is. These are white folks. They have R1A markers. Scythians. Where did the black Hebrew Israelites get the idea that Scythians are the people that went to Tazaryach? From these guys. British Israelism. So this is a cult. And the purpose of the cult is this, family, to teach you misinformation. And if you don't believe it, you can't be a part of the cult. So white people, this is what they're doing. They're making white people black. One West doesn't teach Native Americans are Scythians. So where did they teach that the Native Americans come from? Where did they come from? Where did the lost tribes? Where did the lost tribes come from? Where did they come from? Ladies and gentlemen, they said they left around the 6th century, the same time period that the British Israelites teach it. Yo, I will destroy these teachings. Destroy it. And you at home watching, like, damn, I believe this. Now, listen, to Hassad, I think Hassad, Divine Prospect, Yahweh all to a certain extent is, what do you call it? Family, the Assyrian captivity. Hey, Chris, come on the stage right now, Chris. I'm gonna prove something to you right now. You're gonna be like, Garfield, you got me. Come on the stage. Come on the stage. Come on the stage right now. Come on the stage right now. I'll pay you $50 if you could prove me wrong on this. Watch this, Nika, and I'm gonna show you how much of a cult they are. Watch this. 1 Chronicles 5:26. If you notice, they're saying that the tribes are gone, right? The 10 tribes are gone, and they made up what? This is what they made up of. I'm gonna show you right now. Look at this right here. This is what they're teaching. Look at this right here. I want y'all to look at this right here. Look at this right here. They're teaching that these people ended up here. Remember this debate I had with Gorilla about the 12 tribe chart? Y'all didn't pay attention. They're teaching that the 10 tribes did what? What did they do? What did they do? They left, right? All right. Now, look at this guy's chart right here. All right, they left. See, this is another British Israelite guy that's coming back. This is what they teach. This is this right here. This is some stuff that what your name brought out the other day. Reggie brought out a couple years ago. Look at this right here. This is the chart of the Mormons. See, Shem is Mexico. Map of the lands of the Nephites. They're the ones that started teaching this garbage. See? This is the one that the Rastafarians use, where they make you a tribe and it's attached to your sign. Like if you're born, if you're such and such, if you're Gemini, you're this, you're da-da-da-da-da. The Ethiopian world, which Abba Bivens was a part of. That's why there's possibly an Abba Bivens link with the 12 tribe chart based off of him being a part of the Ethiopian group that he was a part of with the guy in Jamaica that ran the 12 tribe of Israel. So this is why that connection, everybody say, well, it's not Abba Bivens, it's Arya. This is where the connection is with Abba Bivens and the Ethiopian world. All right, now watch this. They now says that all these people in the Caribbean for this chart, right? Now watch this right here. I'm gonna show you why Garfield is dangerous. I'm gonna show you. Listen, this is why Garfield is the most dangerous guy when it comes to a Hebrew Israelite. This is why they don't like when I speak. Look at this verse in the Bible, and I want y'all to look at this right here. And this goes to Chris right here. 1 Chronicles 5 verses 26. Let me go to this verse right here. This is the problem with the whole Assyrian and the Scythians and all that nonsense. Because the Scythians Yo, can you guys hear me? Let me can you guys hear me? Yo. Even his microphone tied up his lies. All right, let me get now. All right, my bad, family. I had an internet connection problem. But I want y'all to check this out. And the God of Israel stirred up the spirit of Pul, king of Assyria, and he carried them away, even the Reubenites, the Gadites, and the half tribe of Manasseh. Because technically speaking, the half tribe of Manasseh, you have the East Manasseh and West Manasseh. That's they actually could be called separate tribes. If you really, I'll get into that another day. All right. But I want y'all to pay attention to this. This is very important. Very, 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 very important. Watch this. When was First Chronicles written? Because you look at the idiom that they use in the King James Bible. They are there unto this day. That means the up. How is it possible? How is it possible for these tribes to be here if they already left and went to Tazaryach, according to what you guys teach? I'm asking a serious question. This is to all Israelites. When was First Chronicles written to say unto this day? Why are they still there if they left and went to the Americas? As you guys teach about Tazaryach. Oh boy. I tell you, boy. When y'all get that right, y'all could challenge me in what I say. But anyway, let me get back to this video right here about the cult I grew up in and finish up.
And the tribe of Dan became Denmark. But British Israelism is primarily concerned with 2 out of the 10 lost tribes, Ephraim and Manasseh. This is because Ephraim and Manasseh were the 2 sons of Joseph, Jacob's favorite son. According to the Torah, Joseph received a double inheritance, and that's why his descendants formed 2 tribes. So instead of a single tribe of Joseph, we get a tribe of Ephraim and a tribe of Manasseh. Now, according to British Israelism, the British people are the modern-day descendants of the tribe of Ephraim, and the European settlers who ended up in the United States are the modern-day descendants of Manasseh. This is all based on a verse from Genesis where God tells Jacob that his descendants will become a nation and a company of nations. They see the nation as representing the USA and the company of nations as representing the British Commonwealth. However, also according to the theory, the British monarch is not actually from the tribe of Ephraim, but rather from the tribe of Judah. This is because whereas the northern kingdom of Israel had several reigning dynasties throughout its history, the southern kingdom of Judah only ever had one, the house of King David. And it was this dynasty that was supposedly meant to rule over all of Israel. According to British Israelism, when the kingdom of Judah fell to the Babylonians, the prophet Jeremiah secretly escaped with one of the Judean princesses named Teatefi, and he traveled with her all the way to Ireland, where she then married an Irish king. The royal line of Judah therefore continued in Ireland until it was then transferred over to Scotland, and then finally over to Great Britain, when the thrones of Scotland and England were united. So according to the theory, Queen Elizabeth is a direct descendant of the royal line of Judah and the most senior heir of the biblical King David. Okay, so that's the theory. And like I said, it pops up from time to time on websites about royal genealogy. Many people come across the idea that the British royals are the direct descendants of the House of David and simply assume that it is true. Some even use this fact to try and connect their own family tree all the way back to Adam and Eve. But if you know anything about history, you'll know that British Israelism makes absolutely no sense. Let me tell you why. First of all, the lost 10 tribes were never really lost. According to what we know from archaeology, after their defeat at the hands of the Assyrians, the vast majority of the northern kingdom's population simply migrated south and joined the kingdom of Judah. This is why the southern kingdom's population suddenly exploded at this point, and why the priests living in Jerusalem at that time started to compile, write, and edit what would eventually become known as the Torah, or the Pentateuch. Although the details are still being worked out, biblical scholars have known for well over 200 years now that the so-called 5 books of Moses were not actually written by a single author, but are rather a collection of several older documents that were edited together over time in an effort to create a unified story. And the reason why a unified story was needed had to do with the fact that what had originally been 2 separate kingdoms suddenly ended up becoming one kingdom, and the northern Israelite traditions had to be integrated into the southern Judahite traditions. This is a topic that I will be returning to in a series that I plan to do on who wrote the Bible. But for now, let me just say that it is clear from several textual sources that the people who lived in Judea during the Second Temple period considered themselves to be comprised of members from all 12 tribes of Israel, not just 1 or 2. Consider this verse from Ezra chapter 6, verse 17, which says, "And they sacrificed for the dedication of this temple 12 goats as a purification offering for all of Israel, according to the number of the tribes of Israel." On top of all of this, there is a total of 0 sources and 0 archaeological findings to indicate that any of the northerners taken captive to Assyria maintained their tribal identities after that point, or that they migrated as a group to Europe. So, in short, there were no lost tribes. And speaking of Europe, the archaeological record is crystal clear on the fact that during the Bronze Age, let's say around 2000 BCE, which is at least 1000 years before the fall of the Kingdom of Israel, the Celtic peoples and the Germanic peoples were already living in northwestern Europe. And we know from modern DNA research that, aside from more recent immigrants, these Bronze Age peoples are the direct ancestors of those who currently live in these same areas, and of the majority of those Europeans who went on to settle in the United States and Canada. In addition to this, there is absolutely no evidence in the archaeological record or in DNA studies to indicate that a group of people from the Middle East entered this area, replacing the previous inhabitants during or after the Iron Age, which is when the so-called lost 10 tribes were supposedly lost. In other words, there is an archaeological and genetic continuity in northwestern Europe that is very, very old. On top of all of this, we also have linguistic evidence. Linguistically, Celtic languages and Germanic languages, which include English, are part of the much larger Indo-European language family, whereas the ancient Israelites quite clearly spoke a language that was part of the Semitic language family, which also includes modern Hebrew and Arabic. There is absolutely no evidence that English in any way developed from ancient Hebrew. Then there's the whole idea of the British royals being the descendants of the house of King David. That entire part of the theory hinges on a claim that a Judean princess escaped around the time of the fall of the Kingdom of Judah and traveled all the way to Ireland. As you might have guessed, there is absolutely no evidence that such a thing ever occurred. In fact, the earliest mention of Teotefi is in an 1861 book by a Reverend Glover, and it would appear that Glover simply made the whole story up. All of the Irish manuscripts that later British Israelites offered as evidence were proven to be forgeries. And then finally, there's the elephant in the room. What's the motivation behind the whole theory anyway? Well, the whole thing is centered on the idea that white Anglo-Saxon people living in the United States and the British Commonwealth have a special God-given destiny, and that they have been given a special birthright from God, to the exclusion of all other groups of people. So not only is the theory wrong, it's also very racist. Herbert Armstrong likely picked up the idea while living in Oregon, a state that was a hotbed of white supremacist activity in the 1930s and 40s, which is when he left his previous church and established the Worldwide Church of God. Anyway, like I said, I left British Israelism behind a long time ago and have never believed in it as an adult. But unfortunately, several of its ideas are still floating around in discussions of royal genealogy. So that's why I thought it would be a good idea to give you a heads up and let you know what it's all about. Thanks for watching.
All right, now let me deal with this guy in the audience right here. Where is he at? Where's Chris at? All right, so now if you show videos of the major camps teaching that, I'll lead the movement and pay you. Well, I don't know if I can provide a video, but I just text one of my One Westers and I said to him, do Black Hebrew Israelites teach that the Native Americans stem from the Scythians who migrated to Tazaryach? He says, I don't think so. Tazaryach being the Americas, he said Tazaryach is not America, but I know what people teach. Do some teach this? Hell yes. So some people do teach what that concept. I can't provide a video for you right now. Maybe I could do it next week. All right. I don't need to lie. All right. Now, now let's look at so now that I've played the British Israelism part, I want y'all to look at this carefully right now. This is my brother, Captain Tazaryach. And I'm gonna go to, let me just find a video because he has a bunch of videos and it depends on the day of the week. All right, let me see. You got that. Let me see what he's talking about. He got videos live. Why people get invited to the cookout. All right, let's get this one right here going on right here. This is my captain, your captain, Captain Tazaryach. Hold on, let me share the screen.
We like best friends. Just left Atlanta.
You see the title, and this is something that, and so I'm gonna tell you what I tried to do first. So I tried to talk to Yahweh All from Sons of Thunder this morning. Excuse me, I tried to talk to Yahweh All from Sons of Thunder last night. Couldn't get to him. You know, he was out. Couldn't get to him. I talked to Yahweh Stop from Rum. I talked to Garfield, and I talked to Daniel Allah. The reason why I picked Garfield, Yahweh Stop, and Daniel Allah specifically, Garfield is an enemy to Israel, so he don't have a stake in it. Daniel Allah is who a lot of these Israelites that be trying to create their own groups, they come to him. And then Yahweh All, because me and Yahweh All don't have no personal issue at all, but we don't agree on every position. So he would be another person that would, I believe, would have been able to give a good position. pause, a good point on what.
Hold on. The captain said Garfield is a what?
I talked to Yawasop from Rum. I talked to Garfield, and I talked to Danya Allah. And the reason why I picked Garfield, Yawasop, and Danya Allah specifically, Garfield is an enemy to Israel, so he don't have a stake in it.
Oh man, how am I the enemy, yo? Yo, that's a major claim, bro. I'm offended by that.
Yawasop from Rum. I talked to Garfield, and I talked to Danya Allah. And the reason why I picked Garfield, Yawasop, and Danya Allah specifically, Garfield is an enemy to Israel, so he don't have a stake in it.
Damn!
Danya Allah is who a lot of these Israelites that be trying to create their own groups, they come to him. And then Yahweh All, because me and Yahweh All don't have no personal issue at all, but we don't agree on every position. So he would be another person that would, I believe, would have been able to give a good position, a pause, a good point on what I'm about to talk about. So the title of this live, somebody texted me and said I'm up early. For those that don't know, I get up at about 5:45 to try to get into the gym because my day be so hectic. That's a time where I can get into the gym and nobody bothers me. I cut my gym time short. So y'all see the title of this live stream. Let me see if I can get the title of this live stream. The title of today's live stream, Vocab Malone versus Genesis Israelites, Guerrilla Hebrew, Captain Tazaryach to debate Gentile salvation. That's the title. Now, I titled it that way to put all parties that I know of so far involved. I probably have to edit the title. I'm probably pull over. Let me see if I can edit the title, because the title is misleading, because I think people think that could mean me and that title could mean that me and people don't think that me and Guerrilla Hebrew are the ones debating. Let me change the title. Let me look at the title. Let me see if I could word this a different way. Vocab Malone versus Genesis. I'm gonna just put Genesis. I'm gonna take the Israelites out so I could fit the words. Vocab Malone versus Genesis. They ask. Here we go with a question mark. Instead of exclamation point, question mark.
All right, just to give everybody an outline of what's going on. There's a group by the name of Genesis Israelites. They branched off from Sakari with Guerrilla Hebrew, right? The main two leaders and teachers are Hakah, who was called Deacon Destruction, Deacon Hakah, and the brother Hassad, who was a great student who actually got his name from ISUPK, but he's been in the truth for like over 10 years. So he's around 26, 27 years old, I think, around that age group. Now, let me say this. The reason why I played the cult video, because you got to put your mindset into what ISUPK is. ISUPK is a cult. Whether we agree with them or not, they are a cult. Genesis is a cult. Sakari is a cult. NOI, which I was a part of, is a cult. These are cults. So why I'm talking about cults before, so I'm leading into this to show you the mindset you have to prep yourself to be in so you could fit yourself into their shoes and where they're coming from. You know how you say somebody's a devout Christian? Captain Tazaryach is a devout member of ISUPK. He's not going to waver. He's not going to leave. He's not going to branch off. He don't believe in none of that. All right? Now, and by the way, Chris, in the chat, we're going to talk about where the 10 tribes come from with the 12 tribe chart, because they definitely came from the 10 tribes that was scattered and they left and came through because they're hunting for Tazaryach. So Chris, you could play that game in the chat of where the Native Americans come from, because they're on the 12 tribe chart. How did they end up on the 12 tribe chart? They must have came from somewhere. You think people are stupid. I never learned that in no class. Yes, you did. Get out of here. Nonsense. But anyway, so this is where he's coming from. He's talking about these guys are trying to say that Gentiles have salvation, because apparently Hassad reached out to vocab. Hassad reached out to vocab, and hold on, let me text back my brother from One West real quick. Hold on, let me leave a voice note. So my question to you, yeah, Cap is growing, man. Definitely popular. All right. So pretty much, so what happened is they went to, I'm going to let him tell the story. Go ahead.
Let me see. Vocab Malone versus Genesis. They asked Gorilla Hebrew and Captain Tazaryach to debate them. I can't see, because you can only fit so many characters. So I'm going to title it Vocab Malone versus Genesis. They asked Gorilla Hebrew and Captain Tazaryach. Let me see if I take the 2 out, and if that'll let me fit debate them. They asked Gorilla Hebrew, and let me do GRLA, because that's his acronym. GRLA, to debate them. There we go. To debate them. Wait, space. Vocab Malone versus Genesis. They asked Gorilla Hebrew and Captain Zod to debate. There we go. That's better. So now update. So I updated the title, right? So now with the updated title, the title is Vocab Malone versus Genesis. They asked Gorilla Hebrew and Captain Tazaryach debate them. Oh, I got 2. Let me change that. Debate them on. That's what I meant to put on. Let me put on. There we go. Debate them on Gentile state, right? So now, what does this all mean? Romans the 16th chapter, 17th verse says, mark them that cause division. I've been telling y'all since Genesis broke off from their daddy, aka Sakari, aka Gorilla Hebrew. Man, listen, Garfield, they could say running all they want. The greatest lesson is you have to mark them that cause division. And if y'all don't see after this, because now the reason why I got it Genesis versus, Vocab Malone versus Genesis. So let me explain the title. Vocab Malone calls me up. I missed his call because I don't have his number saved in my phone. Now I have our text messages saved, but I don't have the number saved. So he called me. I didn't know the number. I didn't answer. I didn't think nothing of it. So he calls me and he left a voicemail and he texts me. The text message goes as follows. This is the text message. I'm listening. Now, normally, when there's debates that happen, when there's debate talks that happen behind the scenes, I don't discuss them publicly, because especially whether I accept it or don't accept it, I don't talk about debates. I don't talk about debate conversations publicly in detail, unless look, Gadal seem like they purposely brought down Gorilla Hebrew at this point. Damn, Gadal. Seem like they purposely brought Gorilla Hebrew down at this point. So now, I don't talk about these things publicly because, you know, if the debate falls through, if I don't accept it, there's no reason. So, Cap, why are you doing this one? I'm going to tell you why I'm doing this one. I'm going to read for y'all verbatim what I was texted by Vocab. Now, Vocab, so when we get to the conversation part, so I'm going to tell these conversations, I'm going to flip the conversation, I'm going to flip the text. So, in the conversation that I had with Vocab, as he's confirming, he asked if I would keep this quiet. And I told him directly, it's up to me whether I keep it quiet, because I gauge stuff in the spirit. And this is not something that should be kept quiet. I'm going to read it for you so you can understand why I'm not keeping this quiet. Now, mind you, I told y'all when they left Sakari that they would leave the truth. They're going to change doctrines. They're going to do all of that. You've seen them attack Israelites. And I'm using the word attack. You don't have to believe me if I'm wrong for using the word attack. When I was in Sons of Thunder room the other day, y'all were all and Ash both said the same sentiments. It started out as being brothers, but then it quickly turned into an attack. It quickly turned into gotcha moments. That's been their MO since they started. Turned Genesis, our beginning, their ending. I don't know if they're going. I don't know if their ending is for Christians or if their ending is for what they're trying to do to the truth. Because for the love of the truth, or the hate of the truth, rather, the heart could turn cold. Romans 16:17 says, mark them that cause division. So first of all, the reason why I have this title, Vocab Malone versus Genesis, because this is going to be one of two things. These are the only two things that this could be. And I want y'all to pay attention, because them goofy ass niggas would do something like this. So it's either going to be one of two things. No, I'm sorry. One of three things. Vocab Malone is lying. They use Vocab Malone to get me or Gorilla Hebrew to talk about them, to chase clout. Or three, these niggas no longer believe in the truth that they have stood on for 10 years. That's it. Those are only three options. Either Vocab Malone is lying, they use Vocab Malone for clout, to get me to talk about them, to get Gorilla to talk about them, or they have left the truth of what they have believed since they got in Sakari and left. What is the subject? Gentile salvation. When they was in Sakari, Gentiles that receive salvation has always been for them, at least from what I know. Now, again, we're all from the outside looking in. We're not in Sakari. But I've seen Sakari, since Sakari has been founded, defend the belief that salvation is only for Israelites. And when you see Gentiles in the New Testament receiving salvation, that's Israelites. Yesterday, this is the text message that I received from Vocab. I'm gonna read it verbatim. I am contacting you for, I feel like a mutual friend, Hassad. He wants to debate Gentile salvation with you. He would take the affirmative, you would take the negative. He's also asking that we don't spread this around. He wants to announce it on his own time. If you could, please respect his privacy. In that way, obviously, when the debate happens, it will be out. But if you're up for it, I will host it on my channel because they are willing to have it with me, somewhat similar to how I hosted the Michael Brown and Al-Azhar debate. If you have a different idea of someone who is willing to do it, let us know. Fuck his respect. Fuck his respect. That's the debate. That's the text message. So now when I get the text message, so when I finally look at the phone and I look at the text message, I didn't know who it was. Because again, I don't have the number saved. Even if you look, there's no, so like I could see where I got preached down. Y'all name, Al-Azhar, Yatazar, Madabar, Hadar. Those are the last couple of brothers that text me. I have their number saved. So I had to scroll up in my phone. And so when I scrolled up and I saw this message and it said, so that picture that you see is a picture of Inspiring Philosophy, God Logic, Vocab, and Matt. And so it's a text message, are you coming to Times Square? So now I know it's Vocab. So when I see that it's Vocab, I called him back.
What up, Chris? Chris, what up?
I just wanted to say this is the hypocrisy of what they've been doing. When those dudes were with Sakari, they came out with a teaching that God was a racist, and they pushed that heavily. There was a lot of Israelites who pushed back on that. That was incorrect teachings. Right. Shortly after that, they left Sakari, and Sakari failed. That is because they were teaching blasphemy. Basically, if you know what I'm saying, they're comparing God to like the racist KKK, but then they would say, no, when we say race, we mean nation. So they're using semantics, which could be considered blasphemous. They were literally teaching months ago that God himself is a racist.
I could be a witness because I was trying to set up a debate with him and Vocab with that. I could be a
and
witness.
I was one of the main ones was saying no. And so they wanted me to come on their show and debate them on YouTube. I said, you have to pay me. And so I was one of the main ones saying, no, that's false. They were literally, Hassad himself and Deacon would go live and literally debate that God is a racist.
Can I ask you a question before you go into the Gentile stuff? Do you believe Gentiles have some Gentiles? Let me say this. Can anybody be saved outside of Israel?
So I've always been teaching that if a person submits to the rules of Israel, or if they they somehow try to join Israel, and they go through all the circumcision and all that and do all the proper steps, that they will be included in the same thing that every Israelite is included. But how are you defining salvation? What does that mean?
Right. Salvation meaning that, you know what? That's a very good question, because salvation meaning that you're getting the same salvation that Israel is promised. That's what I'll say for short.
What is promised to Israel?
That they won't be they won't be judged the same way as other nations will be judged for what they have done to Israel.
So you just admitted that salvation is for Israel, right?
I don't listen. As far as the Israelite paradigm, I don't have a problem with saying Israel's salvation is for Israel. But when I look at scriptures in the New Testament, of course, you believe in the Old and the New, so you can relate to this. There is what Genesis is bringing out is nothing new. This is what Christians been arguing for centuries. So the issue is
a semantic debate.
But the issue is we have to be honest. The Bible is basically a Jewish or Israelite book. It's a book for Israel. But there's clauses within the book that allows outsiders to be inside the Bible, to be saved.
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yes, sir.
If the Bible says to the Jew first and then the Greek, what does that mean to you?
If the Bible says what? Say that again.
If it says to the Jew first and then the Gentile, or the Jew first and then the Greek, what does that mean to you?
It means that the people who are saved originally, like Matthew 15:24 says, I came to the people of the house of Israel. He came to Israel first because guess what? Those are his people, and he wanted to turn them from their bad ways first. Then after I deal with it's like me and you we have a business. Who we gonna hire first? We're gonna hire our own family members first. You're looking out for family first. Then you hire outsiders. It's the same Bible. So in the Old Testament, whether it's Isaiah 56 or Isaiah 60 or whatever, you're seeing outsiders allowed to join in, or as my brother
but they can't do it from the outside and circumvent Israel and start their own thing called the Christian church.
100%. I agree with that. Well, that's a whole nother conversation. But I will say
they're not, and then they would use stuff like the Canaanite woman. They're not gonna humble down and do that. That's, you know what I'm saying? That's not gonna happen. That's a long shot.
You were in the chat earlier, right? And you made a statement that the Native Americans coming to the Americas is not taught by saying that they come to Tazaryach. Are you saying that the 12 tribe chart is not based off of them coming to based on the Tazaryach story, second Esdras?
No, I said and here's the thing: some Israelites don't teach that, and they teach against that. That's not really a monolithic belief. It's more so of the One West Israelites, but that's not the only. That's the most prominent over the internet, but that's not the only school of thought. That's more so prominent within One West. So yeah, I believe in Second Ezra's is linked to the Native Americans. And so it's
what did I say that was wrong then?
You were saying that we copied British Israelism because of they believe that they descend from Scythians. That's a fundamentally different doctrine.
All right, so you're saying that how they got here to the Americas, you don't hold to the whole Scythian thing.
To tell you the truth, I've never heard that being pushed or taught within the One West. I've never even heard it really taught at all. Now there was a debate about the DNA, and some people made a connection that DNA is similar to Scythian people, and then it mentions Scythians in the New Testament, but that's not a One West doctrine that you, because you're linking that to they copy British Israelism. That's not a One West doctrine.
Let me ask you this. I had a conversation with Dan from what's the name of the group? Tabernacle of David. And in that conversation, Panah and Yawasap came in the conversation. I have a recording.
I've literally never seen any of their lessons. Like I don't even know what camp they're in.
Panah is Ram. Ram got the.
I'm not really familiar with. I've heard of them, but I'm not really familiar with them. They're not really prominent.
They won West, and they branched off. They from like 1994, 1995, right?
They're not prominent though, like IUIC. And
no, but they are teachers, and they are known throughout the community of One West. I'm saying to you, these guys are more like you. They study history outside the Bible. They teach the Scythians. The Israelites were in Persia, and they migrated around 600 BC. And that's when they left and they came to the Americas or whatever. That's how they established. That's why I said earlier that the Native Americans,
some of them have been joined the Scythians.
Hold on. The Native Americans are on the 12 tribe chart, whether it's the God, through God, GAD, or through the people, through the people, what do you call it? That's him actually texting me right now. But through other people. But the 12 tribe chart is based off the migration of the 10 tribes. Am I correct?
The 12 tribes chart, no. The 10 tribes we connect to the Assyrian dispersion. So that was the catalyst of it all. Whether some of them could have ended up in Scythian territory is very possible. So, but the catalyst is the Assyrian invasion.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna leave that for now, but I'm gonna get to the Genesis part in a second. Did you watch their video?
Genesis, yes.
All right. Now, my whole thing is, and my brother Isaiah 43 said it, I believe all of y'all is Gentiles. So it's kind of funny to me that Gentiles are telling other Gentiles that.
But we've been teaching that. We teach that when the Bible was saying Gentiles, it's referring to Israelites also. It's referring to in some instances it's referring to people who aren't Israelites, and then in some instances it's referring to people who have the Israelite bloodline, but they're not necessarily they're not practicing their.
Would you consider yourself Christian African American?
Do I consider myself an African American?
Yeah, in a general sense, in a political sense.
Yeah.
All right. Do you think that by and large most African Americans are Israelites?
I think that the genetic I think that the majority of African American there is linked to the Igbo and the Ghanaian people, which have a history of being Israelites or being Jews or practicing Hebraic customs.
All right. So what are the Hebraic customs that you could say? Give me 3 examples real quick, so we don't turn this into a debate.
Well, if you look at like Old Testament, a lot of West Africans have multiple wives.
So having multiple wives, say what exactly?
That's unique to the biblical patriarchs, and today it's not really common outside of West Africa and in the Sudan area. Same thing with circumcision.
Let me ask you
and dowry pay. Oh, let me finish one more. And paying a dowry for your wife.
This is important. This is important, right? Circumcision. So you know, Igbo circumcised on the 8th day, and they also circumcise depending on which part of town, up to your teenage years. But let me ask you this: does their circumcision mirror what Israelites used to do in the past? You see, that's the key question.
But I'm not. My argument is not So if these people, like, traditions get lost and they get altered and they can get changed over time. So I'm not. My argument, that's more so with Orthodox Jewish people. Their argument they will say, well, it's not done to absolute perfection, so we're going to say that's not them. That's not really how it works. There's different schools of thought across the whole paradigm. You know what I'm saying? And so I can't really tell you the reason why certain Igbo would do certain things. I can say this though, that what I've been learning is that there's different types of Igbo. You understand that, right?
Go ahead, continue.
There are different types of Igbo who believe different things, who have different family lineages based depend on where they live. There's some Igbo who are Muslim. There's some Igbo who are atheists. There's gonna be, so just like us in America, we're the majority as far as what minority as far as what African Americans believe, and so I can also expect that same thing with the Igbo people. Some of the Igbo don't believe in the New Testament. Some of them are more Orthodox. They've converted over to the Orthodox school of thought. There's some African Americans who converted over to the Orthodox school of thought. But everyone, and I can make biblical precedent that not everyone was circumcised on the correct day as prescribed. Now, Jesus himself was, but not necessarily. I can show that through the Bible that not everyone was circumcised at the correct time that the Bible prescribes.
All right, cool. If you notice, I gave you all the time in the world.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
And I want to respectfully say to you, do me a favor and mute up for 1 second. Just mute up for 1 second, because you're going to interrupt me while I'm talking. I know how humans behave. All right. Let me say this. If you notice, ladies and gentlemen, I asked my brother, my good brother Chris, if the Igbos circumcise, you will not find anywhere in Igbo land someone who is claiming to be not a regular Igbo, not claiming to be a Jew, because they practicing pretty much Orthodox Judaism in a sense, not totally, in a sense. They don't believe in the New Testament. The Christians believe in the New Testament, not the Igbo originally. Now, I'm going to read a source, because I like to read sources and back up what I'm saying, because we have to be very careful when we talk about the Igbo. And the Igbos, one of the things that the Igbo, why I hold to the Igbos were never Israel or connected to Israel, is that when the scholars went there and the anthropologists went there in the 1600s, this is before colonialism took aim or even took over the area. The Igbo are different people, and they can hold to different beliefs. They're not a monolithic people as far as today is concerned. But originally, let's take a look at the Igbo. The Igbos circumcise. The umbilical cord is the main purpose of the circumcision. That's the main thing with the circumcision. The umbilical cord is buried, and they make honor to the god called Allah, A-L-A. He's an earth deity. So that's where the circumcision is connected to as far as the Igbo culture. Has nothing to do with a covenant like the Bible does. So it has nothing, one has nothing to do with the other. But the reason why I know this, because I actually took my time. I've been studying the culture for the last 12 years. So I pretty much have an idea of what they do. But I do want to point out that we do have scholars who went there and they documented circumcision, and they purposely, Chris, said that this has nothing to do with the law of Moses. Purposely said that. It's in there. Alpert and this other guy in the 1600s purposely are saying this has nothing to do with. In 1840, we had a missionary there, and he was the one that said, hey, they circumcised like the Jews. And this is where the ideas came about that the Igbos might be Jews. It's colonialists coming in and try to change the ideas of the culture from a biblical lens. These people are not. This is why there's over 60 million Igbos, and 30,000 today are claiming some form of Judaism. That is a minority, less than 2% of the people are claiming to be that. But we see it all the time on Kaluna.org that the Igbos. My contention is that these people had no idea about dowry and the Bible. And by the way, too, they could pick that up from Islam, because a lot of the stuff that's spreaded in there, the Semitic words, loan words, are from Islam. Because you had the trans-Saharan slave trade, the Niger River. You had people near the Yoruba area. So Islam was always at the forefront of an outside religion that influenced the people. No big deal. But to say the Igbos are Jews, I don't think I will ever come to that conclusion based on what I know about the literal culture, the deities they have, and the scholarship that the Igbo scholars have written themselves. So this is not, I'm not repeating what Garfield is saying. I'm repeating what the scholars in academia in Igbo land, black scholars, what they're saying. I don't care what Tudor Parfit and Edith Bruder says. I don't care. I'm going by what the Igbos themselves say. And if you look at the culture, they even admit that they only learn about certain things recently because of the internet. When it comes to Judaism, they admit this themselves, the Igbo Jews. So we have to be careful when we make a claim, a swooping claim on a culture that we truly don't understand. But I'm going to repeat this one more. I'm going to say this one more time. When the white folks went there, the anthropologists, and they studied the culture, they said they didn't circumcise based off of the law of Moses. And again, the umbilical cord is buried in the ground to the earth god, Allah, A-L-A. That's where the circumcision, the most important thing as far as the baby and circumcision. And by the way, too, to my sister Mika, they circumcised the woman even up to this day. All right. So Chris, you have the floor, my brother.
So basically, what from your very first point, you invalidated everything you said. Okay, because circumcision and removing of the umbilical cord are two different things. They're unrelated. The umbilical cord must come off. Right? Yes or no?
Yes. Do you know?
Does the foreskin must come off?
Do you want to know why I mentioned
yes
the
no, sir.
Say that again?
Does the foreskin must come off?
Yes, sir.
No, it's not.
For the umbilical cord? No.
You're not.
No. It's two different acts. What I meant by
that's what I'm saying. There's plenty of people who live with their foreskin. It's not a, you know what I'm saying? So that's a custom of those people. The umbilical cord must come off. That's a part of the birth process. And after the baby is born. That's a requirement.
You're correct.
So if they're burying a placenta or an umbilical cord, that's a custom that they developed later, and you can't tell me that every single Igbo practices that custom. So that kind of invalidated everything you said, and you led with that because that was what you thought was your heaviest gun. But circumcision and removal of the umbilical cord or the placenta, is two different things. And you're calling something with the umbilical cord a circumcision. So I don't know why you would do that. And
Chris,
it just doesn't add up. And so then you said that a lot of their words come from Islam. Most Igbo are Christians. Christianity stems from the Jews. So you can't really separate the two and say, well, they're Christians, they're not Jews because they believe in Jesus. It's literally the same. It comes from the same thing. And then you often use the term Abrahamic faiths to combine all three, but now you're trying to say that they're separate and unrelated. So it just doesn't add up. There's, like I said, some people are gonna retain that belief. There's different type of Igbo with different lineages. And so we can't say that every single Igbo, or we can't say that every single Igbo was an Israelite, just like you can't say that all of the who are you just calling them Scythians are Israelites either. Now, could some of them have been among them? Sure, but nobody could make the case that this entire tribe is made up of Israelites. I don't think that's the case that anybody's making. And so if Israelites are in Africa, they're going to have to intermarry with some type of tribe in their proximity. So those people that come from that other tribe have their own origin stories, even if one of their parents have a different origin story. Some gets passed on, some don't. And it just kind of depends on the location area. It's not a perfect ideal situation. It's just, kind of however it goes.
All right. Mute up for me a second. I stand corrected. Yes, this is what I was actually quoting, this article that's on the screen. But you're right. Circumcision has nothing to it. What I was trying to imply, which I didn't quote correctly, because you see, I'm a man. I could admit that I'm quoting something wrong or incorrect. The biggest argument of proof of Jewish origin of Igbo people is the fact that they circumcise their infant males. Unfortunately, what they forgot to mention is the fact that circumcision on the 8th day is not universal in Igbo land. There are places like Afikpo where it could be done as late as the teenage years. But when it was done in Igbo land, the delay was typically 1 to 8 days after birth. The delay of both the circumcision and naming of the child in Igbo culture was done mainly because of the high infant mortality rate in the days before colonialism. And that practice was shared amongst many African groups. There is no covenant whatsoever mentioned when the rite is done, and the foreskin is not even preserved as it is often in the Jewish rite. Furthermore, the burial of the umbilical cord actually has far more significance than circumcision. That's what I actually should have said. And I was mixing up circumcision with the umbilical cord. So yes, you are correct. I misspoke and I'm wrong. So now I correct it. Furthermore, the burial of the umbilical cord has far more significance than circumcision. That was actually the point to be made, which is a trump card, yes, and actually does represent a covenant. So the umbilical cord being buried is actually more important than the circumcision. The circumcision was because of infant mortality before colonialism. So now the umbilical cord is a covenant between the child and Allah, which I was correct, the earth deity, as well as the ancestors. Furthermore, they also intentionally leave out that both male and female circumcision was a part of the traditional society until recently, which is certainly not a part of the Levitical code. Unfortunately, if you look at the article, it's written by Christian Onyenachua Ochogbe. If you notice, I don't know if you ever watched my interview with the guy that Remy Yona, who is one of the biggest proponents in the world about Igbo Jewry. He actually teaches that the Igbos are Hebrews and that the Israelites actually come from them. That's what he ultimately teaches. He admitted that on my channel. But anyway, unfortunately, female circumcision is one aspect of the tradition that's still being practiced to this day, with figures estimating that nearly half of women reportedly still undergoing it. Again, another article from the culture. I just wanted to bring that out as far as that is concerned. there's something else I wanted to bring out that I'm actually looking for right now that I wanted to quote for you so that you could see that the Igbos, there's actually if you even go by the oral traditions of the Igbos, because the oral traditions are right here, listed right here again by the traditions of origins. These are.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead, my brother.
But I still don't understand how by debunking circumcision you're bringing up the umbilical cord. It just doesn't. You know what I'm saying? And then you admit that, yeah, that doesn't sound right. You know what I'm saying? But you have been making this argument for weeks. So, and I'm just now able to confront you over it.
What argument was I making for weeks?
That you're talking about circumcision and mentioning the umbilical cord.
No, the reason why the umbilical cord is mentioned,
that's called a logical fallacy.
Hold on.
Because it sounds, the delivery of it is so smooth, but they're totally unrelated.
Trying to say I got the Brooklyn magic? Wow. But listen. Yes, it's related because there's a covenant when the umbilical cord is buried. That's the core.
Did you know Allah is a Hebrew word?
Hold on.
That predate the Igbo?
This is why I said mute up while I'm talking, because I know how humans are. All right, I allowed you to speak. Let me finish. You said you wanted to interrupt for a second. I made it interrupt for a second. The reason why the umbilical cord is brought up, and this is for the recording, because people are going to listen back to this, because it's a covenant between an earth deity and between the woman and the tribe and the child. There's a covenant. In the Bible, there's a covenant for circumcision. There's no covenant in the Igbo culture that can be shown at all. So that's why there's a correlation between the umbilical cord showing how important that is to the culture and how circumcision is that it was more of a health thing more than anything else. That is the point of bringing up the umbilical cord. So it does correlate to the argument, not a logical fallacy like you just said. I'm showing you that the Igbos are having a cultural connection with their deity called Allah. That's all it is, bro. That's the connection. Now, as far as you said something about the Igbos and their culture, there's tons of articles here from Igbo writers talking about their origins. None of them necessarily say that they come from Israel or anything. That is something that's developed later on from the.
What year is that source?
The year of the source is not important. The scholarship is the issue. The people who
no,
research.
I'm saying what year? Who made that? Like in what year? You said it was in the 1800s.
Made what? Made what? What are you talking about?
You said that claim that was they made that claim. They found that out in the 1800s. When was that dated to?
1840 was when the scholar said that.
1840. So you don't have anything current. And also, do you know that?
Hold on, what year are you referring to?
Do you know that the Arrow Confederacy?
No.
They only go back to the 18th century. That's their beginning.
Go back. Hold on a second. Go back. You said what claim are you referring to? Because I don't want to make an answer to.
What you're saying that what you're saying they're calling the placenta, they're burying the placenta.
That's a part of their culture. That's always been a part of their culture. Oh, you mean
that source? It's saying that from the 1800s.
No. I'm talking about something totally different. I thought you were talking about the claim of them being Jews or Israelites.
No, that goes back before the 1800s.
When does
because you always make the case when can you show it before 1492?
Yeah, show me that claim.
But so now, you're saying by at least 1492. Now you're trying to push it back to the 1800s.
No. I'm saying listen, we're conflating two different issues. Let's slow down for a second. Let's take a deep breath. I am saying the claims by the colonizers coming into Igbo land, making that claim was by Christian missionaries. Around 1840 is when you start seeing that within writings that they're saying that the Igbos are Jews. That's what
and then in another breath you'll say, show me before the 1400s.
I would say before 1492, show me a Jewish community in West and Central Africa.
Exactly. But now you're moving the goalpost to the 1800s when it's convenient.
I'm not moving to the goalpost.
So I always make the case that 1492 is a long time ago.
Okay, but 1492 and 1840, I made the claim in West and Central Africa, you won't find any Hebrew or Jewish community. They're not Jewish people. Jewish communities. If you notice the word that I'm using, I'm careful with my words because I made an error earlier. I don't want to make an error again. The reason why I'm saying 1840 for the Igbos, because I'm saying my concept is that the Igbos know about the Bible, and then once they learned about the Bible, then they started using it because they were called Hamites. So now they started saying that they're Shemites to connect themselves to the Bible, and that's how they start claiming that they're Israelites through Christian.
So what I've learned recently is that there's different confederacies of Igbo. Like, for example, the Arrow Confederacy was established around the 1800s. And so a lot of them are more Bantu.
I don't know about that part. I don't know.
They have more of a Bantu lineage because they're more in the south of Nigeria, and so there's Bantu more so in the southern parts of Nigeria and beneath Nigeria, all the way down to the south.
Can I ask you a question? When is the first time we start hearing that Igbos are Jews in history? When is the first time we ever hear that?
And so I also make the case that the name Erie is a Hebrew name, and the word Allah, that's a Hebrew word.
Hold on. Let's take a look at what you're saying. You say Erie, right?
Yeah.
It says here in this article, one of the most convincing pieces of evidence that the Igbo Jews have to offer for their Israelite origin is that they're descended from a man named Erie, who happens to share the same name as the one of the sons. They give all types of details about this man Erie. All right, now watch this. Does the biblical Erie have any relationship whatsoever to the one spoken of here? Let's see. Because remember, the oral tradition is saying that he was there about 1,000 years ago when they're writing the tradition. So when you visit Aguilera, they talked about the ancestors migrated and all that stuff, but they're talking about Erie about 800 years ago. That's what they're talking about. They're not talking about the Erie from the Bible. So I don't know.
No, I didn't make that case. I didn't make that point. I've made the point that that's a Hebrew name. I didn't say that was Erie himself. I said that's a Hebrew name. Not only did it was like a couple of his wives and a couple of his kids also had Hebrew name. That's so you can make the case that that's a coincidence for one, maybe even two, but 3 or 4. You know what I'm saying?
Hold on, repeat that. I didn't hear you. Say that again.
That's what I'm saying. I said that you can make the case that the name Erie could be a coincidence, but it's several of those names that are Hebrew names. Well, two of them are like his wives. One's name was Ida. There's a lot of Hebrew names kind of have that same kind of tone to it, or you know what I'm saying. So I can tell what a Hebrew name is just by seeing it, not necessarily having looked it up.
In the original Hebrew, do you have vowels?
Excuse me?
Do you have vowels, literal vowels being written down in the original?
The character, no, there's not a vowel, but they still make the sound in the language. That's two different things.
So you're saying, all right, so this guy right here is writing about the history of Aguilera, right? And you have Jeffries. He's not a native guy, but he was.
So that's Paleo Hebrew. It's also, my bad. Go ahead.
Okay, so the Aguilera people originated from Igara and migrated to their present abode about 3 or 4 centuries ago. The leader, Eri, a warrior, took his people on a war expedition and after long travel and many fights, established his camp at Eri Aka near Odanduli stream, a place which lies between Ifatiti and Igbazuni Aguilera. Eri with his soldiers went out regularly from his settlement to Urada, Nadi, and other surrounding towns on war raids. So this argument is 300, 4 centuries ago.
Can I ask a quick question?
Hold on. Before you ask, I just need to explain these 3 oral traditions. If you look, I'm going to put this article again in the chat for everybody. If you look at the article, it talks about the origins of them, right? Based off of the indigenous people of the land. Who are the Igbos, where they come from, which tribe. You look at the left side, you see Afikbo, what they claim they come from. You see Orochuku, you see Anioma, you see Enu, all of this stuff. Now, looking at this from a balanced perspective, without any preconceived notion, these people are not saying they come from Igbo land. This is where they say they're coming from. They say they come from, this is a map of where they come from.
These are the areas. They said they come from the ground. They come from the da-da-da-da. Nobody's saying they come from Israel, by the way, in the oral traditions by the indigenous people. This is later on when they talk about the people coming from the Sephardic Jews who came into the land after 1492. They said at least they admit that they come from those Jews right there. They said those people are whatever. That at that time, that's a totally different tradition. That's not connected to the indigenous traditions. But what I want to know with Erie is if his oral tradition goes back 3 to 4 centuries, literal Erie. This is not the same Erie. This is why I'm trying to read all 3 of them before you comment, so you could see that the tradition has nothing to do with any of them at all. Let me read the second one real quick. According to the tradition, the Henry themselves, a man of Igala stock from Ida called Erie, son of Achado, a native doctor and hunter, came down the Amambala River in search of the river at a place called Aguilera and begat a number of children to whom he passed on the secrets of his art. His oldest son, who succeeded to the paraphernalia of his trade, was called Nefrequanim or whatever. This is the sources, the Aqua people by Amanke Okafor. That's another tradition. This tradition goes back, it don't go back far enough. The tradition of Erie, just because the name sounds similar, it doesn't mean they're connected. And we got to stop making that mistake and say, oh, Erie is a Hebrew word. It's not the same Erie, bro. It's a totally different word and it's pronounced differently. Because even if you look at the pronunciation, look at it right here. The pronunciation of the names are completely different. The pronunciation of the Nigerian Erie is Eri. The pronunciation of the Hebrew Eri is Eri. So, see right here, Biblical Pronunciation Guide compiled by Lena Bayer. That's a scholar that works on that to show the pronunciation. It's 2 different words, 2 different time periods.
Again, he had a wife named Ada.
By the way, God is a child, right? And one of his fifth.
He had a wife named Ada, which is a Canaanite Hebrew. You know what I'm saying? Hebrew is Canaanite.
Hold on.
His wife's name. Ada is a Hebrew, is a Canaanite woman.
Bro, hold on 1 second. What are you?
And he also has offspring with Hebrew. It's not just the name Erie.
Let me ask you a question. Does any of the traditions of Erie in the Igbo culture go back beyond 800 years from now?
800 years is a long ass time ago.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't want to diminish the fact that that's a long time ago.
Let's say 1000 AD. Does any?
But that's when he's dated to. Are you under the belief? Because some people will say that the Igbo are dated back to 4500 BC. Do you believe that?
My brother, listen to me carefully.
Can you just answer that? Do you believe that the Igbo date back to 4500 BC?
My brother, I'm gonna ask. Listen.
You ain't gonna answer that.
The Igbos based off the Ensuku fine, and the fine
that basically no, they don't date back to 4500 BC.
Let me. You said 4500 years ago or 4500 BC? Which one is it?
4500 BC. That's what people respond.
Hold on a second. Are you familiar with the genetic finds where they find these 2 men paternally 8,000 years ago in Igbo land? They had the genetic marker of the A paternal marker, and the ladies had L.
Are Igbo A paternal markers?
No, Igbo. Listen to me. Listen to me. You're not hearing right now. I'm gonna show you how crazy you are. Your genetic marker don't determine a location. You could
brother, why'd you bring it up then? You know what I'm
saying? Listen. You're not listening, bro. You're listening to be right. You're not listening to learn. And that's the problem. I'm being open to you by listening to you. Right. Why can't you listen? It shows you're holding your position, but what I'm doing is I'm trying to be reasonable. The Erie, let's get back to Erie and I'll get to the 4500 years in a minute. If you look at Erie, right? None of the oral traditions goes beyond 1000 of the common era. So it can't be it can't be the same Erie as the one in the Bible. That is the point that I'm making. Just so now right. When you're a Christian. So when you're a Christian,
I got you. I see where you're going.
Okay.
Just like when I said the E haplogroup migrated to West Africa, you said that happened 50,000 years ago. But now you're saying 8,000 years ago they was A.
No, you see now you're conflating. Let me ask you a question. Are there people with the A marker in America right now? Like my brother Fortune, who's a member of Dagger Squad, he has A. How did he have A? He came from West Africa.
But see, I don't make the case that I don't make the haplogroup argument.
The haplogroup argument can be made because of population.
It can't be made.
It can be made. There's an argument that can be because population genetics show you different communities and what they're doing.
Do some Ashkenazi Jews carry E1B1A?
Ashkenazi Jews, a minority of them carry E1B1A.
Now, somebody showed me a chart with 12 different Y haplogroups. Guess what? Guess which one wasn't on it? E1B1A. So, are you telling me for Ashkenazi? He showed me a chart with different Y haplogroups, but E1B1A wasn't on it. But you just said yes.
Hold on a second. Yes.
Some do.
What I heard. Hold on. Let's look at it. Does Ashkenazi Jews, because we all over the place right now. Do
all Jewish groups carry E1B1A?
Hold on. We're not talking. We're doing one thing at a time, brother. Does Ashkenazi Jews carry E1B1A? I'm Googling it right now.
Oh yeah, it's gonna say no, but it's not being honest.
It said no, but that means I was wrong. Because I could have swore I saw a little bit of E1B1A in.
No, you gotta word it. Do some Ashkenazi carry E1? Because it's gonna imply like the majority.
Right. Do some. Yeah, you're right. See, you be using Chat GPT.
I be knowing this shit, man. I'm just walking blindly in faith. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, they do.
And so why would the dude tell me that this is a chart? It's 12 different Y haplogroups on there, but now we got to say it's one for us. That don't make sense. We all related, whether we have, if we could be related, we could be cousins to our mothers.
No,
you know what I'm saying? That doesn't mean we ain't family because we got different haplogroups.
You know what, Chris, let's be reasonable, right? Because we're moving all over the place. We dealt with the circumcision. You saw what my argument was. My argument with circumcision was that it's done for health reasons in Igbo land, and it's nothing like the circumcision that.
Wait a minute, that's what another one that I wanted to argue. You saying they did it for infant mortality?
Hold on.
That doesn't make sense now, does it? They did circumcision for infant mortality reasons. That don't add up, Garfield.
You didn't.
That don't sound right.
Hold on. You didn't know that the purpose of circumcision was for health reasons. You didn't know that?
It's not to decrease infant mortality.
What is it done for?
What is circumcision done for?
Yeah.
Primarily because it's they're part of the culture. It's just handed down over generations.
Do you believe circumcision? Do you believe Herodotus when he said that he gave the Jews circumcision, the Ethiopians and the Egyptians? Why did the Egyptians circumcise?
You said Herodotus. Say that again.
Why did the Egyptians circumcise?
No, you said the Herodotus gave somebody circumcision.
That he gave the Jews in that region.
He said he gave the Jews circumcision.
That the Egyptians and the Ethiopians is the one that taught them about circumcision.
I mean, so you're saying Moses was an Egyptian, wasn't
he? Yeah.
I mean, he was lit in their household, like he was raised an Egyptian.
Okay.
He wasn't like an actual Egyptian, but he was raised an Egyptian. He had rank.
So let me ask you a question. Was there circumcision in Egypt before Moses got there?
I would imagine so. You said before Moses got there? I would imagine so, because Abraham would predate.
A matter of fact, the story of Abraham, once he got into Egypt, when he came out, that's when he started talking about circumcision. As far as biblical.
I don't think he was the first person to be circumcised. I don't think that.
Okay.
I don't think that at all. It's just that he, you know what I'm saying? So he wasn't circumcised as a child. Neither was Ishmael, right? I mean, Ishmael was young. And then Abraham was an adult, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that the law of on the seventh day goes that's the law of Moses, right?
The law of 7 days. 7 days what?
For on the 8th day, sorry.
Yeah,
I
that's
believe
part,
that comes from
that's part of the laws. I think it's in Leviticus or Deuteronomy or Numbers, one of them.
right. So you know, that's I wouldn't say that's that they're the first to do it, but it became, you know, it's in writing now. It might have been like a verbal command, and then now it's codified in writing, just like the entire law. But the priest kept these laws.
Okay.
So I mean, and Egyptians and Israelites, you know, it's more so of a religious difference, not really genetic. You know what I'm saying? They're, you know, they're kind of similar genetically back then.
Okay. I'm trying to figure out, right? But to get back to the Ebos for a second, I'm trying to figure out what is the main thing outside of circumcision. What is the main thing that why people think the Ebos are Jews? I'm trying to figure out, and I can't figure it out. Maybe you could help me out.
You said, why are the, I don't, so like I said, like for instance, the Arrow Confederacy, they come around the 18th century, whereas Erie is dated to the 10th century. So that's 800 years apart. So I don't, you know what I'm saying? I'd have to do more research on that, how that came about. I learned that the Arrow did engage in the slave trade, which that also makes the way when you filter that through the scriptures, that makes it learning that little bit of history actually increases the scriptures.
Let me ask you this: do you think that the Torah existed before the Assyrian exile?
Do I think the Torah existed?
Torah existed before the Assyrian exile,
like a complete physical Torah.
Any way how you want to look at it. Any way you want to look at it.
Not I don't. Maybe you said before when?
Before the Assyrian exile.
Before the Assyrian exile. I don't think so, but I don't know for sure. I mean, not a complete physical Torah as we know it today, because so it wasn't the method for recording stuff like that wasn't really, the technology wasn't there yet. You see what I'm saying? So it's just, I mean, there could have been like some manuscripts or whatever, but a lot of it was by memory, just kind of passed down. So I can't necessarily say that they had like how we know it, like a Bible, or you know, I think scrolls came a little bit later. Just so depends on
what did they have though. What did they have at the 722 BC? What did the Israelites have based off of your studies of history, theology?
I mean, they could have because they came out of Egypt. They probably like the 10 Commandments came on stone. So I can say potentially that was how they remembered some things, and then it was a lot of it was by memory. And like for instance, the Levites, they might have been, you know, more adept at keeping the stories and traditions and the laws and all that. That's like their main task. So I mean, you know, we don't really see paper and scrolls and books and all that till much later. So I mean, it could have etched them in stone or whatever. I don't know. I mean, and then later transcribed it onto paper or what's that leaf called? I forgot what it's called. Different papyrus or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So that kind of comes later, though. The large scale use of papyrus, and then we get paper. So, but that, you know, that's later in history, though. So by the time we get the Septuagint, the technology has caught up, and you know, more people have access to. But at the same time, the vast majority of people are illiterate, so there's not going to be a lot of copies of.
Do you have proof? Do you have a proof that the Israelites at that time were practicing Torah?
Do I have proof that the Israelites were practicing Torah?
Yeah, because we have a book called on Judaism by the origins of Judaism by Jonathan Adler. And he's basically saying that the Torah wasn't literally being practiced till probably like around 2nd century BC, where he could see the observations of the dietary laws and different things like the Sabbath and all that stuff being practiced. But before that, there's no evidence that you have the northern or the southern kingdom. They were eating pork. Yeah, they found pork bones. They found catfish bones. They found all type of different things to showing that they didn't practice the culture. I'm trying to figure out the reason why I'm doing
eating pork is not.
Hold on, Chris.
It's not considered. Wasn't considered a death sentence.
Hold on, Chris. The reason why I'm bringing it up. I mean, my brother Rob put in the chat how we get to AD times to BC times. The reason why I'm bringing that up because the Igbo claim of Israelites is that they left during the Assyrian exile. So if they left during the Assyrian exile, what did Israel have at the time? I'm saying they didn't even have a Torah. They didn't even have a Torah. So what laws would they be practicing when it wasn't?
Well, that's what made the 10 Commandments so important, because it's just 10 of the kind of like the most important things that you need to know. And then a lot of stuff is just kind of, it's common sense stuff. It's dealing with just how to handle disputes. It's saying, so you would have courts, and so the court, like kind of like how we have it today, there would be a judicial system. Not everybody is, you know, like everybody doesn't know all the laws today.
Hey, everybody.
So, but that's still, that's not an excuse in a court of law.
Anybody
Anybody
want to join the conversation can jump on. I want to do something that's I should have did earlier. My bad, family. I wanted to read something by Alfred Dapper in the 1600s, right? He had a book called The Description of Africa. He noted about the Igbo lands and customs. He noted their markets, palm oil trade, yam cultivation, and religious shrines. On religion, they worship certain deities and offer sacrifices to idols made of wood and clay. He had no reference to them being Jews, Israelites, or any form of biblical ancestry. Let's go to Jean Barbo, who is very popular in the Hebrew Israelite community. In his description of the coast of North and South Guinea, he wrote that the Igbo, he called them Igbo, practiced circumcision and various rituals. He said, quote unquote, the Igbos have many superstitions and worship idols of their own making. They circumcise their children, but not for reasons of the law of Moses, rather as a heathen rite. This is important, family, because remember, when Europeans saw circumcision, they normally explicitly said, they would probably say it's Jewish. But he explicitly says it's not Jewish. But look at this.
So the Europeans didn't circumcise, though, right?
No, hold on, man. Hold on, brother. The third source I want to bring, early Portuguese missionary notes at the Niger Delta describe Igbo as heathens practicing sacrifices to river gods, and there was no Igbo link to any form of Israelites. All right. Now watch this now. Look at the Reverend J.F. Shawn, Church Missionary Society, 1841. Remember I said 1840 earlier, around that time period. He said in the Journal of the Niger Expedition, he described Igbo traditions. The Igbo nation circumcised their children on the 8th day. They observe certain purification and abstain from some animals as unclean. This is when the Israelite connection begins, and other missionaries drew parallels to the Old Testament. But this was a missionary interpretation, not an indigenous Igbo claim. When we look at the scholarly work now in our time period, the last 50 years, Elizabeth Isichei, the notion of Hebrew origin does not appear in pre-colonial Igbo traditions. I'm going to repeat that. The notion of Hebrew origins does not appear in pre-colonial Igbo traditions. It arose in the 19th century under missionary influence and was later reinforced by nationalist and diasporic currents. This is from Elizabeth Isichei, A History of the Igbo People, 1976. Now I'm going to read two more sources, then I'm going to read something about circumcision real quickly. Chima Korea. Earlier European and African observers make no mention of Jewish identity among the Igbo. The idea only appears with the spread of Christianity and the Bible in the late 19th century. Tudor Parfit, who we're all familiar with, the Igbo connection to Israel is a modern construct emerging from colonial contact and Christian missionary activity, not from indigenous oral traditions. And my last thing I'm gonna read is from the circumcision and the Igbos, right? one of the reasons why the Igbos would circumcise, and not only the Igbo culture, but many African cultures. These are the reasons. Purification and removal of evil or unclean flesh. Many Igbo groups viewed the foreskin as akpa, aru, unnecessary flesh associated with ritual impurity, a barrier preventing the child from being socially and spiritually complete. The removal was believed to ensure purity, making the infant ritually acceptable, protect the child from spiritual harm. The Igbo world, Uchendo and Enwoga, cultural symbolism in Igbo rituals. Another reason a newborn was not considered a full person until certain rites were completed. Circumcision was one of those rites that marked transition from spirit child to human child, enabled the child to be recognized by the ancestors. Shout out to Brother Hassad in the building, man. I would love for you to come on stage because you're gonna help me. You're gonna help me to understand this better. Another reason why the Igbos would circumcise, a marker of legitimate lineage and belonging. Another ritual, preparation for future marriage and sexual maturity. Protection against childhood spirits, or banje beliefs. That's another part of the Igbo culture. For older children, rite of passage in sub-Igbo subgroups. While most Igbo circumcise infants, a few subgroups practice pre-puberty circumcision. Circumcision as part of initiation. Go to the Masi warrior clan and you'll hear more about that type of stuff. Cultural diffusion and Pan-African practice. You see it in the Igbo, the Yoruba, the Edo, the Akan, the Wolof, the Mandinka, Swahili, Somali, Amara, Nubian, Cushitic groups, Egypt, pre-dynastic. You see it all over. All right. So as far as circumcision, there's many reasons why people get circumcised, and especially the pre-puberty is rites of passage. You could learn that at Masiwara clan talking about different African groups. All right. So now, hey Chris, I want to say thank you for coming on, bro. I want to get back to
Oh, I can't rebut that.
Yeah, you gonna rebut the scholarship? Go ahead, bro. I'm gonna mute up.
So what we know is that Europeans predominantly do not circumcise. They view that as a barbaric custom. So when you're saying British Israelism and that we copied them, there's no precedent of British people circumcising at higher levels than anyone else. And this goes back to the Greeks and the Romans. They literally detest the act of circumcision. And so even in America, which is an offshoot, a European colony or British colony, African Americans, for the most part, do circumcise, even though the Christian church teaches that you're not required to. African Americans, it's just innately more, like you said, it's been in Africa. So if you have these Jews who know that these people circumcise, they're not like the other Europeans who detest the act, because they're going to continue to circumcise. So that could make it easier for those people to join together, just like you're saying. They were in North Africa, which North Africa and West Africa are connected. And so this is around the time of the spread of Islam, so you have people getting pushed down into those areas. And so today, the Igbo people are majority Christian. They've resisted Islam. So just like the Ethiopians, they're in a heavily Islamic area and they've resisted Islam. So we can say that's not because of Europeans. That's because the Ethiopians have been practicing Christianity for hundreds of years before the Anglo-Saxons. So this is not uniquely European. Like I said, they don't circumcise. They don't believe in the act of multiple wives. And the European custom is the father of the daughter pays for the wedding. And then they have these grand weddings, whereas Hebraic culture is there's a dowry. So if somebody is going to convert, and you can't show any conversions that were coerced. This was all willing conversions if that's the route you're going to go. And it's because of the similarities. And so we can also say that there have been Africans from our Hebrews in Africa since about the Babylonian captivity who fled or went into Yemen or those areas. That would be the Limba for one. The Ethiopian Jews would go back before the 14th century. Jews in Egypt, Jews in North Africa. For you to say that there's no Jews until the 18th century now, just not adding up when we already know about these prior movements. And so these people made their way into West Africa. That's when I was saying E1B 1A comes from East Africa, but you were used to make the case that occurred 50,000 years ago, but you're saying you're finding 8,000 years ago. A would be like the pygmies, the indigenous population.
Way over 2 minutes. I'm going to say this, Chris. I would love for us to have conversations every Sunday because you read a lot and there's some stuff within that you're reading that you might superimpose your own beliefs on. But I'm going to say this to you, and like I say to everybody else, I love people that read, but most of us are readers, not researchers. We read to find stuff that agree with us. But anyway, Chris, I'm going to mute you up for 1 second. I'm going to ask everybody to keep it on the 2 minutes after Sean. Sean been here for a while. Go ahead, Sean. I'm going to mute up.
Okay, he had made a point. Well, not a point. He had made a claim that Christianity wasn't forced on people, and I beg to differ. Right? You have the Queen herself telling Moors in Africa and even Jews that they needed to convert, or there will be consequences for your conversion. And even those that were practicing their traditional beliefs in West Africa. So for anyone that is under the assumption that any of these Abrahamic faiths, Christianity, and I'm specifically speaking of Christianity and Islam, didn't come by the way of forcible blood, you're being delusional. There are documents of issuing down those laws. That's how you spread them. You either get down or lay down. They are after natural resources and they're after control of a particular land. That's been their case. Now, I'm going to give you a source. If you don't understand what I'm saying, I'm going to give you a source. You can go into the Black Crescent, The Experience and Black Crescent Legacy of African Muslims in America by Michael Gomez. Even in the beginning of his book, when he is issuing a statement, because Gomez is all about Islam. That's all he does. He focuses on Islam. He follows the Senegambians into Europe, which would then go into the Americas. And he follows and traces them during these expeditions. But in that time, the law is laid down by the Queen. And it is a get down or lay down approach. So I just want to push back on that. And that's one of the reasons why Dr. John Henry Clark has always stated that we have no friends. And I'll mute.
All right. Let me get Sabio in here. Sabio, go ahead, Sabio.
What's up, Garfield? What's up, Sean? What's up, Lucas? I just want to say the expose that I was just exposed to by Sean was very eloquent on our history and the things that Christianity has done to our to the world and other folks. And the brother who was speaking before, it's amazing how we can superimpose our want, our beliefs, and our needs into a story and make those people something out there not. Take literature and force that literature to agree with our stance, even though it's non-historical, ahistorical, and doesn't align with who we are today. This is the problem with our people today. We continually want to scream that we lost, we don't have our identity, but our identity is who we are. We cannot shake our blackness. You can be a Jew, a Moor, a Hebrew, a Abo, but underneath it all, if your ancestors who are descendants and they got off the slave ships, they came from West and Central Africa. You are African. We're not lost. We're lying to ourselves to be special.
Go ahead, Mika. I'm gonna mute you, Savior. Go ahead, Mika.
Okay, I just want to come on to say, Prophet been very patient. I'm proud of you. And for the Israelite, I just want to know what camp does he come from?
I don't think Chris is in a camp. I think Chris is more of an individualite. Chris, are you an individualite? You're not a part of a camp, right? Chris, you there? All right, let me mute him back up. He could come back whenever he's ready.
Oh, maybe. Okay.
All right, let me say this to Brother Hassad in the chat. I'm gonna get into their video.
No, I'm not in the camp. My bad.
All right, which camp were you a part of originally? Chris, were you a part of a camp originally?
He looked like
I've never been in a camp.
Oh, okay. All right, let me play this video. I'm gonna play a little bit of clip of this.
Hold on, Garfield. Before you play the video, let me just say this: the Jews that enter into West Africa were Berbers. There was no black Jews, and there's no Igbo Jews, or none of that. People being any Jew, the Berbers, and they come around Mauritania, and they don't come into West Africa. They're up there by Senegal at that cross line where there was a trade route. They don't enter into the land of the blacks.
I don't disagree. They were connected to the Berbers.
Chris, hold on, Chris. Chris, I'm gonna mute you. Right. You see, that's because on the recording, it's gonna be crazy. Hey, Sean, next week or the week after, I'm gonna have a show about Jews in West Africa. I would love for you to be a part of that show because I think I've learned so much in the last 2-3 years about West African Jews. I don't even believe any, because there's no law that says they can't go into the sub-Saharan region, but it would make sense for them because one, they didn't have the protection, and two, the routes were controlled by Muslims. So it would make to be a lot of Jews there. So in the Arabic sources, we do see them say Jews, but the Jews is either a mistranslation or it's just out of place, as the scholars who translated it showed. So because whenever they talk about Jews, they're doing stuff that Jews don't do, which would make sense that they're Berber Jews because they're eating nasty meats and doing voodoo and all type of shit. So those look like in more of ethnic Jews. Ethnic Jews we found in Algeria, in Taout and Tamantit, and we know about Megali and in putting out the fatwa on them niggas. And but there's no, this is why, Chris, I use the 1492 as a barometer, because if you're saying that most of the West Africans were Jews, there weren't any Jews before 1492, Jewish communities. So who were the people that were living there in the Igbo land and Akan land, I mean Ashanti land or whatever? Who were those people? Those are the people that ended up coming on the slave ships. So this is the logic that kills this whole One West doctrine, because you can't show how a majority of Israelites ended up in that region. You can't show it. But go ahead, Chris. I'm gonna give you the floor.
You remember when I was saying that the Arrow have a higher Bantu lineage, right? So the Limba are attached. They're pretty much attached to the Bantu. You see what I'm saying? Like some of them are also E1B1A, some of them have the L. So it's kind of like one of those things where like people moved into the land and and they married the locals. They just were tribes existing, you know, and they had much more open land. There was way less population. There wasn't as nearly as many people as there is today. So they had just vast open land. People would make these alliances, fight off other bigger tribes. Like I can totally see them intermarrying with people that could have been up in North Africa at one point in time. You know, it's very, very possible. The legend of Erie is that he came from Egypt. So if you look at
where's that oral tradition from? Bring that oral tradition to the forefront. We want to read that oral tradition live on the air. Please tell me a source so we could find it right now.
I mean, you can just look it up. Just Google it. You know what I'm saying? You can Google it. Everybody knows that.
And by the way,
we don't know it, bro. We don't know.
Well, everybody's heard that, whether you believe it or not.
No.
Everybody's heard
that. It's not about a belief. I just need you to provide.
Well, yeah, you don't believe it, but you've heard it.
No, I never heard it.
Oh, come on now. Then you're not the right person for the conversation.
I have never heard Erie coming from Egypt before.
Man, come on now. Y'all playing. Now y'all uneducated on the matter.
The Aro Confederacy share deep Niger-Congo linguistic and cultural roots with Bantu peoples, but the Aro are not Bantu. They have belonging to the Volta branch. Hold on, let me finish reading. They are Igbo belonging to the Volta Niger branch of the Niger-Congo family. Their connection to Bantu peoples is linguistic and cultural parallels, not a direct migration.
I said they have a higher degree of Bantu lineage. Even African Americans have some Bantu. You know what I'm saying?
Linguistically,
how are you linking the Jewish practice or Judaism to a people? That's cultural, right? So what anthropological work do you have that will substantiate using genetics to argue for the existence of these people being dead?
You kind of broke up. You sound muffled. I didn't really get.
John, your mic is crazy, bro. You know what? Everybody mute up your mic. Mute up, Chris. I'm gonna mute up, and maybe you sound better.
I don't think it's a mic. It's an area that I'm in. Am I still breaking up?
Yeah, you sound clear, but you're still breaking up. But go ahead, continue.
Okay. So basically, what I was asking for is because he's doing two things. So being a Jew or claiming to be an Israelite, that's more of a cultural thing. So what cultural anthropological work would you have that would be supported by the genetic evidence that you keep throwing out there when you're using E1B1A and the latter?
I didn't make a genetic argument. I just was kind of refuting or going off of what he had brought up. But I'm not here just making some genetic argument.
So you're using haplogroups. So the moment that you're using a haplogroup, right, we're talking about genetics. So that's why.
But I'm responding to what he said, though. That wasn't my argument. I'm just responding back to what he said.
Okay, but do you understand my question?
Can you say it one more time? My bad, man.
Yeah. So basically, what I was asking is, what type of cultural anthropological evidence do you have that would support the position that you're holding when you're referring to E1B1A and all of these ties to them being certain people being quote unquote Jews or practicing Judaism?
Like I said, I don't really make the there's a group of Israelites who like the Negro only. They go hard on the E1B1A. So I don't really I'm not of that same class, you know what I'm saying? Because the doctrines often get confused, you know what I'm saying? So I'm more of a person that believes in the 12 tribes chart. Of course, everybody on the chart does not have E1B1A. And so I don't, you know what I'm saying? I couldn't, as from an educated standpoint of what I know about genetics and populations and the history of genetic studies, it would be hard for me to conclude that every single person would have the same haplogroup, and we can backdate that thousands of years. That's just, you know what I'm saying? That's a little bit too far of a stretch. And a lot of the Jewish people, they are obsessed with the DNA, dude. Like they got a compulsion over it. And it's like, man, it's redundant, man. And then a lot of it is kind of leading you to believe one thing, but a lot of people don't really know about genetics, so they just kind of take it at face value when they see a bunch of charts and graphs and numbers and all that. A lot of people don't understand that. So but it's very complicated, but people try to simplify it.
Hey, Chris, do you have
what cultural anthropology is?
Hold on, Sean. Do you have the book African Religions?
I don't.
All right. The reason why I said that is because I'm here. I got the book in front of me, right? And this is just for the recording. Everybody mute up for 1 second. I'm gonna let Sean say his piece real quick. But I want to stress that you keep saying different traditions for Erie, right? Now, if you read African Religion, the book, Erie, right? The traditions, the main oral tradition is the Aguilera tradition. That holds the oldest and the strongest claims to Erie. It says Erie descended from the sky. He landed at Izu and Omambala River confluence, a sacred cosmological location. The earth was too marshy, so he prayed to Chokwu. Chokwu sent aqua blacksmiths to dry the land, symbolizing technology and human cooperation. The children in this tradition is Henry, Agulu, Ogbo, Dudu, Ogu, Anam, and Menri. Eri is the ancestor of multiple towns, not just Henry. So that's one tradition, the main one. The second most tradition is from the Henry tradition, which is one of his children, emphasizes ritual and priestly descent. Here, Eri is a divine agent sent by Chokwu, the father of Henry, ancestor of the Henry kingdom, source of the ritual authority of the Ezi Henry priest king. In the Henry cosmology, Henry's sons, Erie's son Neri brought yam rituals, purification rites, taboo systems, cleansing of abomination, settlement of disputes. All right, the third main tradition, I'm just going to read this one. This is the last one I'm going to read, is the Umu Erie tradition. Surrounding communities claim descent from Erie, Agulu, Menri, Ogbodudu, and Nefertiti. Each sublineage holds its own genealogical traditions connected back to Erie. These traditions function to structure kingship, organize ritual roles, legitimize authority, create unity among clans. All right. The second point I want to make regarding what you said earlier, that they had A in Africa. Fortune is, I think, A or A. You have brothers who are B. You have A00 with Albert Perry, which was traced back to Cameroon. So people who are E1, B1A can have, people who came on the slave trade can have A. So A can be in any era because A is the original root. A00 that they found with Albert Perry's family from the 1830s and his sons and whatever descendants have they tested. A00 is the number one. They dated back to what, over 300,000 years as far as the SMPs, whether you want to believe in that science or not. But it's the oldest marker on the planet Earth that we found. And I'm saying to you, A00 was in Cameroon and they found the exact, pretty much the same type of marker in Cameroon, goes back 13,000 years ago. So I'm saying to you, A can be anywhere on the earth. A is the origin, the original, the oldest is the oldest word in the letter in the alphabet. So A could be anywhere. E is here, but what I do find in the study in Africa when they found in Igbo is the L that they found is the same L that the African American women have. If you notice, we always argue about DNA, Sean. We never talk about the L markers with African Americans. All the women are L in America. So you definitely, you claiming that they're Hamites or whatever. You are Hamite if you're a woman in Africa, if you're an African American woman. You can't be an Israelite because the markers that you carry stays right there in Africa. Been there over 8,000 years ago that they found in Nigeria. The same L2 marker. I think 40% of the African American women have the L2 marker or L2A or A1 or whatever it is. So when you say that they found 8,000 years ago, is to show that there's a consistency of people living in that era that goes beyond the biblical timeline. All right. But I want to get Sean, make your comment. I think Chris must have dropped out by accident. Go ahead, make your last point. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah, no, I was just basically saying what I was saying because when you're talking about religious practices or being affiliated with a certain practice, that's in the realm of cultural, it's anthropology. So if you're not reading any literary works on understanding culture, right, then you're going to make these assertions. But because everybody is using genetics and then trying to argue it for linguistics, or then trying to argue it for like being an Israelite, like it's kind of money work. And I think it's not just him, it's just everybody need to take a better look at the field of anthropology so that we can uncover a lot of these things so we can understand what it is we're arguing about in those times. I only said that to say he's off basis with a lot of things because he has a belief, and that's absolutely fine. The world is made up full of people that believe something. So it's honing in on that and then expressing it. But I mean, he seems more sounded in his mind than a lot of the fools that that talk. So it's easy to converse. I think you're on mute, Garfield.
Thank you, bro. Let me get back to this video right here, and then we could get to Assad's video.
I call him back. I see he left me a voicemail. As he left me a voicemail, the voicemail says the same thing, with the only addition that if I wanted Tazaryach with me to make it a 2-on-2. So now I'm like, damn, I said, so I'm saying to myself, man, nah. This is what I said to myself. I said, Satan doesn't get to reveal stuff this easy and this quick. This is not true. This is not true. This is not true. So I call Vocab. I get his voicemail. I text him. I says, the first thing I text him, first message I text him was, I don't believe you. That's the very first text message I sent him. I said, give me a call. So as I'm waiting for Vocab to call me back, I hit up, I text y'all all. So I'm like, I don't want to talk to nobody in ISUBK because I know how we gonna feel about it. I wanted to talk to people outside of ISUBK. So I contact Daniel Allah first, but I know Daniel Allah takes it down early because of his slavery. I text Yahweh all was busy. He said he would hit me back. Garfield, the only one picked up his phone. Garfield says to me, I hope I could say this, Garfield. Garfield says to me that Deacon told him he don't have a leash anymore. He can do what he wants. So now I'm sitting there like I'm still in the fog at this point. Because I'm saying to myself, I said, if these cats is really teaching this, is really teaching that now Gentiles could get salvation. Here's what else I thought about. I thought about all the people that are going to be hurt by this. That's what I thought about. Now, again, I have to keep saying this every so often. This could all be a play. This could be a play because, as I said, it's only 3 choices. It's only 3 choices. Either Vocab is lying, they use Vocab as a pawn, or they left the truth. That's it. You start teaching non-Israelites can get saved. What do we say about Christians that teach non-Israelites? We say they are not in the truth. What do we say about GOCC? They're not in the truth. What do we say about everybody? What do we say if you go from a clubhouse? We'll say the Dreys, the Trillers, the Brother Josh. Who else can I think about on Clubhouse? All of them rooms will say they are Christians and they don't have the truth. So if this is true, I don't want to hear, if y'all see the other Israelites, give them wiggle room, you're going to see the epitome of respect of persons in judgment. Not respect of persons in favoritism. If this is my brother, so I'm going to go the extra mile for him. If you judge Christians by being in the truth based on Gentile salvation, and this is true about them, and them saying non-Israelites can get salvation, then you are impartial.
Hey, let me say this in all fairness to Cap, right? And I said that I made a comment on Hakar's video that he responded like a devout cult member. And you gotta, this is why I played the video about the cult member at the beginning of the show and broke that down. Because if you look at it, they're all a part of a cult. Now, the irony is this, though. In a cult, you have to have uniformity. This is why Hassad and Aka need to just teach and stop being a part of One West. Because once you're a part of the cult, you're going to be called, like how they look at Malcolm X, a hypocrite. So if you can't evolve in a cult. You can't evolve. You can't say, hey, I don't believe this anymore. You can't do that in a cult. You can't. So, because if you do that, then, you're not teaching what the One West. By the way, can the One West teachers be wrong? Can they be wrong, yo? King James is black. We come from the Assyrian exile, led to the 12 tribe chart. Isaac, I'm going to get to the 12 tribe chart. I'm going to do a whole show on that. That's going to be a part of my whole thing. But bear in mind, though, can Hassad and Haka, do they have the right to change their minds? Can they evolve? This is, I don't understand this stuff. Because, well, I'm not going to say I don't understand, but when you're in a cult, you can't change your mind. You can't change your mind. You can't change your mind. How much time, Sean, come on here and tell me, yo, Garfield, you pseudo.
Plenty of time.
You made it up. As Uncle would say. Uncle would come on and say, Garfield, you made it up. You got to give me a source on that. We don't have a cult over here. It's to get us stronger and get our methodologies better. But bro, Tazaryach is a part of a cult. Hassad and Haka is not following the rules of a cult. The rule is we have to have what's called uniformity. That means Hassad got to teach everything One West teaches. You can't deviate, bro. You see, this is why a lot of people didn't like Sikari's camp, because Sikari's camp with Guerrilla Hebrew was outside the norm. Outside the norm. So they got to teach wider. Is Judah, is wider. The land of the Jews, the maps. They got to teach all these things and be in uniformity. The Assyrian exile, second Esdras, got to be in uniformity. Let me play a couple more minutes of this, then I'm going to go to Genesis video, and then I'm going to do some more commentary.
This is true. So I can only give y'all the information. And why am I saying this publicly? To force a response. Like, I'm up front. I ain't got to hide nothing that I'm doing. I'm doing this because let's say if nobody takes the debate and they just hide this shit, that's even more diabolical. So now this is a force play. I'm telling y'all why I'm doing it. I'm telling y'all so that way it's either vocab lied, we never did it. We use vocab because here's a scripture where you can use the white man to your advantage. And I knew if I said this, Tazaryach was going to jump at one of debate. We wanted to see if he would debate. We wanted to see what he would do because Gentile salvation is something he feel more stronger in. So we thought he would take it. Number two or number three, this is what they believe and they just left. There ain't no hiding this shit. There ain't no hiding that. So, I finally get, hey, Garfield, hey, y'all tell me if I'm lying, if it's any other than them three options. Y'all tell me. Y'all tell me. It could only be those three options. It could only be. Now, if there's a fourth option, somebody let me know. But if you think about what they did by saying Paul, and here's the crazy part. Most Christians that teach that Gentile can be saved, they use Paul's doctrine. They go straight to Romans, they go straight to Ephesians, they go straight to Galatians. All of those are Paul's letters. So if you say Paul was off on idolatry, how you gonna say Paul taught any truth? That's crazy. Think about that. Think about that for a second. If they teach that non-Israelites can be saved and go to any verse from Paul, if somebody actually takes that debate, all you got to do is play where they said Paul was wrong. And if Paul is wrong in one verse, how can you say with certainty Paul is right in another verse? Yo, clout chasing
Let me say this to Hassad. I don't know if you're in the audience listening, but you have an opportunity, bro. I'm telling you. Team up with the Heat and Garfield.
Hey, G, can I get like 1 minute before we get too far in?
Yeah, go ahead, Chris.
All right, so I'm gonna backtrack a little bit. So this is what I got about Erie, and I'll be quick. It says the idea of Igbo Erie from Egypt comes from a theory linking Igbo people to ancient Israelites, specifically to Erie, the son of Gad, who, according to the theory, migrated from Egypt. The oral traditions in Aguilari, Nigeria, center on Erie as the ancestral father of Igbo people who settled there. While these theories are popular in some Igbo communities, many historians, scholars find them unconvincing due to lack of archaeological and historical evidence supporting mass migration from Israel to Nigeria during the Sahara Desert through equatorial. See, that's kind of like a straw man argument. But what makes more sense? Somebody migrated from there, or they came from heaven? You see what I'm saying? What is the more logical answer to that?
Hold on. Chris, stop. Chris, stop. Chris, stop. What does the oral tradition of the indigenous people say?
Well, so you just said that they said he came down from heaven, right?
The point is, I have over 13 different oral traditions, and they all come from either the Benin area, Yoruba area, or they come from Igbo land.
But you know that the Igbo have been persecuted. So if they're saying they don't want to be known as outsiders, they're going to develop something that doesn't say that they migrated to that land.
You're imposing your Hebraic thought on the oral.
And so then they're saying you have people online who say the Igbo go back to 4500 BC. That's just not true.
How do you know that?
Because they're linking it off some type of pottery, and so
the people was there. The bodies that they found was in there with the A and the L.
Rephrase your question and ask him the same thing again, Garfield.
Which one? Which one of the questions?
What you just said.
Yeah,
there was people in the land, but there weren't the Igbo, because Igbo are not haplogroup A.
Let me ask you a question. Bro. Let's be honest, Chris. You cannot use a biblical paradigm to actually understand another culture that's actually superior and older than the Israelite culture. That is disrespecting that culture. This is why I keep going back to the Igbo. Everything that I said about the Igbo has to come from the Igbo. I don't care about what outsiders say. They could have their opinions about the culture. That's fine. But if the Igbo saying
you never heard that.
Hold on.
Some Igbo believe that.
The Igbo saying it's from Egypt is a late invention. They just made it up the other day, bro.
And also, I watched an African lady with a YouTube channel. I know who that is.
I know who that is.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
She's a Bible believer, though.
Okay.
This is what I'm trying to tell you. We stop disrespecting the cultures and go to the people. Listen, I'm from Jamaica, right? 50% of the Igbos that came over on the slave trade came through Jamaica. Igbo culture is all over Jamaica. When we say uno, when Jamaicans say uno, Mika, that means you. That's an Igbo word. It's
okay.
Culture. John Canoe dance from the Igbo culture. Now the Akan culture is there too. The Nancy stories and all that stuff.
Can you prove to me that the Aguilari was converted by force?
Chris, hold on 1 second. A lot of these stories can't be proven, but these are the people culture and what their oral tradition says. Just like your Bible said that you come from Noah and there was a worldwide flood. We don't believe that's true. I don't believe that. But it's a part of the Hebraic culture, bro. So whatever natural, hold on, Chris. Well, let me mute you, because as I tell you, I like people to mute up because as humans, we like to interrupt. So let's just mute for a second. What I'm saying to you is you can't impose Hebrew Israelism on these people. It's not their culture. Now, the 30,000, the less than 2% of who is claiming that they're Israel, they're following a form of Orthodox Judaism. They don't believe in Christ. The Christians believe in Christ. The Christians that are there, but not the ones who follow the Israelite religion. So that's a problem. The next thing is we can't say how the Bible got there. I could only go by anthropologists who went there, those white folks that went there and documented the culture. But the Igbos are saying they have their oral tradition set in stone that's being recorded and repeated over centuries. Whether it's 4 or 5 centuries is fine. But I'm telling you, these people have nothing to do with Israel, bro. Absolutely nothing originally. Eventually now, through trade and whatever, you might find here and there. But that's about it, bro. You can't force it on them.
Okay, but let me just add this. That if from a logical standpoint, people migrating from East Africa that have an Ibero-Mauritian connection that the Bantu don't have. The Bantu in the South do not have the Ibero-Mauritian connection, but the typical West Africans do. Afro-Asiatic language is spoken within West Africa. So it's totally logical that people migrated from the East and from the North into West Africa. That's totally plausible.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question, right? Who would disagree with that?
But you're saying they believe a man dropped down out of the sky.
Bro, I'm going by what the culture says, bro. If they came from
the East, I'm telling you that's not plausible.
Hold on a second. Let me ask you a question. Do you believe that Moses went on a hill and collected information from God?
Do I believe that Moses went up on a hill? You're talking about Mount Sinai?
Yeah, you believe he went on Mount Sinai and received the commandments from God?
Yes.
Do you believe, right, that Elijah went up into heaven in a chariot?
That's a different interpretation of it. I don't believe it says chariot.
Do you believe Jesus ascended to heaven?
I mean, if you depend on how you look at that.
Don't stutter, my dude. I'm saying to you, do you believe that
when it say he gave up the ghost, I mean, that kind of.
Do you believe that, hold on. Do you believe Luke 4:51 or Acts 1 verses 3-9 that he ascended to heaven?
We're way off track. Can we get back to the Igbo?
Because it's supernatural talk. Every culture has it. No, don't ask the question.
I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm gonna let you go.
Don't ask a question.
I'm gonna ask you a question. I'm gonna let you go.
Hold on, Chris. Before you let me go on my own show, I'm gonna say this again for the audience. Clean on the recordings. My brother, you can't come to another culture with supernatural stuff and say what makes more sense, and you're a Bible believer. That's a
okay.
You believe that Jesus ascended to heaven, but you go say that.
Let me fire back with this. Let me fire back with this. Just like Erie became a deity, right? Yes, he became a deity, right?
He became deified, right? Mm-hmm.
He became deified. But is there a dad deity?
A dad deity? I don't know, bro.
Boom! Yes, there is, sir. There's a dad deity.
Bro, it's supernatural talk.
But is that not similar?
So
you're saying how this is so different when it's not.
Chris, I'm not going to talk over you, Chris. You're not making any sense. Go ahead, John.
No, he has to concede. He has to concede. If you're admitting what you just admitted, Garfield, and then you ask him that series of questions, he has to concede that it is just that. It's not post talk.
It's supernatural talk, and that's the problem. We need to only accept the Bible, though. That's the only supernatural talk we could take. We can't. A man dropped from the sky. What is more logical? How you gonna say logical and you believe in the Holy
Bible? But migration makes more sense, and then deified later. Chris, you see what I'm saying? You don't. You see what I'm saying? He wasn't deified and then migrated.
Chris. Even if they migrated, that ain't got nothing to do with Israelites.
Yes, it does. Because the Jews, there were plenty of Berbers who practiced this same religion.
How many? Give me a number. Give me a number, Chris. Give me a number.
What do you mean, give you a number?
Give me a number of these Berber Jews that went there. Give me a number.
But it was practiced all throughout North Africa. When you have
West Africa, give me a number.
Islam.
Hey, Chris.
And they made up the more popular.
Chris, You're not listening.
Brother, why are you cutting me? You asked me a question and cut me off.
Chris, I'm gonna say this to you one time. Chris, give me a number of Jews that were in West Africa.
Brother, that's a fallacy. Wanting specific numbers. You know what I'm saying? That is a fallacious argument.
You're making an argument.
That's like when you're cornered. That's like your last defense.
What's your
Come on, now, bro. That's not how it works.
Chris,
you know
Chris. What's the oldest sample of E1B1A they found? What's the oldest sample they found?
Say that again.
What is the oldest sample of E1B1A they found?
Bro, what does that have to do with the current topic?
I'm gonna break something down for you. Hold on a second. Let me tell you. I'm gonna look it up right now. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna look it up right now. The oldest. Hold on there. What's the oldest sample of E1B1A that they have found in history? Hold on a second. What's the oldest sample of E1B1A that they have found in history?
Absolutely. Let's dive into that. Oldest known sample of E1B1A. Genetic evidence. What is E1B1A? It's a Y chromosome haplogroup. It's most commonly associated today with Western Central African populations and their diaspora. The oldest sample found so far, as of the latest genetic research up to 2024, the oldest known sample of E1B1A comes from ancient remains discovered in Senegal. This sample is dated to around 1500 BCE. This is roughly 3,500 years ago. Context and significance. This ancient sample helps us understand that E1B1A has deep roots in West Africa. It also aligns with the broader picture that this haplogroup expanded within the last few thousand years as part of the spread of agricultural communities. Scholarly sources, studies published in journals like Nature Communications and American Journal of Human Genetics have detailed these findings, confirming that the earliest E1B1A lineage found in situ is from that Senegalese context. In summary, the oldest discovered E1B1A sample we know of is about 3,500 years old. If you need a more detailed comparison or sources for presentation, just let me know.
All right, so Chris, so we found that where?
Sorry, say again.
So we found that where?
Found what where?
The DNA sample. What's the oldest DNA sample that they found?
What's I mean, I'm totally missed it.
E1B1A in Senegal. Where's Senegal at?
What? Western Central Africa?
Okay, and they found it over 3,500 years ago. So what are you saying?
I mean, it's the entire haplogroup comes from Africa.
I love you, bro. I love you, bro. Let me get this out. All right, we talk later. I love you. I love you, bro. Thanks for the conversation. We got nothing but love for you. Let me just get this out of here because it's almost football Sunday. So, Chris, you're welcome.
Right there, bro.
His whole premise and everything just got dragged out. But anyway, let me get.
You just moved the goalpost and then it just turned into a dead end. I don't really understand.
Chris, hold on, Chris, hold on, relax. Let me play this video and go back to what we're talking about because you did ask for excuse to go back a little bit, and you know what?
I forgot what my point was. I was trying to get something off real quick, and I totally forgot what it was. That's your whole strategy, though.
You said, bro, Chris, you said it earlier. You did get to talk, but it's okay. It's fine. Let me. I
was trying to finish my last point. You cut me off, and I forgot what I was going to say. That's your strategy, though. And then you just went into something else. I went and used the bathroom, got some water, all kind of stuff. I didn't even listen to that.
All right, cool. Can I play this video real quick? I'll be done in a second. All right.
Non-Israelites can receive salvation. First and foremost, let's give all praises, honor, and glory to our Heavenly Father, Yahweh. We do so by Shema Mashiach Yahweh Shai. It's Priest Sakai, joined by my beloved brother.
It's Brother Asai. What's going on, everybody?
And we don't want to waste no time, y'all. We want to get right into it. I want to address something real quick because we don't want to take away from all this edification with drama, slander, and gossip. I heard there was some proof of an expose from our brother over there. And I just want to say, if you got that, expose it. And that's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to get on no back and forth little kid shit. We want to make this about edification for the body and the nation. So we're getting right into it. Let me share my screen.
And yeah, listen, y'all going to want to make sure y'all pay attention. That's all I'm going to say. All praise to the Most High. So y'all see the title of the video. This is not clickbait. There's been speculation that we just did this to try to garner some attention or garner some clout. I don't think we need clout. I don't want clout. If I have it, you can have it back. The point is, it's about the truth. And this is, again, not clickbait. Non-Israelites receive salvation. Now,
and the PDF, Salakia, the PDF will be in the description box. We did not have enough time to get the PDF for this presentation in the description box, but it will be in the prescription box. This is what we're seeing right now. Disclaimer. This is what we're seeing right now. This is the understanding we come to right now. We would love a peer review. We don't want to debate. We can have a private discussion, peer review it, do it public, whatever. We don't need the debate, but peer review us and show us where you may see us in error. We're open for that. You understand?
Yeah, I want to just add, I'm glad you said that, because that's something I definitely wanted to address. There's a stigma that we have as an organization, particularly with myself and priests, that we just want to debate everybody and show everybody how much smarter we are than them and show them that they're nothing. If that's the type of, if that's what we're giving, if that's what, what it looks like we're out to do, then I would like to take this time to apologize if that's what it's looked like. We are very firm in what we believe. And for the past several years in the truth, we have been really on the front line going against all different type of ideologies that have been coming up against the truth. So because of that, maybe we took it in, not maybe, I'll say, you know what, I'm not going to say like maybe and leave room for it's not my fault. I'll say, I'm sorry, everybody, if that's what it's, if that's what it looks like. But I'm going to look at the comments just momentarily. What do you guys think the judgment would be? 99% of y'all have no idea who this even is. I'm a non-Israelite said he knows that the Lord is greater than all gods.
That they're going to be vassals and still subjugated to you, just not in bondage, and they escape the lake of fire. Is that really salvation? The reason why we're calling it salvation is because that's what the Bible calls salvation. It literally said, my salvation is near to come, and this is what you got to do. And it said to bend the car can have at it. Zechariah 2:10-11.
Oh my God.
Please, my peers, when you reviewed it, we love you to do it. Respond gracefully and tastefully. It says, sing and rejoice, O daughter of Zion. Oh, the Israelites are accounted for right here.
Yep.
For I come and I will dwell in the midst of you. The Israelites are accounted for right here. Verse 11, and many nations shall be joined to the Lord in that day, and shall be my people. And I will dwell in the midst of thee, and thou shalt know that the Lord of hosts has sent me unto thee. The Israelites are accounted for. Then it says, many nations will also be joined to the Lord and shall be his people. This is simultaneous. Yeah. This doesn't happen 1,000 years after the kingdom.
Wow.
You understand? So contextually, these are non-Israelites. It says they can become God's people, and it happens at the same time the Israelites are saved. Go ahead, Assad, you got it.
Just one other thing. I know there's an argument. Well, what gate are the Gentiles going to enter in? What gate is Noah going to enter in? What gate is Abraham going to enter in? What gate is Isaac going to enter in? What gate is Jacob going to enter in? They're not Israelites. Do you think that's a good point?
Well, the Bible says they have to enter the gate to bring their riches and honor and gold, dummy.
This is probably the most important. Yeah.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Probably one of the most important verses that we read today. Look at this, everybody. Here's pretty much the gist of all that we are saying. Isaiah 14:1. But the Lord will have mercy on the descendants of Jacob. He will choose Israel as his special people once again. It's what it says. We agree. He will bring them back to settle once again in their own lands. That's what the Bible says. 100%. We agree. And people from many different nations will come and join them there. These are different goy. These are not Israelites, and they're joining the people of Israel in the lands. It says, and they will unite. Unity. They will unite with the people of Israel. That's what it says. Moreover, it then goes on to say the nations of the world will help the people of Israel to return. And those who come to live in the Lord's land will serve them. So yes, these Gentiles who join unto us, who unite with us, they're still going to have to serve us. But is their servitude going to look like them being in slavery and them in shackles? Is that what that looks like? Or is it a completely different context? Then it goes on to say, watch this, everybody. those who captured Israel will themselves be captured, and Israel will rule over its enemies. Wait a minute. Let's go to the next slide. Let's go to the very next slide. This verse clearly shows that there are two classes of Gentiles in the kingdom. One, those that have joined themselves to Israel and are now allies with us and obtain mercy. Two, those that have not and have been hostile against us. Those would be non-believing or wicked Gentiles. Let's get the next one. It said Israel will rule over its enemies. That's what it said in Isaiah 14. Clearly, the Gentiles who are allied with us aren't our enemies, or else they wouldn't have aligned themselves with us. It seems like a duh moment, but it was not a duh moment for me for a while. So I can understand why people might not accept it, but it's what the Bible says. So there's Gentiles who are cleaving to Israel, who join unto us, and they would serve the Israelites, yes, but they're not getting dominated like the ones who are not ruling over, or sorry, like the ones who have not joined unto us. And I want to say this too as a quick caveat. In Zechariah 12, it says that the whole world will be gathered against Jerusalem. Now, do I believe that that's hyper literal, like people in Papua New Guinea or the Sandwich Islands are going to, have air raids against Jerusalem? No. It's to communicate that the majority of the world is going to be against us, the overwhelming vast majority. So I don't know what that looks like in percentage form, but I can certainly say with certainty, the supremely overwhelming vast majority of Gentiles are going to go into hardcore subjection. And yet there will still be a remnant of them that will join unto us and will get more mercy.
Now, if I'm listening to this, right, and as a Gentile, I'm listening to this. It said Israel will rule over its enemies. Clearly, the Gentiles who are allied with us aren't our enemies, or else they wouldn't have aligned themselves with us and helped us. Now, what if all the Gentiles accepted the law? This is one question I wanted to ask Assad if he came on the panel. What if all the Gentiles accepted the law? What should we do? What would happen? What would happen if all of them accepted the law?
Exactly. Are you a Gentile?
Hell yeah, I'm a Gentile.
What is a Israelite? What is a Gentile really? Like people that's not Israel?
Who's just not Israel bloodline Israelites. You're not a part of that community. But let me say this.
But hold on, time out. So what is an Israelite? Like what haplogroup is the Israelites?
There's no specific group for Israelite, but the people who what do you call it?
Converted?
Who basically, yeah, some of them can convert and get drafted in.
So, okay,
people who are bloodline, pretty much bloodline. They're saying bloodline Israelites, which is practically impossible. But that's what.
So can a Gentile be an Israelite?
No, a Gentile cannot be an Israelite. That's the word basically means non-Israelite. That's what it means. But the craziness is this, right?
I don't believe you, Garfield. You got to show me that. You got to show me the word Gentile meaning non-Israelite.
Hold on a second. Let me talk to Dennis real quick. Dennis, I'm gonna call you right back. Give me a second, okay? Give me a quick second. Let me finish up right here. Listen, this is what I'm saying to you, right?
We can pull the word up. He ain't gonna tell us.
Oh, Gentile. Hold on. Let me pull it up. Hold on. Let me pull it up. All right, that's all right. Let's look it up. Gentile. N-T-I-L-E.
I think Mika got a point.
A Gentile is a person who is not Jewish. The term originates from the Hebrew word for nations, goyim, and the Greek word for nations, ethne, which were used to
So Israelites are Gentiles. Israelites are Gentiles.
They can't be Gentiles. A person
they're not Jews.
Yeah, but they mean
no. They're not Jews.
It means Jews in the sense of Israelites also.
Bro, you're trying to justify what it just said. I'm riding with Mika on this point. They're Gentiles.
And explain
so now, watch this. So now you have Gentiles. What happened is this, right? They're saying Gentiles can be saved. Tazaryach is saying Gentiles can't be saved. So now
That's what I'm saying.
What it becomes now is that, oh, you're trying to save white people. I'm not an Israelite. How would I be saved? You don't want Garfield to be saved? I'm not white. So how would I be saved? And that's the argument.
But they're arguing, yeah, right. But the argument is just that over white people stuff.
Yeah,
these black people are arguing over white people stuff, and then they're trying to stake claim to it. They're not the Jews. Remember, the Jews brokered and financed slave ships. The Jews had their hand in the slave trade. The Jews made money on these trade routes in certain parts of Africa. The Hebrew Israelites are not the Jews. They're broke. They're corner boys. They're corner boys. They dressed up in Mortal Kombat suits. They're corner boys, just yelling. They're not the people being referred to in this reference. So they would also be Gentiles because they broke. The Jews ain't broke.
This was not going to be my argument today. My argument is that Tazaryach is a Gentile. Genesis are Gentiles. ISUPK is Gentiles. They are fighting a crazy war of two claims that they can't prove. So they're both living an identity that they can't prove that they are. This is what becomes with the weird and wacky part of a belief system and a cult. You want to believe that you're this? Listen, I will take Hassad and Hakar seriously, right? When they disavow all of One West crazy teachings. One, the Scythians. And they transfer it to Tazaryach, and that's how you end up with the 10 tribes coming over. Once they leave that, they drop Second Esdras, they drop Tazaryach, they drop 70 AD, they drop the Deuteronomy 28:68 nonsense. Once they drop all of that, they can't claim bloodline because they don't have a story to tell to come along with it. They're just Gentiles trying to accept it. That's all they are. It's not a disrespect. Captain Tazaryach is a Gentile. Garfield is a Gentile. Sean got the J marker, by the way. He could claim he is.
I am the one true son of Israel.
That shit is crazy, y'all. That shit is crazy.
I am the one.
Yo, this shit is crazy. But I wanted to go through a list, right? I have a list, and I wanted to go through it because I want to be respectful and I want to do something before I leave. All right. I have a presentation that I'm putting together, and it's pretty much 50 reasons African Americans descend from West and Central Africans and why we're not Israelites. 1, genetic evidence. The E1B1A is dominant in African Americans, linking them to West and Central Africa, not Israel. And why we could use E1B1A, because, again, we find E1B1A, or even if we don't want to use E1B1A, we could use the L2 marker and say, hey, the L markers, because all African-American women are 99.9% of them are L markers, which comes from Africa. So if you say that the men are this, the women are Hamites. It seems like y'all been sleeping with a bunch of Hamite women. Number 2, the mtDNA haplogroup L2, L3, L1B show maternal ancestry in West and Central Africa. Again, African Americans. Number 3, no significant so-called Middle Eastern DNA admixture found in African Americans. It's true. Less than probably 2 to 3% have the J markers or E1B1B. They don't have that much markers. And that could stem from anywhere, like how Sean has it. Sean ain't running around claiming he a Jew. Founder effects in African diaspora align with Bantu-speaking West African populations. Number 5, haplogroups J1, J2 found in Jews are rare in African Americans, except for Sean. Number 7, autosomal clustering places African Americans within West African genetic clusters. Number 8, lack of Jewish-specific markers like BRCA1-2 mutations among African Americans. Number 9, genetic dating shows recent 500 years African ancestry with no Levantine admixture. Number 10, gene flow maps traced through transatlantic slave routes, not biblical migration path. Now let's move on to history and documentation. Slavevoyages.org records millions of Africans transported from where? West and Central Africa. Number 12, slave narratives never claim ancient Israelite origin. Let me say that again. Slave narratives never claim ancient Israelite origin. Number 13, West African oral traditions lack claims of Israelite ancestry. Let me say that again. West African oral traditions lack claims of Israelite ancestry. If you guys want to comment while I'm talking, just let me know. Captured ethnicities during the slave trade were African, not Israelite. Muslim geographers identified Africans by tribe, not as Israelites. African American descend from 40 plus known African ethnic groups. Let me repeat that. African American descend from 40 plus known African ethnic groups. Number 17, no Hebrew cultural traits documented in early Christianization efforts. That means when the missionaries came, they wasn't saying that they was Israelites. They wasn't saying that in the early Christianization with the missionaries. Number 18, African religious traditions did not include the Torah or the Talmud for that sake. Number 19, no Hebrew language evidence in African American dialects. Whoa, y'all need to read Yoruba in the Atlantic. What do you call it? Yoruba in the Atlantic. That's the name of it. Yeah, I think that's the name of the book. Number 20, colonial documents describe slaves by ethnic origin, never as Israelites. Number 21, linguistic evidence. Linguistic evidence. I never said Ashkenazi Jews was haplogroup A. Why would you lie like that, Chris? I never said that. We was talking about E1B1A, bro. Not haplogroup A like you wrote. All right. Now, oh man. I'm here watching my where the hell is this thing? Oh, here we go. Linguistic evidence. Gullah and Louisiana Creole languages retain West African traits. Yoruba. Number 22. Yoruba, Akan, and Igbo words persist in African American speech and language. Speech and culture, I'm sorry. Number 23. No Hebrew language preservation in diaspora communities. Number 24. Hebrew did not survive the Middle Passage. Number 25, Hebrew names are absent from early African American records. Number 26, African day naming traditions, example Kofi and Kwame, continue even to today. Kwame represents Saturday, of course. Number 27, no Hebrew terminology found in Black church rituals. Number 28, West African languages are tonal. Hebrew is not. Number 29, ethnic languages in Africa belong to Niger-Congo families, not Semitic. Number 30, call and response and praise traditions reflect African oral culture. True story, been teaching that for years. Number 31, Voodoo, Ifa, and Akan religion have no roots in Judaism. Number 32, cosmology and ancestor worship are distinctly African. Number 33, no kosher dietary traditions in African American foodways. Number 34, Sabbath observance is Christian, not Jewish in Black communities. Number 35, ancestor veneration aligns with African, not Israelite belief systems. Number 36, initiation and circumcision rituals differ significantly from Jewish customs. Number 37, funeral practices reflect African beliefs because everywhere Jews went, they always buried their dead. And you see the Hebrew writings and the material evidence of Hebrew culture there when you do funeral practices. Number 38, African American Christianity is Protestant, not Hebraic. 39, Hebrew holy days were never historically observed. Number 40, resistant traditions use Exodus as a symbol, not literal descent. Archaeology, migration, and anthropology. Number 41, archaeology links African American ancestry to West Africa. Slave trade routes show westward movement from Africa, not from Israel. Number 43, Israelite records are absent in African oral or archaeological tradition. Number 44, West African Jews were small groups of converts or migrants, not native Israelites. Number 45.
About the practice of Christianity, you said it was Protestant. What did you say?
Yep, primarily, yep.
Okay, so before you finish that, I just want to quickly interject.
So are you saying that it is Protestant because this country is built off the Protestant beliefs?
Say that again.
Are you saying that it is Protestant because that is the belief system of the people who originally established this country?
Yep.
That's what America was about.
Yep.
And a white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. Okay.
It's number 45. Synagogues in West Africa date to trade time, not ancient roots. Number 46. Judaism spread through trade, not ancestral lineage in West Africa. Number 47, female lineages do not trace to Levant or ancient Israel. Again, goes back to the whole L2, L3, whatever. Number 48, the light skin allele mutation is absent in African American DNA. Yeah, that's true. Anthropological traits differ between West Africans and Israelites today and Israelites of the past that they found in the Iron Age and Iron Age 1 and 2 time period. All evidence triangulates African Americans' ancestry to West and Central Africa. So this is my claim to everybody right now. You want to be an Israelite? This is why I say show and prove. I don't believe you. You're a Gentile just like me. Look at Chris Isaac in the chat. Chris, you're really carrying on about Eri came from Egypt. There's no oral tradition for that, bro. That makes more sense. What makes sense? Listen, Jesus ascending to heaven don't make no sense to nobody in my chat.
Hey, how is he saying that makes more sense? To whom? Why does it have to makes more sense? Because is it because it aligns with your faith, what you believe, or is it really logical and broken down because of the evidence, which he's not presenting or arguing?
I don't know, bro. I don't know. Yo, these niggas is crazy, yo. He's crazy. But I mean, I'm here, man. I'm here until y'all say it's over. If y'all want to jump back on. But one thing I want to say about Hassad and Hakar, continue evolving, continue to change your narrative if you get more information, and you're going to eventually get out the cult. Because that's what it is. You are around a bunch of cults, so you're going to be hated. You're going to be hated. So Tazaryach is a part of cult, and he wants to stay within that uniformity concept of being in a cult. He wants to be aligned.
He's comfortable. He's beyond comfortable.
Yeah, if I was him, I would definitely. Oh, y'all can't contradict this. They still teach wider is Judah in One West, in ISUPK. Even as much as Rawborn, myself, and others have taught them otherwise, because that's what they were taught. They don't want to change what they were taught. You got to change, man. Got to change.
So you watched the whole presentation, Garfield?
Yeah, no, I watched around 75% of it. I fell asleep.
Okay. So you understand everything that's going on. You could summarize.
Yeah, pretty much. All right. Let me give an example, because I do have notes regarding non-Israelites being saved, right? And one, by the way, too, my man Dre said he argued with Hakar about certain instances, and they told him that he was wrong. Now they're saying it's right. So they grew. So Dre was right the whole time. So now let me look at my notes regarding non-Israelites being saved. Let's see what Garfield has. Salvation for all Israel. And by the way, too, I need to stress this. This is my argument about salvation for all. If you look at different religions like Sikhism, Taoism, you see the Tao Te Ching represents the way as universal and open to all who live in simplicity, compassion, and humility. In Sikhism, God is the same for all humanity. Salvation is available through remembrance of God's name, good deeds, and grace. That's two different religions that we don't follow in the black community, right? Look at Shinto. Shinto emphasizes ritual and ethical purity, not conversion. Anyone may honor the kami and participate in the community of life. So anyone can be saved through salvation with those religions. Whether it's Shintoism, Taoism, Sikhism, Buddhism, in Buddhism, all beings can awaken. You can get your enlightenment. So that's the key concept of salvation. In Hinduism, all souls can be divine. So the concept of salvation is liberation. In Islam, of course, any believer in the one God and the messenger, paradise for the faithful. In let me see what else. So in Shintoism, Taoism, Sikhism, Buddhism, Hinduism, Islam, you have the potential to have salvation for all people, no matter your background. So if I'm Jamaica and I become a Sikh, I can be saved if I follow the structural stuff that they have within their culture, the Sikhism culture. So everybody can be saved universally. The difference with Israel is that God said, yo, you the chosen people. You got the chosen people concept. I think I found it in the Greek culture, in the Syrian culture, Babylonian culture. There's some sort of chosenness within those cultures. I don't know if the Bible writers got it from them. Who knows? But the issue now is, can non-Israelites be saved? Genesis 12:3, God promises Abraham that all families of the earth shall be blessed through you. Isaiah 49:6, the servant is made a light for the nations, that my salvation may reach to the ends of the earth. They said, Israelites said, the nations here mean Israelites. This is where all the confusion goes. This is John 1:29 in the New Testament. John the Baptist says, behold, the Lamb of God who takes away the sin, not John the Baptist, or behold, the Lamb of God who takes away the sin of the world. The world there means all humans inhabited on the entire earth. They think the world here means something else. Luke 2 verses 30 to 32, which I think they actually brought out. Simeon calls Jesus a light for revelation to the Gentiles. Galatians 3:28-29, there is neither Jew nor Greek, total opposites. You are all one in Christ Jesus, and if you are Christ, then you are Abraham's offspring, heirs according to the promise. So you have different writings and different verses that people use to talk about the outsiders getting salvation.
So Garfield, who is right?
Who is right? Both. You see, this is the problem. This is the problem. I think, to be honest with you, I think Hakar and Assad is actually more right than actually Tazaryach in this situation. And it's just the facts. I'm gonna read a verse.
Tazaryach sounds like he's carrying his faith more than anything else. Meaning he's more believes so much that he's unwilling to change because he's unwilling to accept something that contradicts his belief.
Look at this right here. Ephesians 2:11-19. You who were once far off have been brought near by the blood of Christ. You are no longer strangers and foreigners. Gentiles and Israelites are united as one household of faith. Now it says Gentiles and Israelites. So how could the Gentiles be the Israelites? This is what Tazaryach is arguing. He's saying Gentiles right here mean Israelites. That's craziness. That's cult mindset. That's crazy. It is clear cut. Look at let me bring on another scripture for y'all. Hold on, let me find.
Well, isn't he kind of right if it says you can look it up. It says Gentile is non-Israelite, so it's only for the Israelite.
What do you mean? Say that again.
What you just said, you said something. This finished. I'm talking about Gentile. It's only for non-Israelites.
Gentiles is non-Israelites, yeah.
Right. So wouldn't Tazaryach be right to say that it's only for the Israelite?
No, but in that what I'm reading, they're getting salvation too. That's my point. You see, you have to have a racial component. The white man is the devil to attract people. That's the whole premise. Look at the Ethiopian eunuch. Philip meets an Ethiopian official reading Isaiah 53. Philip explained Jesus. The man believes and is baptized immediately. So a non-Israelite African receives salvation by faith alone. No circumcision, no dietary law, no mention of Moses' law. If you go into the history, you have the Ebionites and you have the Nazarenes. The Nazarenes accepted Gentiles into their culture if they accepted the Torah and lived by the law. The Ebionites, no. These are first Jewish Christians that existed in the first century. So if you want to go by what the people believe who literally lived at that time period, that's what they held to. Hold on one second. Let me get John. Let me get First John. That's what I need.
Question in the chat: if Jesus is Christ, why is he Jewish? Well, Jesus is supposed to have followed the Israelite God. I think that's what made him Jewish.
But listen. For Hassad and Akar, listen, man. The bottom line is, bro, keep going where y'all going. Because once you leave the cult, you're gonna be good to go. And I think that's y'all gonna lose a lot of membership because a lot of people are down because of the whole thing. Black people are gonna enslave white people in the end. That's what attracted them. Yeah.
Hold on, time out. So this is the reverse. This is the reverse Abolition.
Yeah.
In the end, all the black people are going to enslave.
We're gonna enslave white people in the kingdom. Yep. That's their main. That's what attracts people. So when they hear white people can't go now, they're like, what? White people? Oh man, you're a Christian, man. That's why Tazaryach is like a lot of people gonna be hurt. A lot of people gonna be hurt with the truth. I don't get it. So what? It's just a belief.
Yeah, that's all.
None of it is guaranteed, yo. None of it is guaranteed.
Once you understand that, you understand everything else.
Yeah, none of it is guaranteed. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? What are you really going to do? Because at the end of the day, ain't nobody coming back. Which Jesus is coming back when? What year? When? It's a wait and see program.
And how we gonna
arguing and I'm laughing because it's funny.
How we gonna know that's the real Jesus? Jeez, who gonna tell us? What I don't even know.
But I appreciate what Genesis is doing. I really do. I like moving on. Chris, if you want to come on and debate, man, now is the time. You could come on and do your thing, man. The link is at the top. I got Sean here. I got Mika, the sniper here. I got Sabio, Mr. What do you call it? The Ottoman Empire expert. So we
the
good.
Paul killer. He's a good. I don't know if he's still with the Paul thing, but you know, he could have gave some good information on that. Hey, you there?
I just want to see. So the bottom line is you're gonna enslave white people. That's their goal. Or we're gonna enslave the white man. And so
you know what? I understand still. What make you think that that's a right thing to do? Why would a God do the same thing that somebody did to you to somebody else? How is that righteous?
Divine retribution.
The way you want to be treated is a standard law in history. So I actually agree with that.
Divine retribution.
But to me, I see it. I'm like, what is that going to change? Wouldn't they be down the bottom now and they're going to be praying for some God for them to get help? I don't know.
How do you disband white supremacy?
You can't. It's an idea.
Right. So, but who's ruling right now outside of China? Like, if you're going to say who?
White folks in general.
Who?
White folks in general.
Okay, so if we know that the white people are dominating this right now, how do you disband again? How do you disband white supremacy? All of this religion shit is to give them the superiority over other groups of people. Remember, They came here and said they were looking for something. So when they came here looking for something, they said that we're going to colonize everywhere we don't find a Christian kingdom. So why are we? I'm confused at this point. If they think they're going to enslave the white man, that's crazy. The white man will blow this mother freaker up before any of that happens.
Let the bombs fly.
People only know this when you die. Yeah, it's crazy.
I just want to know how a bunch of Ninja Turtles or Mortal Kombat people think they're going to take something from somebody who has set themselves up economically to not allow that to happen. Oh, God told us to enslave white people. How you gonna do that, bro? This whole system is created and designed for them to prosper.
Your God lied to you.
Exactly. So when do you apply logic to their bullshit? At what point are we using logic?
You're not supposed to be logical, Sean. What are you talking about?
So the only time we using logic is when Garfield want to talk about historical Jesus.
That's not supposed to be logical.
Hey, I take that on the chin. I take that on the chin. It's not a problem. I'm good. I take that on the chin.
So,
You know, if Jesus is hell, the whole thing must be crazy.
I'm still trying to get over the fact that they're arguing about Gentiles receiving salvation in a belief system that is talking specifically to Jews. They don't look like none of these people. Tazaryach, bro, listen. No, it's not Tazaryach. It's ain't Tazaryach the white dude?
Yep.
He's not white.
He the real. He what?
He's Puerto Rican.
Nah, you can't. What's his DNA?
I don't know.
Shit.
Give me the DNA. I seen Puerto Ricans and they ain't white.
Well, he's mixed. His mother is European and his father is Puerto Rican.
So he's mixed.
Yeah.
So nah, you lying.
No, ask Garfield.
So he's mixed. And so at that, he's really confused then. He's just trying to stake claim to something. Yo, they try to do anything to let this dude in. Where's DNA at?
Chris, jump back on, Chris.
His father is dark skinned, so they're not going by complexion, but they say he's Puerto Rican, but they don't know.
I ain't listening to none. They sound like that. They sound like the apples.
You remember Nile Valley Hebrew man from Google Hangout days? Oh my God, my man is
yes.
back directly from the dead, yo. What's up, Nile Valley?
All right, here we go.
What's good, bro? What's good, my brother? How you feeling, King?
I'm feeling great, man. What's up? What's on your mind?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
You hear me, Garfield?
I could hear you.
All right.
Man, who made that meme? That's all I care about right now.
What's up, baby?
We can't hear you, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to go out and come back in or switch your location up or something.
Switch it to the Nile Valley.
Oh, what? Wait, wasn't he Nile Valley Hebrew?
Yeah, he was Nile Valley Hebrew.
You still
he's still Nile Valley Hebrew.
Oh,
I don't know why.
If you go over to the Nile Valley, it's Wi-Fi this way.
Oh, he didn't learn.
Nah, he ain't learned nothing. Nile Valley Hebrew, we really can't hear you, bro. You sound so muffled. It's bad. Yeah, none of us hear you, bro. But anyway, back to what I was saying earlier. So if I don't like getting in their business because I don't care nothing about the whole Hebrew Israelite argument. It's like it's believing in action figures. I can't follow anything that requires you to fantasize about being an action figure. And that's basically what they did. Now I don't understand how a group of grown men, right? And this is all the abos, even the Moors, because now the Moors are abos. Crazy as shit. Garfield, real quick, let me get off subject. Have you read Ishmael Bay's article?
No,
About the whole abo man, bro, I'm gonna have to send it to you. It's one of the funniest written pieces of something that you'll ever read.
Sean got to do a presentation over here or a show over here.
Which show?
A show with the abos, killing
The
abos.
Abo? Oh my gosh, no, I can't do that.
Why not?
No, because I have to focus. I have to focus on one argument. So, because if you listen to them long enough, they're going to mention 52 different things in 2 minutes, and you can't point for point them without, you know what I mean, without having the discipline to slow them all the way down, because it gets crazy. But no, anyway, so what I'm hearing here are parallel arguments between all these different groups of people who are trying to be anti-African, right? Tazaryach don't really mess with no Africans. However, over the last few years of knowing Garfield, battling Garfield and arguing, he's more receptible to Garfield. The little kid on the I don't know if he's gonna invite you to the cookout. Is you invited to the cookout?
All the time.
Okay, so he's made some improvements in his life. He's moved the goalpost from no Africans at the cookout to Africans at the cookout.
No, there's no Africans. He don't think I'm an African. That's why he invites me. He says, God.
Wait a minute. How are you not an African?
He said Garfield don't know what he knows. He's an Israelite still. He said that to everybody. Like you would say you an Israelite. He said you just don't know it.
So we just don't know that we're Israelites. I just had a 84-year-old woman tell me the other day that she was an Israelite, but she said she was not the Israelites you see on YouTube. 84-year-old woman, yo. Watch YouTube. And she says we are not them fools on YouTube. I just bust out dying laughing, bro. I said we be arguing with them all the time. She said, yeah. So no, so my point in this is if you're invited to the cookout, Tazaryach's moving a little bit. But he ain't changed none of the stuff because he's still arguing the same old stuff. He's just improving upon his argument.
Yeah. Hey, Chris, what's up, bro? What's on your mind, bro? Hey, Chris, the only question I got for you is it possible you are not an Israelite?
Oh, my bad. Hold on. When I was talking, I thought I unmuted.
I got one question. Well, I got a bunch of questions, but can you answer me this? What if you are? Is it possible that you are not an Israelite?
Can I comment on the Tazaryach and the little African boy?
Just answer that for me real quick. Is it possible you are not an Israelite?
I mean, anything's possible, brother. But can I comment on
you, is it possible you are not an Israelite?
I just said anything's possible.
No. That's not answering the question. Is it possible that you are not an Israelite? Yes or no? Can't even come out of your mouth, bro. That shit is crazy. So how we gonna have a dialogue? That's crazy. You a cult, bro. You got a cult mind.
What's the question you want to ask about Tazaryach?
Hey, your God, hold on, before you get to that, Mika. Yo, Garfield. Are you an African?
I'm 100% African.
Is it possible that you're not an African?
No, it's not possible I'm not an African.
Mika, is it possible that you're not an African? Is it possible that you're not an African? Do you want me to put your DNA on the screen?
Huh?
You want me to put your DNA up?
You can put my DNA up. I'm
and what does it say? What does it say?
American with African ancestry. That's how I'm gonna
Okay. So you're African?
I'm American with African ancestry.
No, you're African. We all in America.
No, I am an American with African ancestry.
So are you're a descendant of an African?
Yes.
So you're African.
I am American with
Why you can't say you African?
Because I don't.
Because you trying to keep your Israelite ties?
No, I'm trying to keep my American.
What do you mean? That don't make you less American. America is new.
No,
so that don't make you less American.
have African tribes and people that consider themselves
You're
African.
not less American.
In order for me to be African, I would have to be a part of their culture, their language.
No, no, you don't. Africa is in you. What are you talking about?
Oh,
Yeah, in you.
I just say I got
Deep
African
down in you.
American.
Oh, by the way, I understand what
Not
Chris
on
was saying.
next.
What you said,
Chris was saying earlier that Deacon was Hakar was arguing that God is a racist, and how are you now saying that Gentiles can be saved? It does click in my head what Chris was saying earlier. You're right, Chris. I see your point on that. But
Can I just get 30 seconds real quick?
We're a new people. But go ahead, Chris.
I just want to comment on Tazaryach and the little African kid. Me personally, I probably would have handled that different, but they really used that kid as a prop. They brought him up there. That was a setup. You don't do children like that. And good on Tazaryach. I necessarily wouldn't have done the same thing, but he's not gonna allow y'all to manipulate him. That's what y'all do a lot. Not specifically you guys. But they always try to get us to say we love white people, just like some really manipulative shit. And they try to use the Bible against us. So good on Tazaryach for not who's, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I might have under the moment would have handled it
Tazaryach
differently.
calls him the devil, bro. All Israelites call white people the devil, bro.
Like I said, I don't remember that part because I don't remember that part, but I remember.
So how we gonna say they love white people when they always call the white man the devil?
Why would you use that little child as a prop? You know what I'm saying? And so he stood on his morals. He's like, no, he's not obligated to feed that boy. That boy is not starving. He's not a starving African. But they try to make that point. That shit is extremely manipulative. That's why nobody respects y'all like that. Because you use any fucking means of manipulation to come up with some fucking psyop.
Chris,
you know
why you cursing? Chris, why you cursing though?
I don't even know who we talking to.
What was the whole thing was about?
Chris, by the way, he was saying at the cookout, he wouldn't allow him to come to the cookout. That was the issue. It wasn't about feeding him. That's a whole nother conversation. Because they feed the homeless. ISUPK and RAM, they do their homeless feeding, they feed the homeless and so forth. So I don't know if they discriminate when they're feeding the homeless. He said he would feed the kid if he's outside on the street, but at the cookout, he wouldn't invite an African. Because I was at a cookout, one of their cookouts, and this dude was like, yo, that dude Govt, you look like an African, yo, you look like a Hamite. I'm like, what the fuck? Yo, bruh, are you serious? You walking around looking at me, giving me the eye, you look like a Hamite, yo. The dude, Tazaryach was like, nah, Garfield ain't no Hamite, man. You're Benjamite, man. Leave Garfield. I'm like, what the heck? Yo, this niggas is crazy out here.
What is a Benjamite?
Jamaican.
I'm confused.
This right here, the 12 chart. Hold on, we'll put it on the screen. We'll put it on the screen right now, right here.
Man, that chart's so pseudo, bro. How a Benjamite?
Yo, but Chris believe in this chart though. Where Chris at? Come back, Chris. Come back, Chris. We love you.
A Benjamite. So what is an Edomite?
White.
They claim as the white person. Some of them they claim as white people.
So who is Samuelite?
Samuelite.
Samuelite. What are you talking about?
He made that one up. That's the other tribe we don't know about.
Jacobites.
That's the white English people that is black. They black. They all black. They are black.
That's the thing about this black thing. Ugh.
So what's the Native Americans?
They try
the Indianites.
Depends on where they're located. If they're in Argentina, they're part of Naphtali or some shit like that. Yeah. So
who made this list?
Tazaryach.
Tazaryach made the one you're looking at?
No, somebody else made that.
No, I'm saying who? My bad, let me take it back.
Tazaryach made it.
You remember?
The guy that made the false prophecy about 2000. He's the one that did it.
Okay, now you're answering my question. So where's the actual first 12 chart tribes chart. I thought it was 10 at first.
The British Israelites put it out first.
British Israelites?
Oh,
yeah. Let me show you.
Garfield, you remember it was this old
I was like British Israelites.
and this other Israelite group said that they made the chart just to bring people in, but it was not supposed to be stuck on that chart thing. They was making it so they could pull people into the organization.
That's how they got you, didn't it?
No, that's not how they got me.
Okay, how they get you? How they get you?
How they got me way back.
Yeah.
Somebody I was involved with, and they was like, "Well, you got to be."
So the dude got you.
Don't they all?
You was stigmatized into it.
No, you were like, well, in order for you to be part of.
No, say it. Admit it. You was stigmatized into it. Say it.
Not really, because I'm the type that acts.
Nah, it ain't no not really. You was stigmatized.
And
admit it.
So.
All right, so. Right. Admit it.
Yeah, voice and that stately manner and that white beard. And he also used to wear turbans. And he wore white turbans. One time we were over there and they had the charts up. And they had the charts. They said, if you're Jamaican, you come from this, that tribe, and read the books there. Hey, come on, Pop. I said, what is, you know that ain't right. He said, of course, Danny, I know that's not right. He said, but that's the hook. That's how we get him in the play. You know, years later, after he passed away, and his sons and all of them, they either died or moved away. The Tanakh school began to teach those things as truth. This is the truth, you know. And, well.
So as you guys can see, that chart was made up. Matter of fact, who was one made even admit to that in the comment section.
Hold on. So this dude is the one that brought forth the fact that the charts, whether it be the 10 chart that they expanded to 12, now it's 13, right? Like the British dudes created it.
This is the chart. Yeah. This is one right here. This is a British Israelite chart. This is more recent. This is the old one. This is the one that Reggie brought out right here. And this is the.
There we go. Nah, what a 10 tribe chart. What the original 10 tribe chart? This is right here.
No 10 tribe chart. Which 10 tribe chart?
Ain't no original. What are you talking about?
Hold on, time out, Garfield. You're telling me that you don't know the 10 tribe chart? There was never 12 tribe till later?
You talking about the Hebrew Israelites? You're talking about the British Israelites?
I'm talking about the Hebrew Israelites. Wasn't it a 10 tribe chart?
And they found some other. I think some was missing, and they found like 2 more.
Okay, so that's what it was. I know I heard them dudes talk about 10 tribes, and then it was 2 new ones.
It was 10 southern groups, and then 2 down in the south, and then the other 2 were in the north.
Okay, so it was 10, and then they found the others.
It was something. I don't know.
They got added to.
So who's the lost? So who? Hold on. So who's the lost tribes? The Benjamites.
Where Chris at? Jump back on, Chris, jump back on. We need you on here, man. We need somebody. We need an expert.
No, I'm trying to understand. Yo, Garfield, you ain't helping me understand this shit, and your book don't help me understand it either, because I still got questions. So if it was 10, and then 2 lost, how did they know the 2 was lost?
No,
they weren't lost.
You're not that way saying that making no sense.
Your audio.
There was 12 tribes, right? And what happened is 10 tribes were actually exiled. So that's what's alleged. So that's where you get the 10 tribes from. The 10 tribes didn't include Levi, Benjamin, and Judah. Levi was a priest in everybody's town, so they moved him.
Was Levi black?
I don't know, bro. Black or white, I don't know. So now you have the 10 people
Sound like a black man.
So these 10 tribes are taken over to the north of to the Americas. That's how you end up with, and they say in the chart. See, Chris is back. Here you go. He could explain it better than anybody else. Go ahead, Chris.
Come on. Yeah, Chris, give us the business.
So when you show that British Israelism chart, but you will show like some older unrelated charts, but it's not related to the one that you just showed. You see what I'm saying? You showed some old charts, but none of those say what you just wrote, what you just showed.
What are you talking?
You see what I'm saying?
What are you talking?
So that chart that you showed came from somebody that wrote a book in like the 90s.
Which one?
So that predates.
Which one? Which one? This one?
Which chart?
Which one? This one is recent. This is a recent chart, but it's based off of British Israelism. This one right here is older. This one is way older. This is the one that probably Abba Bivens got exposed to. It's possible because this is the Ethiopian one.
That's what I'm saying. That's not making. But that's what I'm saying. That's not the One West chart. That's not the same thing. You see what I'm saying? Those are two different things.
Nobody said that.
But you showed that British Israelism chart.
Nobody said that.
But you. That's what I'm saying.
Which one? Real chart.
The British Israelism. No, but you're cutting. That's not.
Nobody's saying that.
What's that?
The whole time.
Anytime.
No, but that's not what you're confusing my argument. I'm not making that. Why you keep cutting me off? Let me make my point. You invited me on, and then every time I talk, you cut me off. That's why I don't come on. You know what I'm saying? You won't even let me explain myself. So what I was saying is the other British Israelism chart that you showed, you can't show that in the old chart, the old other chart that you just showed. You can't show that going back past the late 20th century. So that's the One West chart will be older than the British Israelism chart that you just showed that's talking about South Wales and all that. The One Westwood chart is
You're going too fast. You're going too fast. Slow down. The One West chart, ain't that some shit that's in America that ain't all over the world?
That's not the point that I'm trying to say. That chart.
I'm asking because it seems like you're giving one credence over the other. So which one's first?
What I'm saying is that British Israelism chart that he showed prior to the one he just showed came from a man that wrote a book in the late 20th century.
Is it wrong?
And the One West chart would be older than his.
Okay. Forget his.
Sean, hold on one second. Chris, this is what I said. You're arguing stuff that nobody's saying. I want you to listen to me carefully. I lowered my voice because
I didn't say,
Chris, why are you
you're not hearing my argument?
Chris,
maybe you don't understand what I'm trying to say.
Chris, maybe if you shut up and listen, you will understand what I am saying. Then we won't have to go back and forth about it. It's not that serious. Now, let me mute your mic so you don't interrupt me. All right? Now, watch this. This chart here is the One West chart. This chart, as I said earlier, is a offshoot of the British Israelite. This by here by Jair is a fairly new one. This one is older than the One West.
That's a different chart.
This one is from this book. The little. Yes, exactly.
It's not the same thing.
So nobody is saying
that's the similar one. That's the one.
Chris, why are you talking, bro? You have no self-control. I am talking. Relax. I made you come on and speak. I'm muting my mic.
I was making. That's all I was saying, bro.
Yo, relax, bro. This chart here, as I said, is an offshoot of the British Israelites. I never said this was older than the One West chart. This chart is older than the One West chart. This map is older. This is from the Mormons. This is older. All right. Nobody was talking. This right here. This is the one by the guy David Jair who's trying to revive British Israelism. Yes, he's still alive today. I don't know why is this even an issue. Nobody made the claim that the One West got is from this guy or whatever. But this is the one that they made the claim that they got it from this guy. which is connected to the guy who had the Ethiopian 12-tribe Orthodox Church in Jamaica, who used this chart. And Abba Bivens knew the guy, and they were part of the same Ethiopian organization. So I'm saying it's possible that Abba Bivens knew about it, because there's an argument that Abba Bivens is the one that came up with the idea, and there's an argument that it's straight from Arya. If you notice the guy in the video, the elder, he was saying it comes from Abba Bivens. But if you go into One West teachers, they said no, it's from Arya, and that's what General Yohana teaches. All right, so there shouldn't even been an argument, because I don't know why you're making a claim to correct a claim that I never made. All of that was irrelevant, bro. Damn, why do we do this?
Can I rock out real quick?
Go ahead, man.
The backstory behind that is that he was injured at work, and so he took time off of work. He was disabled, but he literally was going to libraries and studying this before he came up with that. So I would believe both of them had input. You see what I'm saying? So it could be, you could in some regard say it could be potentially like a co-author, but I think he did like most of the legwork as far as looking up sources, and then to even know where to look. Like we never knew there was a plethora of all these books that people wrote about that. You know what I'm saying? Like dozens of books, dozens of informations with like Sephardic people, Ladino, a lot of Hispanics are connected to conversos that came from Spain. You know what I'm saying? Like we didn't know all of that. I didn't know all of that, and then it all kind of just clicked to me one day what he was trying to get at, and it made sense. But it's different from that chart that the other chart you showed. It's not implying the same thing. It's way more information on that chart.
Is there a 4,000 or 6,000 year old chart that exists?
No,
excuse me?
No, Sean, hold on. Let me ask you a question, Chris. Is the chart on the screen?
Can I land real quick?
Is the chart
just quick?
Is that what the 12-tribe chart is? The one that's on the screen.
What do you mean?
The one that's on the screen.
That's a, you know what I'm saying? That's not the original. But yeah, it's saying the same thing. Yeah.
How does it differ from the original?
I mean, of course it wasn't made on a computer. It was like they handmade it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay,
whatever.
Does it have the same information that was on the original?
It has, as far as I can see, you know what? Yeah, as far as I can see, let me see. Because some of them I have seen them say some different stuff on there.
All right, let me ask you this, right? A quick question. You have Simeon, Zebulun, Ephraim, Manasseh, Gad, Reuben, Naphtali, Asher, and Issachar. Can you give me a timeline within 2 minutes? Can you explain how those 10 tribes that went to Assyria, how they ended up in these areas? In 2 minutes. I'm going to give you 2 minutes. Go ahead. Let me mute up.
Say that again. I'm sorry. My bad.
How did the 10 tribes that went to Assyria, right? With the Assyrian.
You know the answer to that. You know what I'm going to say.
No. I want to have you on record. Go ahead. Can you say it? I'm going to mute up.
I believe the second Ezra. So I know you're gonna come. I know what you're gonna say.
Bro, it's whether I come back with second Ezra 50 minutes later or whatever is irrelevant. I just want you to tell the audience because I want them to hear what One West teaches. But
you know what I'm gonna say because you're trying to set up your argument. You already know I'm going. I know where you're going. This is
what argument am I setting up, bro?
You're gonna try to debunk second Ezra.
That's for later, but I'm just asking you. All right, tell me if I'm wrong. Tell me if I'm wrong, right? You believe around what time period? All right, give me a time period. What time period did they go off to go to Arzareth? Or to go 600 BC, 700 BC, 650?
I would say between after they were moved out of the north, anywhere between that and maybe I don't know 400 or 500 BC. They were probably trickling down in there.
All right, I agree. I agree.
I can't nail down the exact. I don't want to, you know what I'm saying, nail down the exact number.
Yeah. All right, so let me ask you this. There's two concerns I have with the 12 tribe chart, right?
Okay.
I have a concern that if all the people that were taken from the areas, Halar, Habar, and Golar, and the Medes, and all that stuff, that I agree that they were taken. And that's what Second Esdras is talking about, right? Let's say that's Second Esdras is written by Ezra. I'll even give you that. 5th century BC, Ezra the prophet, or Ezra who's Salathia, whoever, right? Now watch this. How do you explain when First Chronicles says that Manasseh, half of Manasseh, Gad, and Reuben is there until that day? So he's writing in the present time saying that they're there up until this day. How do you explain that if they left, as Second Ezra says?
Well, I mean, there's a few ways you can look at that. So a lot of times these captivities, they would take like mostly working age men or something like that. They wouldn't necessarily need women slaves. You see what I'm saying? Throughout these different captivities, the men and the women were split up. Or if there's, say, for instance, elderly people, they can't make that trip, little kids or whatever. They wanted able-bodied men. So it's not like when they moved those people out of the land, they moved like, you know what I'm saying, like how you would think people with their families and old ladies with canes and all that. No, they you know what I'm saying, they want able-bodied men. They're selling them as slaves. Not every person that's buying the slaves wanted the women. But then sometimes people they would want the women. You know what I'm saying? But, it just could have been one of those instances. And I'm one of the Israelites who believe that I'm not saying that they populated America. I'm not saying that they came over and there was nobody on the land and you know what I'm saying? I don't think that's how that went down.
No. Let's stick to this right here. I'll put the scripture on the screen so you could see the context. I'm saying that First Chronicles is written between 280 and 320 BC. And how I get that date is Zerubbabel had 8 generations after him in First Chronicles. So it shows that Anina is the person with the 8th generation after him. So each generation is calculated at 25 to 30 years. It could be older, but that's how they calculate it. So 8 generations would be either 200 years or it could be 240 years. So 200 years from 525 BC would be 325. 240 years would be 285 BC. So if he's writing at 285 BC or 320 BC, he's saying unto this day that the people that were taken, their descendants, are still in that same region. So how could they be in Second Esdras going towards Americas?
That's the point I was making, that they didn't remove every single last person from the Northern Kingdom out.
Let me finish my point. I am saying this is proof that Second Esdras is a later book, for one. And two, it specifically says Halar, Habar, and Hera, and to the Golden River, the exact same areas where they were taken. So if there was some taken, that's an assumption. You're making that up. It doesn't say that.
How is that? History states that a remnant made it into the Southern Kingdom.
Hold on. I am saying, it says here, and the God of Israel stirred up the spirit of Paul, king of Assyria, and the spirit of Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria. And he carried them away, even the Reubenites and the Gadites and the half tribe of Manasseh, and brought them unto Halar, Habar, and Hera, and to the river Gozan unto this day. So now that means they were still in Assyria that day. But to add to this, right, to make sense, right, let's look at what Josephus says. Let's look at what Strabo says and what Pliny says. And they're saying that these people were still in Assyria. They didn't go anywhere. They didn't say they went anywhere. They said they're still in that area in Mesopotamia, and they're in the Medes. They're in that area.
In Assyria.
But watch this. This is the kicker now. I want to see this. I'm not trying to debunk Second Esdras, right?
You're saying they're still in Assyria.
Hold on. What I'm saying to you is that Josephus, Pliny the Elder and Strabo are saying that the Jews are in that era. But the kicker is this: you believe in the New Testament, right? The New Testament logs and documents everywhere Jews are in the diaspora. And you won't find Jews outside of the Parthian and the Roman Empire in the 1st century. And they're documenting where they're going to spread and teach to the nations. And they name out the areas. The same areas, if you look at Acts 2, they're coming from Parthia, Mesopotamia, the same areas where the Jews were taken. So I'm saying to you, if the New Testament don't have anybody outside of the Parthian or Roman Empire, the Jews are in the diaspora, they don't have nowhere documented. How are you now claiming that they're in another whole other region in the Americas when the New Testament don't know? When Paul wrote the letter, when Peter wrote First Peter 2:1, and James wrote to the 12 tribes of Israel, they knew where the 12 tribes were. So if they physically knew, literally knew where they were when they write the letters to them, how comes they're not documenting the letters to go to these people in America? Because there's no Jews in America or Israelites in the Americas at the time. So Second Ezra could not be written before the 1st century, because this is why we know it's written after. But go ahead, you have the floor. I'm gonna mute up.
So you're intentionally making these complex and long arguments that, like, you're saying that the Jews are still there. Like, just because there's Jews there, that doesn't mean that's the same generation of people. You're talking about 1st and 2nd century historians, you know what I'm saying, this is an event that took place several hundred years prior. They weren't there. So if there's Jews there, that doesn't mean that's that same generation of people that branched off, that could have potentially branched off and went into other places. So I'm not making an argument that there can't be Jews in that area. I like to know what's their population, because if there's just like a few of them, you know what I'm saying, but that doesn't mean that there's hundreds and thousands of or millions of them. So you're making that long, complex argument that's really fallacious. Anytime a long, complex argument like that is typically always fallacious, always. So, you know what I'm saying, I don't know why you're comparing Strabo and what is that, 1st and 2nd century AD or whatever, or, you know what I'm saying, they weren't there. This is an event that took place 700-800 years prior. So, you know what I'm saying, I don't know why you would think that he's not an author in the Bible or anything considered extra biblical. Let's just say 2nd Ezra is extra biblical. Josephus is not on that level still. Even if it was written later, just Josephus is not on that level. 2nd Ezra is on that level. It might not be specifically in the Hebrew or the Hebrew Bible or the New Testament, but it's on that level. It's regarded higher than anything Josephus and Strabo has to say.
Now, let me say this, right? So we could look on the inside, we could look in the Bible internally, and we could look at external sources, and we could draw a conclusion, right? All right, so we have the church fathers, right? We have Josephus, who is a historian, saying where the Jews are. He's saying that the 12 tribes was in beyond the Euphrates, the same Mesopotamian Medes area. So if he's saying that they're there, why shouldn't I believe him? He's the #1 historian at the time. Strabo is another believer in the Torah, who is saying exactly where the Jews are. In every city in the Medes and Mesopotamia area in the world, they're documenting where Jews are located. And how do we know where Jews are? They're documented because they have grave sites. They're writing in Hebrew on the grave sites. So we could document it. We see the culture being moved. So now I'm saying that the Jews did not, there's no evidence that they left Assyria at all. So you believe in 2nd Ezra because it sounds good, because it fits your doctrine. But the truth of the matter is, 2nd Ezra, we know 2nd Ezra is not reliable because it's 3 different writers writing in 3 different time periods in 3 different languages. So we know it can't be dependable, and it couldn't have been written by Ezra because it's written first chapters 1 and 2 is written in Latin, and chapters 15 and 16 is written in what? What is it written in, my brother? What is chapters 15 and 16 written in? Koine Greek. So we have Koine Greek. Koine Greek didn't exist before Alexander the Great. So how could he write in a language that didn't exist? How could he write in Latin when there was no Latin script that he could write in at the time? So we know Second Esdras couldn't have been written in the 5th century BC. We know that for a fact. So it's written after the 1st century in 3 stages: in the 1st century, 2nd century, and the 3rd century. So how is that reliable when somebody is using the name of somebody, a prophet of the BC era, to make it legitimate? It sounds good, but Arzareth is also a mistranslation of the word another land, Aretz Charetz, which is from Deuteronomy 29. So your whole Arzareth belief is just totally false. It's an etymological problem. It's transliterated incorrectly. It's now a proper noun. It was never a proper noun in the Bible. So now they made it a proper noun to try to convince people now X, Y, and Z is happening in the 1st century. But if you can't tell me, if you can't show and prove Esdras written in 5th century BC, and it's written by Ezra, it's also written by 2 different Esdras. It says in the first 2 chapters, it says Ezra the prophet, and in chapter 3, it says it's written by Salathiel, who is Ezra, who is also known as Ezra. So you have 2 different Esdras. Who wrote it? You don't even know. People faking the funk. But I'm going to say this carefully to you. You can't show no evidence of Jews migrating from Assyria in that time period. You can't do it. You can't do it. And it kills your doctrine.
When did they migrate?
They never migrated. It's all made up.
They never migrated out?
Hold on. Listen.
So what is Assyria today?
You know what? I'm gonna give you the sources right now.
Just answer that. What is Assyria considered today?
Assyria is would be a part of Iraq, I think. Hold on, let me double check that. Hold on.
Would it be like Turkey?
Near Turkey, yeah. Hold on, North Syria. Hold on.
Wait a minute now.
Hold on. Assyria is who today? Who is Assyria today? Assyria as a country no longer exists, but modern Assyrians are an indigenous people living primarily in northern Iraq, northeastern Syria, southeastern Turkey, and northwestern Iran. Right.
So what are they today?
As far as what?
Their religion.
Their religion, if you study up the Assyrians, whatever religion they follow, some of them are Christian.
People in Iraq, Turkey, and Syria are Muslims.
So hold on, some of them are Christians.
At one time, it was controlled by Christians until the Ottoman Turks.
No, I'm gonna shut up and when you finish, I'll talk. Go ahead. Make it.
Well, that's why I asked you, when did they move out? You see what I'm saying? You didn't even know where Assyria was.
No.
You know what I'm saying? So there is an ethnic minority of Jews in Iraq today, but it's not that many people.
All right, let me ask you a question. Right?
You know what I'm saying? It's not millions upon millions of people.
Chris. When I asked you, when you asked me where Assyria is, what did I say? What was my answer?
You said you don't know. You got to look it up.
No. I said I think it's.
But I knew.
No. I said I think it's Iraq, Turkey, or Iran. Or no, I said North Syria. And when I Googled it, what did it come out and say?
So when they went into the northern, when the
northern
kingdom was scattered into Assyria, did they go into Iraq?
Stop that.
Did they go into Iraq when the Assyrians scattered them?
No. Listen. Chris, if we're gonna have a conversation, Chris, if we're gonna have a conversation, we can't talk over each other, and you gotta let me finish my.
But you just went for I let you literally, man. I thought it was my turn, so I thought it was like more of a we can go back and forth like gentlemen.
All right, what is the question you're asking? Because I didn't hear it. What are you asking?
I asked you. Said that I asked you, when did they leave?
When did they leave? Where?
Assyria.
All right. Okay. All right.
Right. You said they never left.
Hold on. Now let me ask you a question.
They're still there.
Are you going Chris, are you let me respond to the question? Because you obviously don't know the history. That's your problem. So relax, shut up, and let me respond to it. We can't have a conversation if both of us speaking. And then you say, we're like gentlemen. How are we being gentlemen when you didn't even let me answer the question and you start laughing?
I'm letting you go right now.
Repeat the question for the audience.
Come on, bro.
I want to make the answer clean.
I asked first. Okay, I asked you, when did they leave Assyria, and did the Assyrians scatter them into Iraq?
Okay.
You said they never left,
beautiful.
And then you said they never. They left. If they went into Iraq.
Let me answer the question. Can I answer the question, brother? I'm going to take 3.5 minutes to answer the question.
3.5 minutes? That's a lot of talking, bro.
Yeah,
come on. 3.5 minutes? Like,
now
I get 30 seconds. You know what I'm saying?
All right. No, you got 2 minutes. You got 2 minutes. All right, let me do this. Let me do this for the family. All right, because we got to do it. We got to do it right. All right. So let's do this. Let's do this right. All right. First, let me share my screen. When the Assyrian exile happened, you got to remember a couple of things. I show this every week on my channel. All right. Now look at this. I'm going to go to a scripture real quick. The scripture is 2 Kings. Go to a scripture real quick. 2 Kings 18 verses 13. Verses 13. All right. It's on the screen. All right. We have this right here. Hold on 1 second. 2 Kings 18 verses 13. All right. So this is what we're going to do. When the exile happened, right? The exile happened. Remember, the exile of 722 BC, the Assyrians were in charge. As a matter of fact, mute up because I don't want no interruption. What happened is when 722 BC happened, the Israelites were taken to Assyria, right? When they were taken to Assyria, 722, remember by 609 BC, I'm sorry. Remember at 701 BC, this happened. Let me show my screen. Hold on. Where is this thing at? Oh, let me go back to this. I'm sorry. So this is what number? This is 1986. All right. 1986. If you guys who are watching on the screen, if you remember these pictures that Israelites like to show, these are the Israelites being taken during the 701 BC Sennacherib stuff. All right. This is a different time period. That's Jehu. All right, but Sennacherib at 701 BC, these images that you show, you always see Israelites show, is the 701 BC time period. At 701 BC, he said he took 200,000 Israelites, right? 200,000 Israelites. When he took the 200,000 Israelites, they took 40,000 Israelites at 722 BC to Assyria. Assyria now, he takes 200,000 and spread them throughout the empire of Assyria, right? Now, that's the majority of 90% of the Jews that lived in the southern kingdom. That southern kingdom, we saw the northern kingdom be taken 40,000 out of how many millions, right? Or 100,000, whatever. Now, those people that went there to that region, remember, they are taking over. This is the Assyrian Empire at its highest point, right? When you have the Assyrian Empire now in Babylon, when Babylon took over, this is what it looked like. So you see, Babylon took over Assyria. So now it's a Babylonian. The Jews living in, hold on there, right here. Let me get it right. I want to scroll everything together. You have the Assyrians living. You have the Israelites living in Assyria right here. So this is second Esdras right here, right? So you have them living in the area. Look at them living in the area where they're living. This is what's going on. The deportees who received preferred treatment. So they had jobs. They was working as Samaritan charioteers. They were working as chariot drivers, commanders, bodyguards. They were archers. They owned personal things. They were chief of accountants in Gazana. So these Jews are Israelites, chief of public works. We have documents of what they were doing. So they didn't have to leave because they had regular jobs. They weren't slaves. And a majority of them joined the army of the Assyrians because we have records of them going into Egypt on ships during the Assyrian Empire time period. So they're not leaving. The proof is the records. The records have the Israelites and their names and their records showing what they're doing and where they're located. Skilled laborers, what they're doing. Hela was where Sargon was building a new capital. Israelites were used to build the city.
3 minutes.
Ration techs, the merchants, landowners. Now watch this now. No, they were even in court. So now that we have the Israelites are there working, they're not leaving, right? Which I said before. Then you have the estimates of how many people fled and whatever. 40,000 was exiled, 80,000 fled to Judah, 100,000 remain in Samaria. All right, so we have that record right there. Now let me go back to Babylon real quick.
That's 3.5 minutes.
I know. Give me 1 second. Let me make this point. Just for the record, I got to make it clean so people could refer back to this. So now the Assyrians are ruling. The Babylonians take over. They take over the era where the Assyrians are, and we start seeing them changing their names to Babylonian names. They're not leaving or migrating, right? But what do we notice? We have the Babylonian Jews. This book here talks about it. I talk about it all the time. Babylonian Jews said they've been there for 2,500 years because we have what? We have the Al Yahuda tablets with over 200 tablets talking about the Jews living in Babylon during the time of Nebuchadnezzar. So when they're living in Nebuchadnezzar now, they had over 13 different towns. By the time we get to the Persian time period, you see vines intertwined in the history of Jews and Christians from the Babylonian exile to the Advent of Islam. You see that they're establishing over, we have 800 cuneiform tablets now, which preserve financial records of what may be called an ancient banking firm of the Marash family. Records date from 454 to 44. Now they have over 30 villages. It was 13. They're expanding. So now we have these people who are in the Assyrian Empire, the Jews. They're now in the Babylonian Empire. And from the Babylonian Empire, the Persians took it over. There's no records of them migrating. This is what you guys make up out of thin air with Second Esdras. So I'm showing you that Mesopotamia, Babylon, became the home where the most populous of Jews lived. This is where most of them lived in the first century, in Mesopotamia. That's why second Acts 2, 5 to 11 talk about where the people were when they came for the feast or Passover. They came from Mesopotamia, which is Babylon.
Garfield, real quick, before he speaks, after he speaks, can you bring up Deuteronomy 4:2 and Revelations 22:18 for me?
Come on, man. He throwing out the momentum.
Yeah,
Nah. Y'all believe. So I'm gonna hold y'all to this book because the Bible distinctly says, "Do not add or take away, or Yahweh will add to the curses." So don't interrupt me, bro, because I've been on silent. I'm gonna hold you. I'm not a believer, but somebody told me I'm a spell caster, so I'm finna cast a spell on you.
Jeez. Why you stop talking?
Chris, go ahead. I'm done talking, man. Go ahead. I just wanted to say that there's no evidence. There's no evidence of them in written history, archaeology, that there was a mass amount of Israelites that left that area. They assimilated and they lived with the region and continued to live.
Okay, that's so. Damn, he don't mess me up.
You said that they left Assyria. So
if I'm a slave, I'm on a sugar plantain, right?
They weren't slaves.
That's part of the job, brother.
They weren't slaves.
That's your job.
They weren't slaves. They weren't slaves in Assyria. They weren't slaves.
You know what I'm saying? When somebody is brought into the military, that's called a conscript. You see what I'm saying? Those people are drafted into the military against their will, and they probably didn't survive. You know what I'm saying? I've heard all kinds of tales of. I've heard of Israelites made it to China. You know what I'm saying? That's slaves. They went all over the place, brother. You know what I'm saying? But what the verse is saying is, it said they separated from the multitude of the heathen. That's not implying everyone. And there was a remnant that went down with Judah. So there's different layers of it. It's not as simplistic as you're trying to paint it. It says they separated from the multitude of the heathen. So able-bodied men probably separated from the larger group. But still, a lot of these people, if they went into slavery, likely did not survive. You know what I'm saying? Because it was a more brutal time. They used them as, just frontline troops, whatever.
Come on.
Disease. You can't automatically say, oh, those people survived.
They didn't survive. How did they end up in the Americas? You said they transported. So where's the evidence of them?
That's why I said a group separated from the multitude of the heathen.
Can you show me the evidence of them transporting and leaving, bro? Can you show me that evidence of anybody?
Second Ezra, they separated from the multitude of the heathen.
Okay.
So that means they left on their own and got away and traveled there. So
do you have evidence?
I've never made the case for a mass mind, something like I never made the case that everybody got up and left. You know what I'm saying? Like I never made that case. But you can't show, if everybody was still in that area, you can't show that by population numbers. That's why I asked you, when did they leave? And so are you saying that those are the Ashkenazi Jews that made it into Eastern Europe?
Are you finished? When you done talking? No. Sabio, don't say.
Yeah, you don't want to go there. Where are those people?
I want to wait for you to finish, and then I'll talk.
I'm done.
All right. Can you mute up, please? All right. If you notice, we're asking a simple question, and that's for anybody out there. This is easy. This is not about skin color, skin tone, or anything. This is about you proving that people left Assyria. I'm saying you can't prove it. And Second Esdras can't be proved because it's not a reliable source. It's not a historical source. They never left. I am on the side of scholarship. This is why I'm showing you the Al Yahudu tablets. I'm showing you the Morasha archive. I'm showing you a continuity of culture within the land of Assyria. So it changed empires. Assyria changed to Babylon. Then from Babylon, it changed to Persia. They never left. This is why in 1 Chronicles 5:26 is important. If it's written in the 3rd century BC, it's telling you they're there unto this day. Benjamin Tudela, right? He went to Assyria, to the same places. And he found over
Judaism.
Oh, come on, bro.
Are they practicing Judaism? Yes or no? Are they Muslims?
No, don't do that, man.
You answer that. You're saying they're still there today.
This is why I'm
That's not according to population.
This is why I mute up, bro, while you're talking. I'm saying to you, there's no evidence of any migration from the Assyrian area. You can't prove it. This is why people make up stuff about the Scythians. The British Israelites make up the Scythians are the ones that migrated and all that. Please stay on mute. I don't want nobody interrupting me. The issue here is, and I'm keeping you right one place, Chris, they never left. When they left, the Babylonian, look at the Babylonian, look at this, look at what I got on the screen. Look at this. Look at what the Babylonian said. They said in the book, Babylonian Jews, Iraq's last Jews. Look at what it says right here. Over its 2,500 years of existence, 2,500 years, the Iraqi Jewish community formed a homogeneous group and was able to maintain communal identity, culture, and tradition throughout the centuries. All despite multiple conquests and political upheaval, war, and plagues. They were distinguished from their Iraqi brethren. Remember you said they were separated? Yeah, they were distinguished from their Iraqi brethren by their old Arabic dialect called Judeo-Arabic. Judeo-Arabic, which is replete with what? Biblical Hebrew, biblical references and words from Persian, Turkish, and Aramaic. They were set apart. Oh, they were what? set apart by their dress, their observation of Shabbat, holy days, and kashrut, their unique cuisine, and among many other things, a deep yearning for their spiritual Jerusalem and Zion. They purchased land and established yeshivot, religious houses of study in Jerusalem and Hebron. Their social and religious life was based upon Talmudic and biblical rites eventually, and they led an independent communal life headed by the chief rabbi who oversaw the community. This is why, since the 3rd century of the Common Era, they moved from Yavne in northern Israel to Babylon as the home of so-called Judaism, if you want to call it that, if I may call it that, or Orthodox Judaism. And then they developed something called the Resh Golata, the guy who is connected to as a descendant of David. So he was the head of the Jewish diaspora. He was head of all Jews in the world. So this is why. And then when you guys talk about light-skinned Jews and color now, remember, these Jews are Jews who are migrating from their areas into Europe and going further north. So they started sending letters back home to Babylon to say, hey, divorce me because I'm not coming back for now. Divorce, they do divorce through mail. And then what he did was he would sleep with local women, indigenous women of Europe. So northern Europe. So those women were light-skinned. That's how Jews became lighter and lighter and lighter. They come from us. That's like a black man sleeping with a white woman, and then then the son goes sleep with a white woman. Eventually, all the children come out white. Look at the guy that played basketball. What's his name that they like to use with the red head? I forgot his name. That could dunk. It's the same thing. But you're worried about color. I'm worried about history and proving that these people remain. And by the way, it's not only how is it that there's a community that kept the Hebrew language within their culture for over 2,500 years? And then you worried about African Americans not knowing Hebrew. But what about the Persian Jews? And you know what's crazy, Mika? Where's Mika, by the way? Is Mika still here? Mika, let me tell you something. These people were endogamous. So that means they slept with one another. This is why when you have group homes, they're ran by Jews, because when you sleep with your cousin, sometimes you end up with a developmental disability. We call it retarded back in the days. This is why they own all these homes and give all these jobs out to take care of their family, because they're endogamous. They sleep with their cousins. They sleep with the same. And guess what? The Persian Jews and the Babylonian Jews, they got a genetic trait that is 10 times more likely within their community. Why? Because they're sleeping with one another. The culture remained there. They didn't move. You could come back, Chris. You could come challenge anything I said.
Firstly, that's against the law. That's a law. You can't do that, first off. And so I never mentioned anything about color. I said the Ashkenazi Jews. You cut me off and went to color. Well, you didn't cut me off. I take that back. But you took my argument and said color. You know what I'm saying? I just said Ashkenazi Jews. I didn't say white people. None of that. Furthermore, you just confirmed that Jews were not white people. Therefore, they cannot be the Europeans. So, I mean, and I'd like to read this. Hold on. Give me a second. The Jewish population in Turkey is estimated to be around 14,200 to 14,500 people. At their peak, it was roughly 80,000. So at their peak, there was roughly 80,000. There's 280,000 people that were born in Turkey that live in Israel today. But it says that, I asked, are they connected to the 10 lost tribes? It says no. The Jewish population in Turkey is not connected to the 10 lost tribes. The vast majority are Turkish Jews, are Sephardic Jews, whose ancestors were expelled from Spain, Portugal in the late 15th century and found refuge in the Ottoman Empire. So I'm going to ask you one more time. When did they leave?
All right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, aren't we talking about Babylon, Assyria, and Jews that were in Assyria? How did we end up in Turkey? Because, Assyria. No, don't do that. Don't do that. When we looked up Assyria, right? Assyria is partially in Turkey, partially in Iran, partially, bro.
It's not in Iran, brother.
Bruh.
It's Syria, Turkey, Syria,
bruh. Can you stop that,
and
please?
Iraq. You just said they didn't go to Iraq.
Bruh. Can you stop this, bro?
And the population in Iraq is even smaller.
My brother, can you stop? Assyria as a country no longer exists, but modern Assyrians are an indigenous people living primarily in northern Iraq, northeastern Syria, southeastern Turkey, and northwestern Iran. That's what it says. So I don't know why you're going to argue about people in Turkey. I never said that the Jews were in Turkey. Their community was in Assyria, and the community where they lived, Halar, Habar, and the areas where it goes on river was in Babylon. Babylon took it over. When Babylon took it over, Babylon didn't take over the parts that's in Turkey. You see, this is where you're just, and then you're running now to say, oh, there's Sephardic Jews, the Sephardic Jews. I'm not talking about Sephardic Jews. I'm talking about the Jews that remained in Babylon, that lived through the Persian Empire. That's why I'm giving you sources, the Al-Yahudu tablets, where the Israelites are writing about themselves living amongst the Babylonians. Then I brought up the Morasha archive, which they're saying they're lending people's money. You look at Deuteronomy 28 verses 12, you shall lend people money and nations. And that's what they were doing. It's not you. You see, you have to have a paradigm that fits you into the paradigm. This is why nothing in history can agree with you. That's why you run the second Esdras. Second Esdras is not an authority to the Jews, the Israelites, or the Christians. It's something that was developed and remixed over the years. So you are telling me about second Esdras is not proof. All you need to do is show me a historian or a record that shows these people are leaving. And what I did earlier was show you primary sources of Assyrians working in Assyria when they were taken there. You see, people think the Assyrians are taking you back to their country to enslave you. Not necessarily. They're taking you back to their country to do what? They want you to help build up their empire. That's why they're taking you back, because you were a smart culture. That's why the army, people who was in the army joined the Assyrian army. Those people who were carpenters went to Assyria and became carpenters. You guys are not, you got to start thinking with a logical sense. You got to start thinking logically. And if it's not thinking logically, what can we do? I'm saying to you, family, you want to believe what you want to believe, but you cannot show me people within the Assyrian Empire. Again, the Assyrian Empire that were taken anywhere. You have not shown that for the last 30 minutes. You're running around talking about white people. I'm not talking about white people. I don't care about white people right now. We are talking about the Israelites that were taken to Assyria. Show and prove that they were taken anywhere. That's all. Show me 10, show me 20, show me 40, show me 50. You can't show me none. And that's what shows, you see, and you can't come to that realization in your brain. You run around, look in Turkey, they got Jews in Turkey. No, what happened with the people is they migrated in Operation Ezra and Nehemiah. They went back to Israel, the majority of them. They went back to Israel. The Persian Jews went back to Israel. They either went to the Americas or they went back to Israel. Study them and study them genetically. They have the same genetic markers as the Mizrahi Jews. These people lived together, bro. They had a community. They followed the diet.
Okay, first he says they're still there, and then after confronted with the people,
right. Hold on,
brother. What are you doing, man? I'll let you talk. Come on, man.
That's a major point.
Man.
You know what? Go ahead.
I said something you didn't like. Can I speak, please? And then you did that on purpose and threw me off. Hello? Like I was saying, first he said they never left the land. And that's how I asked him that question. Now he said they left and went. And then so that was 130,000 people. And so here's what I asked. Here's the question I posed. How many Jews in modern day Syria? It says there are essentially no Jews remaining in modern day Assyria, which historically covered parts of northern Iraq, eastern Syria, northeastern Syria and southeastern Turkey. That northeastern eastern Syria, southeastern Turkey. When I say Turkey, that's what I mean. Both those areas, because Syria is smaller than Turkey, and then the northwestern Iran. So it's not really the entirety of Iran. It's got a little piece of, but that's how far that kingdom stretched. And so it says ancient and historically significant Jewish communities in these regions were almost entirely expelled or forced to immigrate in the mid 20th century. Mass exodus. It says 120-some thousand people left. So if 120-some thousand people left, that could include some of the people that came and sought refuge in the Ottoman Empire, which includes that whole territory we just explained was the Ottoman Empire. So those same people that came in the 15th century to seek refuge are the same people that left in the 20th century. So also, so we know that that area. So when it's talking about in Acts, it is talking about that when they're at Cyrene. So those are the Christian Jews. So if the Israelites say that those people, the Gentiles were Jews who lost their identity, and that, so he's saying to go to those people who lost their identity. And you say that they never left. Maybe they lost their identity, but you can't account for when the 200-some thousand people from the Northern Kingdom. So, I mean, 2,700 years later, if you do the math on 200-some thousand people, that's millions upon millions of people. And I don't believe that you're making the argument that they came and repopulated Assyria and took over. No, it's impossible. So also, we're not making the claim that they all left anywhere. What I said was the verse says a group broke up and split away from the multitude of the heathen. So if we're going back 2,700 years, if people were making their way out there mathematically, statistically, if we guess what the native population was when Columbus arrived, after 2,700 years, those type of numbers are feasible. But we're not seeing that in Assyria. We're not seeing 200,000 people turn into, over a few hundred million people. Whereas the Native American population today, after the Abo movement, is about 9 million. So this is 2,700 years ago. We know they had, like a genocide where a lot of them did die. And so from then they were joined with people who came from Spain, who could have been Sephardic Jews or whatever you want to call it. And that's what I also make the argument about the chart, is that it makes multiple points that actually kind of makes sense with the Sephardic surnames and things of that nature. And so I'm not claiming some type of perfection about the chart or anything, but I'm saying that given the information that we have and how I've rationalized it, and how, like I said, I've read the scripture many times, and it says they separated from the multitude of the heathen. So another word for heathen would be Gentile. So that's why I didn't say it happened immediately after. I said it could have been anywhere from the time it happened to 400 BC, 500 BC, or whatever. So they could have been with a group for some time in that area, and then over time, a group split away, is what I'm saying, and that's recorded in the Bible. It all kind of fits together perfectly. That's why you guys are attacking it, because it's a little bit too perfect. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of times when things are so perfect, you just don't want to trust it. It's too good to be true. You know what I'm saying? But if you rationalize it like how I said, there's many more intricacies about the chart, and it didn't say anything. It didn't say any of that. That's just a revelation I've had from just observing it and how I rationalized it and did my own research. The chart itself doesn't say anything. It just says these people, this land. But when I studied the history of people from West Africa went into those areas, and then there, we had the Spanish conquistadors, we had settlers. This country was built on Judeo-Christian values. There's a large connection between Christianity and the Israelites, what they practice. But what you see is a lot of the Anglo-Saxon type of Christianity, and so that gets confused, and that gets made when we see the images of the white Jesus, and everybody's confused and says this is the white religion, when it's really, they take over. They're calling themselves Native Americans too. I mean, this is how are they everybody but the Edomites? I don't get that. How are you the Israelites, the Egyptians, the Moors, but the Romans, the Spaniards? You know what I'm saying? You're everybody but Edomites. That doesn't add up. So if you gotta be everybody, you gotta be an Edomite too. You know what I'm saying? And if you're an Edomite, that's biblical, plain and simple. You know what I'm saying? It's impossible for you to be everybody and the Edomite. So even if we're wrong, the fact that we are fervent in this Bible, God ain't gonna punish us for looking out for our people. We got rules to this. We got rules of engagement. We don't steal. We don't kill. We don't do adultery. I mean, some do, but we're not supposed to. These are good rules to have. There's nothing wrong with setting a high bar for yourself. It's just we're in this atheistic society nowadays where everybody wants to talk about you and self-hate and try to make you feel bad about your personal belief.
Hey, Garfield.
No, Samuel, no. I'm gonna ask a clean question. Chris, do you see the chart on the screen?
Yes, sir.
All right. So at the number 4 spot is Simeon, right? Simeon is Dominicans, right? Can you explain to me when in the Bible Simeon was ever in the Northern Kingdom? Can you explain to us right now how Simeon as a Dominican was taken to Assyria when they were never in the Northern Kingdom? They were always in the geographic area of Judah. They were in Judah. How could they on your 12 tribe chart if they never were taken? Did the Assyrians go into Judah? No, they didn't. They didn't go into Judah in 722. So how would Simeon be on the chart as taken to Assyria?
Can I answer?
Go ahead.
I mean, just like Judah's over on the chart over here. So Judah is not just Judah. You see what I'm saying? Benjamin and Levi are close, just like Gad and Issachar. You see what I'm saying? Where one goes, typically the other one's gonna go. And so I can't claim with certainty that everybody is exactly where the chart says in so many numbers. I mean, I would think that would be a burden, an unnecessary burden for me to try to make that point. What I'm saying? What I get from it is that the chart is just
Simeon taken by the Assyrians in 722.
I mean, if you're saying that they weren't in the Northern Kingdom, you see what I'm saying?
So
if you're saying
isn't the chart of them being Dominicans, isn't that based on them being a part of the 10 tribes taken with second Esdras?
Dominican is that's the same island as Haiti, right?
Yeah. No. That's yeah.
That's on the same island as Haiti. So where'd that, you know what I'm saying? Where'd the Haitians come from? I never made you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So that's a valid point. That's, you know what I'm saying? And I encourage you to bring, because what that's going to do is it might shift the doctrine, but it's not going to shake people out of it. You see what I'm saying? That's not heavy enough to be like, oh, I don't believe all of it now. It's impossible.
Second Esdras, the earlier translations may have had 9 tribes instead of 10. So that might have helped you. Just to point it out. Now,
that's what I'm saying. I'm not mad at you.
I'm going to ask you a clean question, and I want you to take 30 seconds to answer. Do you have evidence of anyone leaving the Assyrian region when they were in charge over the 10 tribes, 9 tribes, whatever? Do you have evidence at all outside of second Esdras that anybody left?
Say again. My bad. Do I have? Say it again.
You have evidence. We've been talking for over almost an hour. Do you have evidence of anyone leaving Assyria at all?
Do I have evidence of anyone leaving Assyria?
Yeah, to come towards the west, because obviously they came a route that allowed them to come to the Americas. So do you have any evidence at all? Any material evidence, any grave sites, any Hebrew writings, anything at all to say, hey, we whatever? Just like in Al-Yahud, they have the Tablet Road. Do you have any evidence at all?
Well, when if I've pretty much looked at a route that they make to the possibility. And so what we're using mostly is going to be second Esdras. So you know what I'm saying?
All right. Now, if I prove to you second Esdras was written in the 1st century, 2nd and 3rd, would that change anything for you?
No, it wouldn't, because if we believe in like prophecy and prophetic nature, we would believe that that's delivered for a reason. No matter if it's, no matter if it wasn't written by Ezra himself, I can't come out and say that Moses wrote the Torah we read himself. It came, like you said, it came at a certain time period. Maybe it was, like I said, there's not all these excess copies. You know what I'm saying? And so there might have been some, inscriptions or whatever, but we can't really come to the conclusion, rationally, and say that Moses himself, and that's for every book of the Bible. But I wouldn't use that to necessarily discredit that. I know there was a scribal system going on. So you talk about interpolations and all of that. Some people know these are certain things are interpolations, and they figured that it was ordained.
Mute up. Courtney, what up, bro? I heard you had a debate with my brother from Pseudo Killers, man. I heard you got beat up. I don't know. I didn't see it. That's what they said in the Dagger Squad back chat.
Some people say I died, but I'm always alive. Peace, Garfield. How you been, my boy?
I've been good, man. What do you think about this conversation? Because you jumped on to say something quick. Go ahead, bro.
No, I was told to hit the link by me, because that's it.
Oh, okay. Was you talking about something in the chat? Oh, she just want to start drama. That's what she missed.
But yeah. The judges said I lost. The judges did say I lost. I don't think they actually paid attention to the engagement with his material, the lack of engagement with my material, and the knowledge of the archaeological information that does exist.
Okay.
Like he even said something. He said something like Kitchen says there's no archaeological evidence. And in my opening statement, I cited Kitchen saying there's 2 types of archaeological evidence, direct and indirect. And that was the basis of my argument.
Let me ask you this. In this 12 tribe chart, the Assyrians, I'll just point out to the brother that Simeon is within the confinements of Judah. So in their chart, Simeon is along with the 10 tribes in Assyria, and I'm saying that that's practically impossible because he's living within Judah. So I know Assyrians never came to Judah and took anybody at 722, maybe at 701, but not 722 BC. What do you think? What do you say?
I concur, actually.
So Ephraim and Manasseh can be called one tribe, but it's 2.
Chris, hold on a second, Chris. Yeah, just 1 second. I got you. And by the way, for some reason, Chris got a powerful mic. People be echoing when he talks, man. But let me say this as far as the 12 tribe chart. The 12 tribe chart, Judah, Benjamin, and Levi is basically coming from the 70 AD part. So now this is my question for Chris. Chris, go ahead and make your comment regarding what I said, and then I'm going to ask you a question about Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. Go ahead, my brother. Chris, go ahead, Chris.
I don't know if I had a question.
Let me mute up. I was going to ask a question.
I was saying Benjamin, Simeon, or Ephraim and Manasseh are sometimes counted as one tribe. So sometimes it gets confusing like that. So I don't know if that helps. But I mean, that's a good point though. I wouldn't necessarily say that's enough for me to not believe.
It's okay. I got a question with Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. This is my question. So they came from the 70 AD expansion into Africa, then into West Africa. Do you have information that could show us a chronological order of them moving from that area? Like, you could take as much time as you want, just to show us how they got into West Africa.
Say that again.
Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. Judah is the so-called Negro. Benjamin is the Indians, and Levi is the Haitians. Do you have information from 70 AD from all the way up how they actually got into Central Africa?
How they actually got into Central Africa?
Western Central Africa and ended up on the Tazaryach.
So just by sheer nature of being in North Africa, so as simple as that, and then also East Africa. So, I mean, it's not impossible to believe that people migrated in both directions, and there was cultural and genetic exchange. But I don't think that those people were numerous enough or strong enough to overpower the indigenous populations. So they must have had a long-standing history, that's the only way I can rationalize that. I don't think they were strong enough to overpower these populations and make them practice Judaism. And so
let's do it. Keep your mic. All right? We're going to have a conversation. Anybody want to join the conversation, let me know anytime, all right? That's for Courtney and for Sean and for Mika and Samuel. Now, my question to you is, after the 66 to 73, what we call the 70 AD war, where do you see Jews? I'm going to use the term Jews loosely, meaning Israelites overall. All right. Where do you see Jews going from that war that made you say, hey, you know what? These people might have been the route to where we got to West Africa. What information are you using to start off at during that war?
But so your argument is they never left, right?
No, I'm not saying nobody left, but I mean, I don't see the situation where you could draw a conclusion that this is the root of the people in Western Central Africa.
I didn't necessarily say those were the very same people. I mean, these are two different time periods.
All right. So what about the whole thing about it's different time periods, but at 70 AD, what do you use as an argument to say, you know what, this is the root of us moving towards Africa? I'm just
from 70 AD.
I'm just trying to have a reasonable conversation to see where they
well, like I said, we know that's not those are not, but prior to 70 AD, we already know that there's Jews in Africa.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that is definitely on point. I agree with you.
I'm not gonna have to
so it's not like after 70 AD, that's when it happened. You see what I'm saying? There were already Jews there. But so there was an influx. They did go to other places. You know what I'm saying? And they did.
Hold on. You're saying that after 70 AD war, you're not saying it happened after, but you're saying that in time we had communities in Northern Africa that down west.
At the very least, Northern Africa could potentially be other places.
So let's do this. Oh, you know what? You got to mute up in that fucking. All right. So let me ask you one question. Let me ask this question. What time period do you have evidence of that Jews in North Africa went into West Africa? I'm gonna mute up.
You're saying before 70 AD?
Anytime at all. Anytime.
But I mean, you agree with me that they were there before 70 AD.
That Jews were in North Africa, I totally agree.
Well, I'll just say Africa. I mean, North Africa, wherever you want to call it. I'll just say Jews. You just agreed they were in Africa.
That's fine.
So what is your question again?
Can you show how the Jews, these tribes, Judah, Benjamin, and Levi, ended up in West and Central Africa?
How they ended up in West and Central Africa. Okay. So to go from East Africa to West Africa, you would only have to cross over Chad. You see what I'm saying? If you crossed over Chad, you've crossed over from East Africa to West Africa. These are inhabited places. These are not desert, barren, jungle terrain. The people already lived there. And so they used rivers. Some say they traveled across the Sahara in like caravans, but there were Jews already in Libya. That's where when they say from Cyrene, man, I'm top of my head right now, but when they were up in Syria, he came from Cyrene, Libya. It's called Niger. So there's the or Niger, however you want to say it. There's the Niger River. There's the country Niger or Niger, Niger, same thing. And so there's historical, and not just him. It was Simeon and man, I'm sharp with it, not right now. Simeon and another person, they were from Cyrene. This is the Jewish settlement in Libya. And that settlement came about during about the Greek, the Hellenization period. So that was also like Greco-Roman colony. So they, a lot of these Israelites were displaced into Africa, and they had been living there for several hundred years. There's account of the Limba predates 70 AD by a long time. So I've never heard you say when the Limba left Yemen into Africa. That's but maybe you have. I don't remember you ever bringing that up. But apparently, the Limba, as the tradition goes, or and Beta Israel were displaced as a result of the Babylonians. So if you disagree, I've never heard you mention when those people when they supposedly converted or anything like that. So that's just how the story goes, that they were displaced.
I'm gonna keep the comments at 2 minutes because I gotta get out of here and I want to make this clear. All right, so let me respond to all your comments. Now, for those who don't know, there were Jews in Egypt.
I was about to finish. I had like one more point to make.
Go ahead, make it last.
And then so basically, so like I said, to cross over, North Africa runs into West Africa. So it's just by sheer nature, people are moving into the it's called a diaspora, you know what I'm saying? It's called African diaspora, Jewish diaspora. They're kind of intertwined in a lot of ways. So just the migration into West Africa over time. The area we don't hear about until about the 10th century AD. So, but there's some people in the Kingdom of Ghana that might be a couple hundred years before that, who are said to be
don't say that.
Don't
say that.
Who are said to be Sudanic people, and they also have a tradition that they came from Nubia. So ever since I grew up,
no, they don't say that either.
We were connected to Nubians.
No,
ever since I was
say that. Don't say that, bro.
I learned that African Americans had a connection to Nubians. I even know his name Nubian.
Garfield. How long are you gonna let
So
this
am
go?
I you never heard that we have some type of
Yo, you say
connection
you
to
gonna make the
Nubian
last
people?
point, man. Can you mute up, Chris? You made
Yeah, go
you
ahead.
made your point, Chris. Thank you. Go ahead, Sean.
First of all, any migrational pattern that he is referring to that has to deal with any religious cult that he is a part of did not come from Nubia. There's no evidence for that. And no one has brought forth anything saying along the lines. There's no Jews in West Africa. There's no Nubians bringing Christianity into West Africa. There's none of this happening.
To what?
Yo, Chris, come on, man. Yo, go ahead, Sean. Finish up what you're saying.
Okay. There are no Jews or Christians in the presence of Arabs and Islam. So they built a shelter. The Christians, when they came in, said that they need to dispel Islam. So they are looking for friends, Christians, who they could align with to get rid of the Muslim presence in West Central Africa. That was known to everyone. So to say that someone's bringing in, migrating in Jews and Christians is crazy work. Because there's no...
Don't say the Jews forcing anybody to do anything.
Come on, man. You're messing up. Why we gotta listen to you for 5 minutes and we can't even hear? I want to hear Sean speak, then I gotta speak. Relax, bro. Make it clean. We gotta make it clean for the replays. Come on, man. Go ahead, Sean. Finish up.
All right. The reason that I am saying what I'm saying is based on evidence, because there was a war between these people and they don't like them. And then when the Jews do appear, they appear in good faith and have to pay taxes to the Muslims. So that is when you will find the earliest presence for any Jew in the region, because they're going to see them and they're going to call them, like Garfield always says, they're not the people of the book. So if they're the people of the book, they're going to say it. If they're not the people of the book, they're going to say it. So once we've identified that there's a tax levied down, we have documentation showing where the tax is levied down, then we can show the presence of these people that you're claiming are there. The problem is that you're going to try to paint them black, and they ain't at the least bit of black that are the Jewish people that are running these routes, like we said earlier. So according to the historical accounts and the eyewitness accounts of attestations of the early presence of either one of those sectors, Christians or Jews, there isn't a presence there until the European comes in, and then we start seeing these pop-ups. But there's an early Jewish presence around the 13th century, outside of the trade areas.
Let me look at the map of the screen, family. We got to make this clear. You see, this is the problem. We're not arguing a belief, Isaac. Right? As far as a chosen people, we find that in Babylon and Assyria and in Greek thought of the chosen people concept, right? Salvation for all, we see it in a lot of different cultures. I read it earlier. You see, you want to be an Israelite so bad that you don't think you need evidence because the book says it. So I don't want to have an argument about a book. That's why I try to take you out of Second Esdras, although I think that book is fake as hell. All right? Now, regardless of all of that, let's look at what you're saying, right? Look at the screen, family. How many times have I shown this map on the screen? The Sahara Desert, and where people are able to live and where they can't move. Look at the population density. If you look at this right here, the Sahara Desert, not a lot of people are culturally able to migrate and move there, because if you look at the Jewish communities, they would be up north. You see up north, we see all these areas, this is where they would be. So in between is different people from the Tuareg and different people, Berber groups who would control different routes. You can't just get up and say, hey, I'm going to go this route. No, you can't. So what got the people interested was the Romans. The Garamantes used to bring back slaves. So the Romans got involved. You see, the Romans, this is what they did. They had over 5 expeditions. So they had different expeditions where they went. See, this is the map showing the expeditions where they went. So Romans ended up near Senegal. They ended up near the Niger River, Lake Chad, and look at this right here. So these are different time periods that the Romans had expeditions. They are an empire. So a regular Jew who is supposedly trying to get away from the Romans, couldn't run away because every direction he went, the Romans were in charge. They were in charge. Now, as far as the Jewish communities, now he said Cyrene, Egypt, Libya, Cyrene, Morocco, which is in Mauritania, whatever. They had the Djerba and all that stuff, right? Now, watch this. He doesn't know that the Cyrene community was totally annihilated. The Egyptian population was annihilated. Why was that? Because they were defeating them in the Kittus War. You see, this is why I know in history, this is why it's difficult for a Hebrew Israelite to debate Garfield, and they run from me, not to brag, because I know the history. I studied the history along with the Bible. So now this is what happens now. This gentleman says that they probably went into Africa. Nobody is going into Africa just like that. You got to have a reason. So what happens next is this, family. You have to look at it from a chronological perspective. In the 1st century, if you look at the Bar Kokhba revolt, they claim over 500,000 died. How did 500,000 die if the Israelites were supposed to have evacuated during the 70 AD war? But you had the 70 AD war, the Kittus war at 115, then you had the Bar Kokhba revolt at 132. Then you have them building up synagogues in Jerusalem. So how are they doing all this stuff while they're supposed to be evacuated? Bro, I could show communities living within the land of Israel, in northern Israel and Judah, building synagogues, having services, doing whatever they normally do from then up until the 1900s. These communities have lived there and continue to live in Israel. But we said, oh, nobody lives in Israel no more. So what happened to the communities that stayed there and built and still worship Yah, still follow the commandments? What happened to them? They still remain there. So now this is the point that we need to talk about. At 70 AD, we know some people went into Egypt. 600, we know the Sicarii went into some areas and they tried to start a whole new revolution after 73 AD. They're the reason why they went into Cyrene and the Kittus War, and they destroyed all the Jews in the Jewish community in Cyrene. So we know they couldn't have gone into Africa. The Egyptians were destroyed because of what happened in the war. The ones in Cyprus got destroyed. The ones in Mauritania stayed steady and it was good and whatever. But there's no documentation of going into Africa. Why? Because it was so difficult. It's difficult to cross the Sahara Desert. It's not a cakewalk. You need water. You need different things. Why is it difficult? Because of the heat. Because of the scarcity of water, the scarcity of food materials. You can't live there. It's not non-availability of motor transport facilities, sand winds, communication problems. But look at this though, family. Look at this right here. Look what happened. 2014, 2019, 30,000 people are missing in the Sahara Desert. This is how many years ago? 6 to 10 years ago. So imagine 2,000 years ago, the heat, and you don't have no cell phone, you don't have no jeeps to drive in the desert, you don't have no way how to communicate, you don't know able to carry water. You go into an area that you're not even allowed to. You could be attacked by anybody. And you're telling me that a good sized amount of Jews left and went into this region, not knowing what to expect? And who were they running from? And when did this happen? It's crazy. This is what belief does. You can't show, no way you could show a chronology. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th. Who were the Jews that helped the Muslims to defeat the Byzantine Empire, to take over back Israel? Who helped them? Who are those Jews? If nobody was there, there's a good sizable amount of Jews fighting along with the Muslims. Now, once the Muslims got involved, then you start seeing the camel come into play around the 5th century, and then people are moving across the trans-Saharan desert, because you know from around 300, the Ghana Empire was trading bodies and trading different things. They was getting salt and giving up the gold. So we know that's going on. Jews, where's the Jews in that? These are Africans trading other prisoners of wars that they collected and trading them to these people and moving them into Asia and to Europe. So now at that time period, now once the Muslims took over the trans-Saharan slave trade, this is how the Yemenis oral tradition end up with Arabs, because the Arabs took Africans to northern Africa, then to Yemen. That's how we got genetic connection. They got the whole sickle cell thing going on in Yemen because they took Africans from West and Central Africa. So now we know that the people are moving. Where are the Jews in all of this? The Jews used to help finance certain things, but they didn't. It's not that they weren't allowed. It wouldn't make sense for them to go below the sub-Saharan, to go into sub-Saharan Africa, so-called sub-Saharan Africa, because it wasn't safe for them. They didn't have any protection. They didn't have it. So at the end of the day, they would have Berber Jews. Berber Jews were the ones that would come in, because you could tell by their belief system that they're Berber Jews, because they're doing all type of shit Jews wouldn't do. Eating rats, eating all type of dietary stuff that they wouldn't do. They celebrating, they're doing voodoo. That ain't no damn Jew. That's a convert who is reverting back to his old religion. But now, again, where is the Jewish community? Again, I like to use 1492. Where's these Jewish communities, and where they're assembling, and where's the evidence, material evidence of graves, material evidence of the culture, the Hebrew writings? Where is it? It don't exist. It's myth. It's because you want to make yourself an Israelite, not based off of facts, based off of belief. This is why it's difficult to have a conversation, because I just show you even with Simeon, and now I'm showing you with Judah, Benjamin, and Levi. You can't prove they got to the west coast of Africa. You can't. You can't. And even if you bring the Sephardic Jews, you're not going to show me no more than 100 instances of Jews, records of Jews in West and Central Africa. And guess what? Guess what they're doing most of the times? They're sleeping with African women and becoming the middleman, creating a loose African class and becoming the middleman for the slave trade. So you don't want to attach yourself to them Jews, because that's what they're doing. They're hustling. The blade trade, the jewelry trade, whatever it is, Jews are involved, but they are not the ones on the slave ships as slaves. They're even hitchhiking on the slave ships. Hitchhiking. That's in Peter Mark's book. They're hitchhiking. How Jews are hitchhiking. Say, yo, I need to go to Curacao. Which Jew, which one of y'all African Americans or Jamaicans who came over on the slave trade family ever say, yo, I was hitchhiking? Nah, nigga, you be down in the holes of the ships. So at the end of the day, bruh, you can't prove nobody from 70 AD. I'm waiting. You got it. It's all you.
First off, he just admit that it was Jews mixing with the African women. You know what I'm saying? He just said there were Berber Jews, but he said they got into other customs. He mentioned voodoo, which comes from voodoo, which comes from West Africa. Voodoo comes from people who practice Catholicism in the Caribbean, and so you just cut yourself with that one. Then he says they couldn't cross the Sahara, but then he turns around and says they crossed the Sahara from North Africa into Yemen, and then he says from West and Central Africa. But they couldn't go that way. They can go the other way, but not. They can go west, but not east.
Never said that.
You know what I'm saying?
Never.
Whoa! I just let you talk for like 5 minutes, man, and then you messed me up again. I forgot what, you know what I'm saying? And so he says they can't cross the Sahara to go east to west. And also, you used to, one of his big things, he would use Josephus to debunk. He said that you stopped using that though. I don't know what's your rationale, because you had to run this other thing. So you used to say that debunks Deuteronomy 28, that because Josephus says they went into Egypt on ships, but now you're saying you don't believe Josephus because they weren't in North Africa at all. Like nobody went to North Africa whatsoever, because they can't cross the Sahara Desert to get to East Africa. I never said that they went from directly. I've never ever made that point that directly after 70 AD that they went directly to West Africa. I never ever said that. Ever. I did make the point that Erie is said to have come from Egypt. I did say that. I did say that people say that Ghanaians their original Ghanaians had a Sudanic influence, and that there was a tradition that they came from Nubia. So I did say that, but that would be let's see, 7 to 1,000 years after 70 AD. So these people could have been any various places in Africa, but not necessarily in West Africa. So we have Paul talking about visiting Spain in the Old Testament. So there was also said to be a community of Israelites or Jews or Jewish people or Christians who lived in Spain all the way back then. And so while Rome did win those wars, they ultimately lost because they converted to Christianity. And so whoever, like, there was accounts of what's that? Nero, he would persecute Christians. So these would be, there's tales of him feeding them to lions. These could be people that either were Israelites and so they could have been people that, like, for instance, some Israelites teach that it's by your father. It could have been these Gentiles are people who are by the mother, but it's not in the strict sense of the word of how people would think, both parents are Israelites, you know what I'm saying? And they speak Hebrew or Aramaic in the strict sense of the word. So, but that's why they specifically say the Greek. And so with
show, bro. Sorry to cut you off, but I'm about to end the show.
Why you getting tired of this conversation?
Yeah, no. I gotta jump off.
Oh, okay.
I'm out of here. Hey, peace and love, Chris. Thank you for the conversation, bro. Much love, much respect. Peace and love, y'all. It's 5.5 hours. I'm out of here. Peace.